you'd have a thin hose for your hot water, and then you'd have like a larger hose that was connected to your tank back here that was for dirty water. So you'd bring the hot water in and you'd clean, and then the dirty water would come out this hose and get dumped in the back. When you did carpet cleaning jobs in this weather though, as you were hooking everything up, you had to take your hose here, and you'd have to put it in your exhaust out of the back of the van to keep the hose from actually freezing. And then when you were actually time to start cleaning, you had to like grab it out of you. You had to fucking run inside, and you'd have to be moving fast, because if you stop like squeezing your hose to move the water through the system, it would fucking freeze outside, and then a hose would break, and you'd have to go all the way back to the shop to get some other shit. It was fucked. That was the worst shit in the world. Fuck that shit. Me and Tyson are here. Sorry to say Attack on Titan is good. The newest manga came out, and Isayama. Oh, I'm not even at that part yet. I have so many pet peeves about this fucking anime. I'm angry because I haven't watched any shows, but especially an anime. I haven't watched an anime in so long, and then this is the one now that I'm watching because I have to finish it. And man, there are just so many problems. I feel like I'm watching the same thing over and over. I feel like I'm looping. How many times in this anime do you see somebody like has a Titan and they could kill them, but then they just let them get away for dumb reasons? How many times has this happened now? Christ. It must be at least a dozen or half dozen times at least. Like, Jesus. Like, so I'm at the part past where, spoilers, I guess. I'm almost done with season 3. I'm past the part where Levi lets another fucking guy get away. He even promised Erwin, the only good guy in this fucking anime, by the way, that he was going to kill the Beast Titan, and he just sits there. What is he going to do? What's he going to do? Ask him questions? He's not bringing him back to base. Just fucking kill him. What's wrong with you? God, it's so dumb. Fuck. Especially with how the whole lead up to that scene was one of the only good fucking segments of this goddamn anime. I was shocked because halfway through slicing up the Beast Titan, I kept waiting for the camera to zoom in on Levi's face as he turns around, and then for it to be like 20 years earlier when I was a cadet, I used to kill beasts all the time and blah blah, and then to do a whole fucking episode on some irrelevant fucking flashback bullshit. Oh my god. Whatever. Do you ever think about getting back into saxophone? I can't fit in a saxophone, you dumb fuck. Do you have any idea how small those things are? Fancy sloth drama.
Aggravating, like, I don't feel like...
Oh wait, this is like 3 days ago.
I don't feel like...
We already did this. You gotta link me better drama. Damn, dude. The anime took things that are literally one frame and makes it into half of a whole episode of channel. You know what? I'm willing to bet. I bet that there is an episode of Attack on Titan that has less unique frames than some of the fucking manga. Because man, they abuse it pretty hard. I feel like I've seen a lot of like panning camera shit on a Frozen scene with background sound effects or whatever. I feel like I don't know, man. Better drama. Vosh being a dumb fuck.
Listen to Destiny's language in this tweet.
Oh no. Destiny's language in a tweet. Oh no. I've actually been pretty nice. I haven't fucking shit on anybody hardcore. I've just been doing my normal fights. Okay? I think I've been pretty nice on Twitter, given how I used to be. Okay? I'm a new man. My friend is, I mean, of course. That's what I mean to say.
Online socialists don't want you to know how much money they make because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on your side. This
True.
is an incredibly stupid and reductivist take.
No, I actually defend that to the death. I think I even give 2 or 3 examples in that Twitter thread about it.
Real reason why a lot of online socialists hide their Patreon income is because their audiences will get super fucking angry with them if they show it, okay?
If imagine thinking your audience is ready for the socialist revolution when your audience can't even handle knowing how much money you make.
No flavor, $5. Two-part question: have you ever seen The Long Game on YouTube? And if
No.
so, did it change / back up your opinion on chasing your dreams?
And no. Are you going to discuss your social security take? I just think it's dumb to calling social security. Okay, I figured out halfway into my Twitter arguments what universal means to some people, because I'm trying harder to like understand, like, what do you guys mean when you say universal? And I understand it now. Okay? I think it's really dumb. But universal just means everybody in a certain group has access to a thing, I think, is what universal means to some people. Now, when I hear universal, the two most common ways that I hear universal used and how I think the average human hears it is every single person, more or less, in society has access to a given thing in a relatively equitable way. That's how I hear it. So, for instance, the two most popular universal things that people tend to talk about are like universal basic. Oh, I think Twitch is doing the quality option, so it's going to reset for a second. And then everybody acts surprised that this happens every single stream starts. It's because I'm not partnered, so it takes a while to get quality options. Okay, are we back? Yeah, so when people use universal, the two things that I generally hear are that you have like universal basic income, which is like a flat dollar amount to every person, or like Medicare for all, which is like every single person gets access to like some good level of healthcare. These are the things that I hear when people say like
Henry James,
universal.
7 Australia.
But apparently the way that Liz and the Medlock dude jump in are that like universal just means that you pick some subset of people and then those people have like non-income based testing to get something, which like seems like really weird to me because like, so for Social Security, in my head, Social Security fails what I would consider to be a couple of key tenets of like what it means to be universal. So one, it's age gated, really hardcore, right? You don't get Social Security. I think the earliest you can take it out is 62. They're not a lot. Decent number of people die before 62. So it has a pretty brutal age gate on it. But like maybe everybody gets it. Once they hit that age, it's kind of universal. Second, you have to work for at least 10 years to get Social Security. If you don't, you might be able to get it through like a spouse or whatever. I think you get 50%. So you have to work at least 10 years to qualify for it. And the benefits that you receive for Social Security are hardcore income tested. So if you pay the maximum amount into Social Security for 30 years, you'll get twice as much money in retirement as somebody that paid like the whatever the average payer pays. I think the average person gets about $1,500 a month on Social Security, and wealthy people get about $3,000 a month. When I think of like a universal program, that like doesn't sound like the poster child for universal program, but yeah, I don't know. The intuition of policymaking, which you probably get, would be welfare targeting. It means focusing on a particular group, and means testing is a subset of targeting that uses measures like income or savings to determine level of transfer, because means are an economic notion. For me personally, the universal means test/targeting debate is cancer. I just focus on individual proposals. Yeah, I understand, Eric. And honestly, that's how I prefer it. But the problem is that they need to hold on. The problem is what they do is they have a definition, and then they use that for an argument. So the argument is universal programs are easier to defend than non-universal programs. But then, which honest to God has yet to be proven. No one has ever actually substantiated that. But then they'll go on to say like, oh, and look at all these great universal programs like Social Security. And it's like, I mean, if if Medicare for all was done in the way that Social Security is done, and would that be considered universal? If wealthy people got twice as good the medical care as non-wealthy people, would you call that a universal program? I mean, it technically applies to all people. I'm not really arguing for or against universalism or arguing for or against means testing. I just, that the way that most people use like universal as a definition is like really weird to me. Yeah, I don't know. That just seems kind of strange to me. Can you name a universal program currently in the United States by that standard? I don't know if we have any in the United States. The two proposals that I could think of were Medicare for all would have been like a universal program. That sounded universal to me. And then UBI would be like a universal program. That sounds like universal to me. Yeah. Lefties constantly push the meme of universality is really good. Have there ever been any studies to back this up based on your... No, never. Wait, hold on. It's like universal access versus universal coverage, which feels weird because they swap definitions. Yeah, the problem is that people play like so fast and loose with the words that they use that the thing that's frustrating is that like I'll usually grant somebody a word because at the end of the day I don't really care how somebody, like if somebody thinks something is like universal or not. Like it doesn't really matter, right? Like we should just talk about the individual policies. But the problem is that like when you try to agree on some point, like okay, yeah, for this argument this can be universal. People will then broaden something, and then they'll try to make a more generalized argument with using that definition. Like, okay, fuck, hold on. Well, now we have to go back and now we need to go back and figure out, you know, what you mean by this. Because people, for instance, like the argument that something that's universal is like doesn't get attacked or is harder to attack. I don't think that's true. Like universal programs get attacked like all the time around the world, and some means tested programs or income tested programs. Although I don't know if you'd consider earnings testing and means testing similar, but are can be like incredibly successful. So yeah, I don't know. Is UBI universal even if people under the age of 18 are getting it? I think that like over 18 is like pretty universal. I don't know if over 65 is, but for the UBI proposals that I've heard, people say that even under 18 should get UBI, that it would go to the family. That's what I've heard, but I don't know if Yang or whatever. Do you ever have Medlock on to discuss this stuff? No, I don't think there's much to discuss. I think we agree on like 99% of things. The only time I ever see Medlock in my mentions is usually to quibble over like some incredibly semantic thing, like almost every single time. Like it's the only, I've never seen him positively contribute anything of value to like any Twitter discussion I've been in. It's usually just to show up and like quibble over hardcore semantics on some definition. Isn't a progressive tax technically means tested? Well, I think some people would argue that that would be earnings tested. Although I don't know if there's my understanding of what means tested means is means testing is when you're testing somebody to see if they have the means to do the particular thing. That's what I thought means tested meant, or that was my understanding of it. So in a way, it seems like earnings testing something is similar, but not quite the same. Because people were like very like huge on like saying that like Social Security is not means tested, it's earnings tested. It's like, okay, I guess, but I don't know how. I don't know. Please explain your expectations of socialists that get rich online. People like Vosh pay editors commissions, and as profits generally, advocacy is important in pushing costs. What can they do to make them not be a hypocrite? Destiny, means testing, based upon whether the individual family possesses the means to do that without that help. Yeah, sure. It's way too semantic. You could argue universal healthcare in Canada isn't universal because non-citizens don't have access. It's only universal to citizens. I mean, like, obviously there's going to be some subset of people, of course. But, like, here, like I can understand, like, your subset of people is, like, the people in your country. right? Or like women or men, depending on, right? Like if we said like universal access to abortion, and someone's like, oh, well, men don't get abortions. It's like, okay, sure. But then like one of the hypothetical questions I asked was like, what if I made a program that gave free healthcare to all white people? Would you consider that like universal? Like, is that like a universal program? I'd be like, yeah, that would be universal. I was like, oh, okay. But I guess like, I don't know, that just seems weird. It's just not how like, I guess like in common parlance, I don't think most other normal people would understand universal to mean that. But maybe they would. I don't know. I find that hard to believe. I think if you ask most people, like, oh, if I'm saying that there's going to be like a universal program, like what would you consider it to be? And I think most people would like. I think like a person on the street would be like, oh, universal probably means it's something that's like accessible to every single person, like within reason, basically. That would be like my guess. Not like, I don't think I would ever get the answer like, oh, that means that a certain subset of people have access to something, but there might be other conditions that apply. But as long as those conditions aren't strictly income related, then it's universal. That just seems weird. I don't know. Would our right to vote be considered universal? No. The problem, I still don't know why this is the case, but in the United States, you can lose your right to vote if you're a felon. I don't know why. That seems really weird to me. I never understood that. I think the thing here is Social Security is not means tested, but it's not universal either. The complement of means tested isn't universal. Yeah, but the unattainable, people are using it like a binary on Twitter. I noticed that it's either like means/earnings tested or it's universal. It's one or the other. Like it has to be one or the other. It's like bi or not bi. I'm sorry. It's like trans or cis. Like if you're not cis, you're trans. If you're not trans, you're cis. Like it's that binary. There's nothing else. And I was like, oh, okay. This is an example of how it's used in the welfare literature, as I explained in previous. So, Liz, the problem is that like what you guys are doing right now is the equivalent of no, racism means power plus prejudice, and then you like go into like a group with a bunch of conservatives, and you're like, like black people can't be racist, and everybody's looking at you like, what do you mean by that? Of course, black people. And then well, no, actually, the academic debate is like, okay, sure, but like generally, whenever anybody talks about a universal program in the United States, the two most common ones that come to mind are like universal are UBI because of Yang, and then like Medicare for all. And neither of these things are remotely similar to the level of testing that goes on related to Social Security. It's not even in the same ballpark. And then arguably like free education for all too, which gets a little bit closer to Social Security, but still not quite. You'd support felons keeping the right to vote, but would you still keep them from being allowed to own guns? Felons, I think everybody should be allowed to vote. Felons should probably be allowed to own guns too. I don't know how you get around that constitutionally without like a constitutional amendment. I mean, like, well, I don't personally think a felon should probably own a gun, maybe depending on the crime, but I don't understand how constitutionally you can prevent somebody from owning a gun. But there must be a constitutional argument for it though, because states prevent people from doing it, right? And it's considered constitutional. There must be some. Apple is probably in our esports Batman. There's probably some Supreme Court case where the government has the right and the protection of the people or something to infringe on like a felon's right to own firearms or something. I imagine there's probably some. There must be because states do it, right? Based on the definition of universal, Destiny is right. So why are lefties arguing over this? Well, it depends on which definition you're going with. But like, I don't really care. I don't think it's like a right or wrong. Like if somebody wants to use like universal in one way or another, it doesn't. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. It's not like important. It's like it's a really dumb. It's a really stupid thing to argue over because it is semantics. The only problem I get then is when people want to push for one type of universal. And then they come out and they go, oh, well, universal programs tend to be more successful. And then that definition of universal ends up being like much broader. And then it's like, but then even for that claim, even under the broad claim, there's like zero evidence for that anyway either. Like the idea that like a universal program is like more successful. I don't know. I tried, there was a while ago because I argued with Ben Burgess over it and I had Irk and Rage Pub, I think, try to dig through stuff. Like, is there any evidence for that claim? No, because I hear it repeated so much. It must be true, right? But I mean, obviously that means nothing. And no one could find evidence of that, yeah. One thing that's kind of off topic that I like to bring up, even for healthcare, universal programs like that have, like that of some of the Nordics, typically have lower administrative costs. I mean, it depends on what, it depends. Fuck, I was going to do a graph, but I feel like we should have exact numbers. Weird buzzing noise in the background. Oh, I think that's my factory. Why did I open a Google Sheet? I hate this argument. It's actually so cancer. And I feel like most reasonable people, I don't like doing the means tested versus universal argument because I feel like it's one where every single where every single reasonable person is in agreement, but there's like a virtue signal side that just loves universal stuff because it like feels so good to talk about it. And then like the brain just goes out the window and like so let's see if we can try. Okay. I'm going right off the uh-oh. Oh god, Noah's about to get fucking dogpiled by Liz and Medlock. Oh no. Your payout depends on your lifetime tax contribution. That is sort of means testing. Quick, everybody reply and tell them that actually is earnings testing. I'm also not sure how many people, when I start arguments about Social Security, I don't know how many people know what Social Security actually is or how it's figured out. Like, for instance, I don't think a lot of people actually know that your payout in Social Security depends on how much you pay in. I think a lot of people don't actually know that. They just think that once you retire, it's the you get the exact same payout as every other person. But that's not true. If you do the max contribution for 30 years, like your payout is like over $3,000 a month, and the median payout of Social Security is like $1,500 a month. Like it's way different. It's twice as high. Yeah, but although there is a cap, it's based on the highest income. It's based on your 30 highest years of income, and there is a cap. It's like, but that cap is like $134,000 a year. Most people don't get to that. Yeah. Can I write this out? Okay. We're going to say that we have, let's see if we can do this. I said I'd practice using sheets more, okay? We're going to have 1,000 people. We're going to have 1,000 people, okay? Let's say that these are, let's say that we're training people to be knights, okay? Social Security's income sliding, yes, and that's a good thing. Part of the reason for income sliding programs is to prevent people using private welfare stuff to replace it. Although I'm not sure how effective that is considering Social Security is still not huge. I don't know what you mean by that at all. Because the idea that a rich person is living off of $3,000 a month in retirement is unbelievably not correct. That's one of the wrongest suggestions I've ever heard in my life. I don't understand that at all. Aren't you forced to pay into Social Security, though? In America, you are, yeah. Okay, let's say that we're training people to be knights, okay? Because it's necessary for our country. And because people want to be knights, okay? Let's say that we have let's say that we have 1,000 people. Let's say that knight training costs, okay? People, 1,000. Let's say that to train someone up to be a fully fledged knight, it costs $10,000. Okay. Oh God, can someone tell me what you're supposed to do for this? It's not this. Is it sum equals? It's not that. Oh, equals sum. Oh, cool. Wait, what? How do you do multiplication? Can I just put parentheses? God damn it. Oh, the star thing. You ever notice in American, it's probably in all math, right? We've got like 5 different ways to do fucking multiplication. Why? Okay, here we go. Not rich per se, but middle class. They don't want to segment it. Like if Social Security is just for the poorest people, it would lead to many more people having to use other systems for retirement stuff. I mean, they still do because Social Security is still pretty low, but that's the argument for anyways. Makes more sense. Stuff like you. Okay. Okay, so the total cost of our program here is $10 million. Okay. So there's like, now there's probably a million different ways that we could fund this, okay? But let's just look at one way where we means test and another way where we universalize it, right? So let's say that of these 1,000 people, okay? If we were to make the government cover the cost of this program, right? For every person, we're going to make a free night training for every single human being, okay? The cost would just be exactly what the cost is, right? It would be $10 million, all right? Let's say that of these 1,000 people, all right? Let's say that we broke it out a little so that, let's see, fuck, how would this is like not good to put on a spreadsheet. It wouldn't be 50-50. What would be like let's say that we pay for 700 people, but we make like the 300 richest people pay, right? Let's say that we theoretically do that. So if we have a system where, hold on, let's see. Let's do equals sum D5 minus D6. Okay, we're practicing our formulas, okay? If we had a program where we like universalize something, right? So we pay for every single individual citizen, right? The program to train our 1,000 people to be knights would be $10 million, right? If we were to split it so that the 300 wealthiest people had to pay, and we universalized it, not universalized, I'm sorry, we means tested it, and then 700 people got it for free, but the 300 richest people had to pay, right? Our cost drops from $10 million to $4 million. And then we can use like a whole bunch of other like sliding like algorithms and shit to make it so that like, well, maybe like 600 people can pay this much, maybe 300 people can pay this much, maybe 100 people can pay this much. Like this type of, will backseat Excelers get banned? Don't ever call Google spreadsheets Excel, okay? They're not even remotely similar, all right? The thing that's nice about like means testing stuff is that the amount of funding that you need for programs like drastically falls. Like even with just cutting off like 300 of the wealthiest people here, we were able to cut the cost of our program literally in half. And this is something that I think this is something that the United Kingdom figured out when they did schooling. So if there are any Britbongers here, although it's really late, Britbongers, initially Bonger school was free for everybody, but it just didn't work. They were never able to get the, Destiny, you're double subtracting the 3 million. Wait, no, I'm not. Wait, am I? I have 700 people that I need to raise money for. $10,000 a person. It's going to be 7 million. Then I've got 300 people, but they're going to be paying in 10,000. So they raise 3 million. Wait, no, yeah, we're fine. So that would mean that I would need to raise 4 million in taxes, right? Oh, wait, fuck. Hold on, wait. No, it wouldn't be 4 million. It would be, I think he's right. Wait, oh no, wait, is he not right? Oh God, wait, he's fucking me up. Wait, no, wait. Am I right or is he right? Wait, hold on. Everyone in chat is giving conflicting answers. Wait, you guys are all saying that I'm right, but I don't think so. I think I'm wrong. I think that you're not incorrect. These people need to pay in 7 million. These people need to pay in 3 million. So if these people pay in 3 million, you need 7 million. 3 million is paid for by the rich people, but you still need the 7 million, right? Wait, no, because these people still need to pay in, right? Wait, the government cost is just 7 million. I don't know why we subtracted this. Oh, fuck, it's too late to be doing this. Are the 300 people paying double? No, why would they pay double? Wait, why were so many of you guys saying it was right? This wasn't correct. Who is the one? Captain O. Purple names, okay? Are the only ones allowed to do this, okay? What are you guys doing? Fuck, I feel like I had something else that I wanted to say with this, but now I've completely fucking lost my mind on it. It's too late for this shit. I should be working on my manifesto. You guys fucked me hard. UK schools? Oh, I know that Bonger schools used to be completely free, and then they started to introduce basically a little bit of cost for people, and I think the added cost ended up working better because you end up bringing more money into your system than what would have been there otherwise. Are the 300 not paying the government for this training? They went from a cost to a revenue. That means they count as a net 6 million. Wait, is it? Hold on, wait, why is this so wait, why is my brain melting? Wait, were we hold on. I need to pay. I need to raise 10 million. Yeah, that covers, right? Wait, hold on. We're so torn on this. Wait, hold on. Wait, what are you trying? Wait, I don't know. My brain is leaking out of my head. Hold on. I think you're trying to put something in sheets not meant for this. No, we can do this. They don't need to be paid for 3 million, and they pay in another 3 million. The money they pay only covers the expense of their own training. They would have to pay twice to cover the cost of the other nights. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, God, wait, hold on. Okay. If 1,000 people need $10,000 apiece, this costs $10 million, where we're covering all of it. But now let's say I need 700 people to be trained because we kick 300 people out. If they pay for their own training, that's still money that they pay for their own training, right? We still need to raise money for these 700 other people. You don't count this twice, right? Wait, do you count it twice? Why are some? Hold on, we're doing a poll. Hold on. Do you count it? Do you count it twice? Do you count it twice? Yes or no, or I don't know. Okay, the yeses are in very, very small minorities here. Okay. The yeses are a vocal minority that's loud. You guys are going to be part of the 300. Oh, it's 4 million. I was under the impression you're still training 1,000 people. No, it should be 7 million, I think. I'm pretty sure mentally, I think I'm double counting. You still need to raise 7 million in taxes. That's right. That is correct. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Just skip that. That's the point no one cares. Yeah, I'm just making sure my own mind is getting fucked. Okay, means testing is based, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. Oh, listen, okay? Google Spreadsheet is a program that has like a few basic like math tricks that you can use to add one column to another, okay? Excel is like the human brain. It's one of the most over-engineered programs in the world, okay? Excel is literally like a whole complete fucking programming language of crazy shit, all right? Here's an example of universalism being superior on a policy level if you're interested. Why are you leaving me a Medlock Medium post? What? Thank you. You would have solved this problem on Excel. True.
It's in their material interest not to show it. The idea that it's part of this like duplicitous scheme just isn't borne out. ContraPoints, Natalie hides her income on Patreon. Has Natalie ever tried to like disguise herself as like one of the pros? Natalie.
No, but I explicitly don't use... Wait, can somebody link my Twitter thread? I explicitly didn't even list Natalie as a person. I don't think ContraPoints has ever done that fake proletariat shit.
Natalie's usually pretty forthcoming about the fact that she's well.
God damn it.
On account of her YouTube stuff.
There are more examples. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. But I'm like... my problem are when people pretend that they're poor to be one of you so that they can pretend that they're fighting alongside with you. That triggers the fuck out of me. So one example I had of this is Brianna being like, I'm an unemployed journalist talking about a presidential candidate. It saddens me that you took time to weigh in on this, defending Pete's failures to capture black votes while he enjoys support from the Dem establishment. Anyways, got to get back to my racist mentions. Like, I don't know. There was another one where she talked about like, was it either her or co-host talked about like student loans. And like, I think both of these people are like fucking Harvard grads or some shit. And it's like, come on, dude. Really? And then there's Philosophy Tube, where she posted something about like not paying rent. And she's like, I'm not going to pay rent. Fuck that shit. Like, I'm not going to pay. It's like, dude, you probably make like 15 times more than your fucking landlord. Why? Why are you doing this? This is such a virtue signal. Fucking cringe. Hold
on. Like at all. And she's the largest bread tuber, like flat out, period. Like there's a...
You don't know if they're doing it for themselves or the other tenants. They haven't otherwise pretended to be poor. What do you... If that was true, then why wouldn't she just say like, hey, like, first of all, why wouldn't she just fucking cover the rent if she really wanted to be a good person? But secondly, why wouldn't she just say this is something you can post on? Why would she say that she was going down to fucking do it then? It's stupid.
A lot of social pressure in the online socialist community about hiding one's income because being poor is an aesthetic, but that's not the same as like it being an attempt to trick or deceive people, you know? These are not the same thing.
When your aesthetic is literally disguised like some fucking property of yourself, how is that not a trick by definition? Whoa.
They're not. They're just not. Their rhetoric is much more effective when they can start their calls to action with "we need to" instead of "you need to," despite them never actually doing anything to further anyone's material conditions outside their own. This is incredibly fucking stupid, okay? First of all, if you're an online content creator the size of Philosophy Tube, you're reaching more people than your average fucking television series, okay? Just in terms of, not major HBO stuff, but...
I'm not actually sure if that's true, but okay.
In terms of the actual number of people who you reach, like day to day with your content, that is doing stuff, okay? Propagating political ideology is part of the work. I don't know what you mean by furthering anyone's material conditions behind...
So you know what? I view life a little bit differently than a lot of other people, and I acknowledge that. I don't give anybody credit for like, I don't give anybody credit when what message they're trying to spread also coincidentally gets them a fuck ton of money. Like, I can still evaluate you based on like the wellness of your message, or like how logically consistent or whatever it is. Like, I make money doing what I do, right? Like, if somebody's doing something like that, that's cool. But I'm pretty sure if you go back and you ever listen to me ever say a single time that like, oh yeah, like I think I do some good, I'm pretty sure I always qualify that, but like I get paid a lot to do it as well, right? Like, I don't know. I think that like there is a lot of things that you can do to further your messages and your cause. And when the only things you ever do just happen to be the things that make you the most amount of money, it makes me feel like the important thing isn't really like furthering your cause. It makes me feel like the important thing is just making the most amount of money. So for instance, like imagine if somebody never talked to any congressional candidates ever, but as soon as like really popular ones showed up on Twitter, now they were like thirsty as fuck for those people's attention. Like that would be where it's like, okay, well, do you really care about like spreading like a particular message, or are you just clout chasing, right? Like, I think that there is like a difference between some of these things.
Besides your own, what a weak attempt at gesturing at hypocrisy on the part of the left. What a stupid fucking attempt. Jesus.
Fuck, I still feel like I'm watching a clone of myself. But now I disagree with it, so now I hate it. That's how you guys feel when you disagree with my Attack on Titan takes, right?
Christ.
It hurts me personally to see, like, but I guess, like, this is the problem that leftists have historically, huh? These are the Evo Moraleses of the world, is leftists want, this is why Che Guevara was so fucking based, right? Is that leftists want to do something, work for the people, blah, 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 but as soon as they get a little bit of power, they just want all of it. And they're like, fuck that shit. Give me the fucking power, homie. Fuck all that shit. And I guess that's why, arguably, Che Guevara was so based, right? Is he would do, like, a revolution, and he'd be like, all right, I'm bouncing up out of here. I'm going to go do another one. Peace. Yeah. But I guess it hurts to see so many, like, radical lefty people get money. I mean, they don't fucking do anything with it. Here's a question. Can you think of a single lefty on the internet that has been as politically effective as Nick Fuentes? And Nick Fuentes is banned off of like 20 different fucking platforms. And he's got people on the fucking streets, groypers, that are going to fucking conferences with Charlie Kirk. Like people that are getting like mainstream headlines, right? Like, where the fuck are the lefties at for this type of shit? Right? Like, what the fuck? And the lefties have so much more ability to raise money because they are corporate safe and they're on all of these platforms. Like, they can make so much more and mobilize so much more. They have so much more mainstream support. And they're completely and totally ineffective. It's so hilarious. Lefties will get on Twitter and complain that Democrats are ineffective and can't do anything. Meanwhile, lefties can't even win office. Like, they're worthless. And even outside of office, they can't do anything. Like, even Brianna is only famous because she's piggybacking off of her reputation from Bernie Sanders. Like,
is that what socialism is? Socialism is when you make a certain amount of money on Patreon, you then redistribute that money to your followers? What does that mean?
I guess, like, the way that I would view it is that, like, I think that if there are things that are important in your life, I feel like your money should go to that, even if it hurts a little bit. That's how I live my life, right? Or I like to think I do. Like, I pay my child support, I pay for my kid's house, and I pay for a vehicle for his mom. It's like $600 a month. She's a fucking Jeep Cherokee, okay? Because these are things that I think are important in my life. Sometimes I'll take hits to my content to do things that I think are politically important. So, for instance, all the congressional candidate interviews that we did, and then as of recently, I've tried to sink like some real life money into like some political work on the ground because I think that's important. If you're somebody that believes like in radically changing a system, I also pay everybody that works with me very well. if you've ever done work for me before, you've generally gotten paid very well too. Because I think that's important. Because if you work with me, I want you to have a good experience, and because I make a lot of money. I paid $5,000 for like 11 songs for D&D. I pay people for my merch work. I pay my editor pretty well. Like I pay everybody. Like I pay out like decent. Wait, hold on. I take the L rhetorically on so many things, but I'm pushing back more 2021. You know, like I kind of made fun of the fact that I took the PPP loans, for instance. And I'm like, oh, like maybe people like me don't need them. Because I could have gotten by without the PPP loan. But you know what? I realize now why some people make fun of me so hardcore for it. And it's because they don't actually pay anybody to do anything. For the first 2 months of this year, so far, I've paid out about $33,600 in wages to other people. And I haven't paid my YouTube guy his second payment yet. Because I don't have money in my PayPal right now. So if I would have paid him, I would have paid out about like $45,000, I think, in wages, like 2.5 months into the year, right? But like, I think that it's important that if I make money, that I'm not just going, yes, this year, yes. I think that it's important that like if I make money, that I should be like funneling this to like other people, because I don't know, that's an important value to me. Like, why would I just sit here and hoard it when like other people can get work and I can grow my stuff and other people can do well? Like, so like, I don't know, when I see somebody that's going to sit here and say, when I see somebody that's going to sit here and talk about how socialism and the revolution and we need to help and empower people and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, wow, that's awesome. Like, what do you do? Well, I get the message out on my YouTube channel where I run advertisements, where I get sponsors, and where I have a Patreon to pay for every single episode. It's like, okay. Like, it seems like you could do something, like anything. And the funny thing is that like people will counter you with that dumbass comic over and over again. They'll come out like, oh, well, just because I live in a society doesn't mean I can't be rich. And they'll have that with the guy popping up, and it's like, damn, like if you're gonna go that hardcore, like why can't Bezos just use that comic when you guys make fun of him, right? Like, what's wrong with Bezos being a billionaire or whatever, right? Like he lives in a capitalist society and he participates in it. Maybe Bezos is a socialist, but like he lives in a society just like you do, so he can't do anything about it, right? Like, I don't know, man. That just seems crazy to me. How do you find your saved Reddit posts? Profile. Oh, saved. Like, I see stuff like this, and it's crazy to me.
So, chat, I recently saw something that was funny. And I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Two things. Can I just say a couple things? I know everybody's been ignoring this shit. That's not a...
Hold on. I'm sorry, real quick. Don't be insane. There is obviously a difference in scale. Besides, Bezos offshores taxes and violates rights of his workers through union repression. Any crime that you can levy at Bezos, you can levy at a huge streamer. I don't know if you know this, my dude, but when you work for Twitch, it's owned by Amazon. Like, this platform is subsidized by all of that fucking slave labor that you think is so fucking horrible. Like, you're on this platform, like, you can sit here and pretend that, like, well, technically, streaming's not exploitation because nobody else, I'm not profiting off of anybody else's labor. Yeah, you are, you dumb motherfucker. You saying that you're not profiting off of somebody else's labor is like a libertarian saying they don't want to pay taxes because they're not going to get anything out of it. And they ignore all of the costs of society that have gone into like making like their life possible, right? Like, the only reason why Twitch works as a platform is because you're working off the labor of so many other people. Even if you don't directly employ them, you're benefiting from that labor. Like, what are you talking about? Like, oh, this clip though.
Happy December. But as
now, to be fair, obviously there's going to be like a different level of responsibility between like between maybe Bezos and somebody that streams on Twitch. But like, I don't know, man. When I see people making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a year calling for revolution and they just do nothing with their money, like, I don't know. It makes me wonder, like, do you actually believe in anything you say? Destiny, sure, but where else can they promote their ideology? In a sense, utilizing Twitch to create such a society can do more to benefit Twitch workers. Dog, you just made the iPhone meme. Wait, what? I don't know what the iPhone meme is. I don't know what you're saying. But like, I don't know. Why can't you like start up a co-op? Why can't socialists earn big bucks? I've never said that. I never said that ever. Wait, how are you so fucking brain dead? I've talked to you. I know you're not that fucking stupid. You must be emotional over the topic, and it's impairing your ability to think. Philosophy too. YouTube. You can make money, but if all you do as a socialist is make money and then hoard it and do nothing with it, what the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing? Do you not it feels like you don't, I don't know. And this is what I've said before, and I understand here that I view things a little bit differently than the average person. I understand that. I just don't care what people say at all. I do not care what somebody says they believe in. I don't care what somebody says that they think about some things. All I care about is how people act. Because a lot of people will talk a lot of shit, but when it's actually time to step up and do something or to act in a certain way, everything crumbles and they are a completely different person. Right now, there are no cooperatively owned streaming platforms on the same scale as Twitch. Sure, I'm not saying you have to be on a co-op streaming platform. I'm just saying, like, it feels like you should do something to further a cause. Like, discuss socialism with me. It just seems to me that you were criticizing lefties for making money. I don't think any reasonable person would come away thinking that I believe that. You can't possibly think that. Did you put large amounts of money into causes prior to the Georgia canvassing? Genuinely curious. I don't know. No, but I don't really have like fuck tons of disposable income ever. I have way less money than people think I do because I've always carried like a decent amount of expenses with me because Rachel and Nathan like eat up a lot of like my extra money. And then living in California has been expensive. And then I pay people to do work and shit. Like I have like a fair amount. I've always carried a fair amount of expenses. Oh yeah, like I have my house and everything too. But like because I'm seeing like people, when I see people with like no kids, no family, single person living in an apartment, making like $250,000 a month, it's like fuck. Like where the fuck does all your money go? Like.
I know everybody's...
Sorry.
Yeah, I recently saw something that was funny. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Two things. Can I just say a couple things? I know everybody's been ignoring this shit. That's not a Pepe La simp. But as a former campaign worker, I'm going to say something about the Georgia canvassing. If I had gotten that amount of money, it would have been national news. I would have hired 3 professional organizers. They would have had absolutely blowout turnout.
You would have hired 3 professional organizers for $20,000 for 2 months of work. And also, let's say for instance, let's say you could do this. You are sitting on almost 5,000 subs. You're a single guy. Why not fucking do it? What do you spend your money on? Like, you have this money. Why are you pretending like you don't? I think most revolutionary people understand that revolution isn't a feasible way to achieve the end goal of socialist ideology. On this subject, I think streamers are kind of afraid or pessimistic on the process of achieving with an alternative model of the business. But like, why not do anything? I don't know, man. I feel like if I sat around with some socialist streamers, I feel like I could think of some ways that we could spend our money to like champion a cause. Maybe we could find like a socialist mayor somewhere and support him, or like some socialist like state representative, or maybe we could like. Do you consider donating to charity to act out your morality? Yeah, I mean, I guess you can a little bit, but like, I mean, nobody really donates to charity that much. No streamer people do or whatever. I don't know why it's assumed that within socialism, everyone is forced to do anything in their power to further their ideology. They are doing enough promoting their ideology in the first place. To use their money in the best way possible would be better, but it doesn't mean not doing so is hypocritical or against their moral. Okay, yeah, I guess it's fair. I guess. What would be the difference then between a socialist that believes in their causes and a grifter? I'm curious, because under what you're saying, you're allowing anybody that's a grifter to come in and get rich as a socialist, like if they wanted to, because you don't expect them to actually do anything to like further any causes except for to just make YouTube videos. Like, what's the difference at that point then between like somebody that you follow that is like I don't know, that seems crazy to me. The problem is that being successful as a content creator has nothing to do with furthering an ideological cause. Why not? You don't think that? You don't think that if you're successful, you shouldn't try to like use that to uplift other people? Is that not like a... You don't believe in that? If that feels to me like something that you should want to do, especially if you're a socialist, right? Like, socialism implies a lot more than just like some fucking means or mode of production. Like, it usually carries a lot of like usually carries like a lot of like ethical or moral consideration behind it as well. It seems weird that like you could live as like an ultra rich socialist and do nothing with your money. That just seems crazy to me. But I don't know. Would you talk to Vosh about this? It seems like you're one of the only commentators on the left that takes it serious enough. It could be interesting. I don't know. If he wants to, I guess, but I was taught that pocket watching is never a good idea. I'm not talking about like, I hate this conversation. I hate this conversation because like nobody can like have this conversation in a reasonable manner. Everybody's just like immediately like, you don't need to know how much fucking money, or like everybody just like goes crazy. All I'm saying, and this is like a very, very, very basic thing. Like, if you're like a good human being, you should do this. If you have the means to do so, you should be living the values that you preach. If you do not live the values that you preach, you mean nothing as a person. You're worthless. You're an absolute garbage human being. Or that's how I view you, at least. And I think that's how society should view you. If you preach some principle all day long and you don't live that value, then you should just shut the fuck up and go do what, or go do something else. Like, don't tell anybody anything, because your word means nothing. Do you literally just want people to advocate for their ideas more than just sitting at the computer saying the same shit? Yeah, sure. Just do something. At what point would it be enough? Just donating like $5,000, having a famous go out and do canvassing, or donating until you subsist off of bread? Can't you just let these people grift? Obviously, they operate in a market that is... I'm just saying do something. I'm just saying do something, right? So in terms of like what I'm doing now, I think it would be really cool. Well, I already think it's really cool if people look back on me and it's like, oh, well, what did you do to further something you believed in? It's like, oh, like I mobilized my I tried to interview like Congress people. I did like a lot of debates. I tried to go on talk shows. I mobilized people to go canvass in Georgia for Senate runoffs. And now I'm doing this thing in Omaha for mayor. Like, these are things that are important to me. Not just like running my channels and making lots of money, right? Because, well, I mean, that could be important to me. That's also just like, that's shit I'm going to do anyway because I want to fucking make money, right? But I feel like it's crazy that there are so many ultra wealthy people that are left-leaning content creators. Like, well, what did you do to further your cause? And it's like, well, I still make YouTube videos and stream, and that furthers my cause. They also all coincidentally make me very wealthy, but like, I don't know, like, it just seems like this is actually a Mitch Jones take? How is this a Mitch Jones take? Somebody in chat said Kyle Kalinske lives his values. You know what? I fucking hate Kyle Kalinske. But actually, yeah. Him and Cenk made the Justice Dems, right? Apparently you have Vosh blocked on Discord? How? Oh, on Discord. Oh, I think I removed him a long time ago. And I think I just blocked him. Fuck, I don't even know how to find my block list on Discord. Just kidding, I found it. The focus on realness and all that, betting against people that he considers fake, even if it makes them money. Oh, well, the reason why I criticize Mitch Jones is because, like, obsessing over whether or not streamers are real is silly because they're fucking streamers. They're just entertainers. But I would classify people that call themselves socialists and then go online and do, like, YouTube, Twitch. Like, I think that's, like, a little bit different, right? My understanding is the philosophy credits 100 people at the end of her videos. Could this not apply to her as well? I already lots of expenses. No, Philosophy Tube does not have a lot of expenses. The reason why I know that is because when she did her big write-up about all of her expenses, she didn't list a single dollar amount. When you don't say how much money you're making, it's because you don't want people to know how much money you're making. And that's probably because you think that you're making more than you should be. That's my guess. And I feel pretty confident about that hutch. I would bet money on that. That's probably what's going on. But there's a reason why Philosophy Tube did her whole write-up on her budget and her expenses and everything, and she didn't include a single number anywhere. Like, why isn't making YouTube vids / streaming enough? Because, like, I think that the measure of who you are, I think the measure of your character is whether or not you can step out and do something that makes you uncomfortable. Or something that at least requires a little bit more effort than just, like, making money off of things, right? Like, I don't know. Does it seem weird that, like, all of your advocacy coincidentally makes you rich? Like, you don't think that seems a little... Maybe it doesn't to some people? No, wait, hold on. I'm being way too meek about this. Let me... Because I'm an adult, okay? Let me retune my rhetoric here. Okay? The only thing that matters is what you do and how you act. And if every single way that you help people is also self-serving, then it means that you're probably more concerned with enriching yourself than you are with promoting any of the ideals that you claim to be. That's it. That's what I'm saying. Should advocacy be done for free? I think providing an incentive would be fine, right? Yeah, it can be, sure. Can't you say that any kind of anti-capitalist art is grifting if the artist isn't putting that money into socialist activism? I'm not saying, like, again, please listen to what I'm saying and stop putting so many other weird thoughts in it. I'm not saying it's wrong for a socialist to make money or that they have to donate every dollar until they're living in poverty or that they have, like, I'm just saying, like, where does the money go? Like, if I look at people like Hassan is making millions, right? Or Mike from PA is making a good 6-figure now. Or, you know, Philosophy Tube is making a lot of money. The Brianna person is making a lot, 35,000 an episode. Not Cumtown. What was that other, Chapo Trap House is making hundreds of thousands. Like, do these people have, like, any lefty projects at all to show for any of this? Like, or is it really every dollar that you earn and then every activity that you do all just goes towards, like, enriching yourself? I don't know. That just makes me wonder. Yeah. But I unblocked Vosh. If he wants to message me, he can do it. So that kind of makes sense, though. If you spend all your thoughts thinking it is the job of the government to meet the needs of the press, etc., a byproduct is going to be a thought gap between your own money and the government's. They've probably never even considered that there might be any overlap. That sounds like a very capitalist take on things, right? Do you have these thoughts before you got active yourself and weren't able to say them, or do you only think of them after Destiny? I like to think that I live my life by my principles, but I'm pretty sure I have throughout, like, I try to do that for my entire life. It's not just a matter of being a streamer either. It could be a matter of, like, your personal life as well. But I think the easy example is not having an abortion, right? Yeah, but I don't like to bring that up because it sounds really shitty. But yeah. But yeah, obviously having Nathan was probably the most difficult decision in my entire life. But like, I guess like that's the difference in terms of like how I view myself. It's kind of like how I feel like a lot of like streamers can be shameless. Like people just go out and have no values whatsoever. And my biggest thought at the time was that like if I went through and I had an abortion after being pro-life for so long, I couldn't have like taken myself seriously at all. Like I could have never, because in my mind that's another one of those like, oh well, wow, you were pro-life your whole life and now you have an accidental pregnancy with an ex-girlfriend that you guys fucking hate each other. Now you want to get an abortion. Wow, how convenient. It's like, wait, well fuck, if I got an abortion now, like my word literally means nothing. Why would I say anything to anybody if when it's time for me to make a difficult decision, I can't do it, right? So it's all about optics. It's not about optics, man. Do you people have no principles in your lives at all? I don't understand you guys. You guys kill me. I don't know what exists. I don't know how you guys view yourselves as like human beings. Like if I talk about something here, like I live what I talk about. Like, and you should live what you talk about. I don't know if it's an American thing or what, or where the fuck you people are coming from, but like, god damn. It's like, I feel like people have no fucking integrity. Like, Jesus. Do you think Rachel would have aborted if you pushed her far? Yeah, of course. She asked me what I wanted to do. Do you have any personal stories where you lived by the morals you preached? I remember that one story about your car getting jacked really helped get your point across. It feels weird to tell stories of myself being a good person. That sounds like super fucking circle jerky. It's uncomfortable. Like, all I'll say is that, like, if you have ever in your life if you've ever heard of anybody hang out with me in a public setting, like, I am exceedingly nice to anybody that I come across. I think Bella made fun of me once because when we were in a parking lot, some woman was trying to get like chairs from like the store to her car, and I helped her move the shit over and pack her car. Or when I got off the plane today, I saw there was a guy trying to sit down and he had crutches and obviously he was having difficulty. It's like, oh, I can put these up for you, get him down at the end. Or when we were in the airport with Melina, we walked by a couple people and it's like pretty clear that they're lost. Like, hey, can I help you? And they don't really speak English. It's like, oh, do you need help? Blah, blah, blah. Like, show them on their Google Map thing how to figure stuff. Like very, 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 those are all like very minor things, like little things like that. Oh, anytime if I'm in my neighborhood, this is something where somebody did this for me once and I will never fucking forget it. We were working a carpet cleaning job. It wasn't a carpet cleaning job. Technically, it was a power cleaning job because we were spraying the, I don't know what you call the outdoor carpets or whatever. We were doing that. And when the guy showed up, the person's house we were working for, he brought like donuts, which was awesome. I thought that was sick as fuck. So anytime, if I was driving to or from my house or my neighborhood, if anybody's roof is ever being worked on or if people are ever doing work, if I see that, I will make it a point to go to Dunkin' Donuts and you can get 24 donuts and 10 coffees and like a bag of like sugar and cream and bring it back because everybody appreciates that. Especially if they're outside working, like, oh, hey, here's donuts, like, have fun or whatever for people. Like, there are, like, things like that. But, like, I can do these things because these things mean they cost me nothing, right? I can spend $50 on donuts and coffee. But, like, for the people that are actually out working, like, this means a lot to people. Like, it's such a... Like, if you ever see people working, like, construction or outdoors or whatever, showing up with, like, 24 donuts and, like, a bunch of coffees with, like, cream and sugar, like, it's such a wonderful thing for people. Like, I'm just saying, like, stuff like that. Okay, I'm not going to, like, jerk myself up. But, like, I feel like if you have the means to like be a good person or like help people, oh yeah, like the Lily shit or whatever, yeah, you should like do stuff like this. Like, but it's not even I feel like it should come natural to you. I don't know. Like, I feel like I talk a lot about like, no, I guess I don't really talk a lot about being nice to other people because I always come off as an asshole on stream all the time. But like treating other people well is a really important thing to me, especially if you're in a privileged position. Man, I live a better life than like 99% of people in America, let alone on the rest of the planet, right? Like, you can give a little back. It doesn't hurt that much to do like a little bit to help people or to like, you know, yeah, I don't know. Why is treating other people well important to you? I think that you can put in such a minuscule amount of effort to make somebody else feel so much better about like their day. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, if you have the ability to do that, why wouldn't you do that? Like, it's so easy. And then for me, money-wise, is so easy sometimes to do like a lot for somebody. So like a few times I've been like in it. The thing that sucks is I feel like these are stories that people would make up. So I'm trying to only do things that other people see me do. But like, if you ask people that hung out with me, like if somebody in front of me's card gets canceled at like a grocery store, like I can pick up their groceries. It's not a big deal. And people are usually insanely grateful for that. Like it is like it will like, because for some people like buying groceries, it's a decent cost, right? But like, yeah, and then everybody in the store claps or whatever. Yeah, wreckful. Oh God, that cringe fucking clip. Destiny, I wouldn't do that because they wouldn't do the same. I think that part of giving to other people is that there should be an expectation that you're not going to get anything back for it. Because I think that's what like really, I think that's what good people do. Yeah, I don't know, man, dude. One time when I had my GTI, back when I thought that all season tires were actually good, I got stuck in my fucking driveway once. I don't know if I told this story on screen before. I think I did. I got stuck in my driveway once, and I was trying to get to work, and I was fucked. There was no fucking way I was ever getting out of my, I was never getting out of my driveway. It just wasn't going to happen. And the fucking Mexican guy from across the street, it must have been like fucking 4 or 5 a.m. This guy comes over, and he spends like 30 minutes digging my tires out. This guy can't speak any English. It was like unreal. Like, and I couldn't believe this guy spent so much time like in my car. And I never saw that dude again. When I started streaming, I tried to go back to that house. I bought like $400 in fucking Walmart gift cards or some shit. And I wanted to, and I went back to the house. Like, oh shit, like I've got money now. Like I should like give this guy something. And I went back and I knocked on the door, and it was some other random fucking family that lived there. And I never found that guy. But like, I don't know. I think that like the world works better when you like, I don't know, like people should just be like helping. People should be like looking out for other people. Yeah, Maya is actually doing shit. She actually does shit. She created some nonprofit thing. She's constantly fundraising for her animal stuff. Doesn't that get reductive, i.e. giving money to all homeless, or do you kind of have to mentally budget what you can buy? I mean, I think you should just like make like a decent effort. Like, I'm not bankrupting myself. Like, all of the things that I've mentioned aren't big expenses to me. I'm not bankrupting myself to help anybody, right? They're just like little acts of like kindness or whatever that you can show to other people that make people like so much happier throughout the day. Well, if it isn't Vaush Vidya back on Twitch.
Yeah, for now. We'll see how long that lasts, huh?
Well, as long as we don't talk about the Middle Eastern people.
Look, we had a very, very nuanced discussion about that in a debate panel earlier. All right, what are you talking about? I was reading donos. I didn't get a chance to catch up on the context of this discussion.
Well, I don't know. I only made it like 2 fucking minutes into your... I don't even think I made it that far. You got really mad that I said that people should probably like spend money on things that are important to them. If they want to like make a change, they should like actually do something. And it feels a little bit creepy when like all of these lefties are getting like mega rich on these like content platforms, and they like hide the amount of money they make, and they don't like seem to be doing anything proactive. It just feels a little bit shitty.
Okay, we got a lot of points built up. All right, so we can take them one at a time. So your argument... Let me make sure I'm steelmanning this properly. Your argument is that you think if you're an advocate for a given political ideology and you make a lot of money, that you should probably use that money in responsible ways, such to the effect that you can propagate your political ideology, right?
Yeah, not all of it. You don't have to be poor, and it's not so much that like there should be some minimum spending or whatever. I would just imagine that like if you're a socialist and you truly believe in all of these ideas, that like you would probably try to find projects or things that you could invest in to kind of like, I don't know, further those causes in the world. That's what I would imagine if you really truly believed about these things. If you're really strongly believing these things.
And you think it'd be a fault against that person if they didn't do that to a sufficient extent?
Or to any extent, yeah, for sure. To a sufficient extent, I mean, we can quibble over like how much should, but like if they're not doing anything at all, it's like, well, damn, what the fuck?
Right, okay. So we're talking, this is all about Abigail, right? I think that was the
Not all about
context
Abigail.
of
It's about a lot of lefty creators, but I mean, we can focus on Abigail first if you want.
Okay. Okay, point by point. So you say that hiding income is bad, right?
Doesn't have to be, but if you're a socialist, it feels kind of weird. But yeah.
I don't like hiding income either, but I don't think it has to do with socialism thing. I just think when people donate to you or sub to your Patreon or whatever, they should be doing so with a reasonable understanding of the type of person they're contributing money to, you know?
What type of person?
Oh, like
Well,
income wise.
So it's interesting to me because like I'll see a lot of lefties will make arguments on it's okay. It's funny to me because I'll see a lot of people will make arguments saying things like wages should all be public. The reason why wages are hidden is because your employer is trying to take advantage of you. And on one end, that's kind of true. However, there are legitimate reasons why some high-paid individuals might want to keep their wages private, like we see every single lefty content creator do. So it's funny that they opt to keep their wages private, but then on the other hand, will say things like, well, all wages should be public. That's just the boss trying to screw you over. It's like, well, hold on. It seems like you know why you want to keep your money secret is because you don't want people, like, I guess, having other demands or expectations of you.
Well, there are differences between the way that pans out when you have coworkers who are being paid wages by a boss, where there might be discrepancies in how much different people are being paid or differences in the contracts, versus like a YouTube channel where you're getting your money off Patreon and you're not inherently tied to a wage from any larger institution, right?
Yeah, but is it really, is the difference there meaningful? Because it seems to me that the reason why we get upset about different wages being paid to different workers is because we feel like, well, hold on, all of you guys are doing similar work. This is bullshit. Why is one of you getting paid so much more than the other? But when it comes to content creation, it seems like, well, hold on, I'm getting paid more than you because I'm more popular than you, even if you are doing the same work or even less work. So it seems like, if anything, that should be an even stronger cause for like being public with like, hey, this is how much money I make.
Well, I think it should be public in both cases, but for different reasons. I do think that sometimes different people doing the same work get paid different amounts, and that making wages public would make it easier for workers to collectively organize. But I also think the reason why you should expose your income if you're a Patreon person is so you can't play up a narrative that you're some basement dwelling, like you're saving up to, you sold your kidney and you're saving up to buy the stitches and you can't afford X and Y when you make $20,000 a month. I think that's exploitative. Very often people will, they'll that's not preying on your audience, but they'll manufacture a narrative where they need the money more than they do.
Sure, it's like girls that are saying like, oh, I'm so single and lonely and blah, blah, blah. And they like try to get guys to donate to them or some shit. And then they have like a husband or whatever. It's like, okay, well, that's exploitative.
I'm rich, you're rich, Hassan's really fucking rich. If people are going to donate to any of us, I think they should do so understanding that, I mean, they're not putting a sandwich in our mouths or anything. They should do it because they like the content.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree on that.
Okay.
But about this spending money for socialist causes thing.
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, I could brainstorm some things if you want, but I mean, like, I'm not a socialist, so I haven't thought about it much.
Okay. Well, do you have any? Because, I mean, you say putting money towards some kind of project to advocate your political ideology.
Sure.
It'd be easy to make the hypocrite argument with anybody else, but you've actually put a lot of money down for your
well, no, even if I hadn't put any money down, though, I could get away with it because I don't make it like my like mode of economic production is not like a moral argument. I don't ascribe morality to capitalism the same way that like a socialist might say that it's like an inherently immoral system.
Well, you ascribe morality to whichever system you believe best brings society in a direction that meets your axiomatic values, right? You think that's capitalism.
Yeah, but like the difference is that like the I don't believe that the participation in capitalism is inherently immoral, but I think that some of the outcomes might be immoral. But a socialist would say that the participation in capitalism to some extent could be immoral if you're a capital owner, like just regardless of the outcome. Even if, so like Marx, for instance, would say, even in a perfectly equitable society, if the workers don't own the means of production, there's still exploitation going on there, right? Mm-hmm. So like, so I think that like if you are like if you have like very strong values related to like economic arguments, it just feels like you should do something to do that. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I just real quick. Okay, I'm not gonna get like mean with you or whatever, but I just want to point out that like, so like this guy in your chat, Destiny, be like, you claim to be socialist, but you haven't donated your entire income to charity. Curious. Man, Phil Wynn, you are really fucking stupid. I'm so sorry that you have to live your existence. Okay.
Well, this guy in your chat just said Vosh Tony W. You want to answer for that?
What's wrong with Tony W?
I don't like the look he's giving me. I'm not going to lie.
Here's something that I think would be really interesting, okay? And now keep in mind, I'm not a socialist, so I don't think about this a lot, okay? But like, this is just off the top of my head. So I think you can franchise a McDonald's for like $1 million or whatever. I think it's about $1 million. I think you can franchise McDonald's. What if you got a bunch of lefties together, you get a joint loan, and you franchise McDonald's, and like the payout structure and like the ruling of that McDonald's was like a co-op? That would be sick as fuck. And it would be cool. It would be a McDonald's. So it's like the symbol of fucking capitalism. It's like imagine successfully running a McDonald's as like a co-op with a bunch of money, and you've got like managers and workers and all this shit that are all like have like democratic decisions in the workplace. Like that would be like one example of like that would be a sick ass experiment. That would be really cool.
Yeah, I can't deny that. I think I need to run back to this participation in capitalism thing.
Sure.
I don't know. I can't speak for other people's values. There are a lot of dumb fuck lefties. I don't know how much they get misinterpreted, but for me personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with an individual maximizing their outcomes within an unethical system like capitalism, especially if they're a socialist, because it increases the likelihood that they'll be able to achieve political and economic power.
Does that mean
I would love it if we had socialists who were go-getter business majors, so when the day comes or something, we have people in legitimate positions of power, as opposed to a bunch of college students and
you understand that like with that mentality you could never criticize Bezos again though, right?
Well, I don't criticize Bezos. I tend to
really
criticize. Oh, okay, hold on. It's entirely possible that I've misspoke. Generally speaking, and I do hold to this, I try to criticize the systems that allow people like Bezos to exist. Now, there have definitely been times where I've said, like, fucking Bezos, but I don't really think I levy my criticisms at individuals and how they use this system, you know?
Okay, that's interesting because, like, so what you're giving me right now is the most capitalist take. Actually, Devin Nash made this argument to me a long time ago, which was funny. But basically, the idea is that if you want to do good things, you should live as the most brutal, ruthless capitalist in the world so that you can amass as much money as possible. And then using that money, you leverage it for good causes. So, for example, people like Bill Gates or people like Jeff Bezos. I think Bezos is starting like a fund for, I don't remember the project or whatever, but he's doing like charitable stuff now that he's going to be serving on the board instead of CEO.
Well, those wouldn't meet my criteria for doing good with the wealth that you've achieved.
You don't think Bill Gates would?
I actually think that Bill Gates in some ways has done harm to our understanding of welfare programs, because by privatizing or charitizing, by making charity the means by which we engage in, I know he's done a lot of really good work in Africa. I feel like it assigns a responsibility with regards to those social problems, like what if a billionaire took care of it? And I think those questions or those assumptions have a lot of really negative long-term implications with a prioritization of charity over real, effective, foundational social programs.
And I can understand that, but can you, so these two positions seem odd to me. So what you just said was that it can be dangerous, and I agree with you, by the way, to some extent, that like having billionaires cure diseases and stuff is really cool, but it's also a little bit scary because it's like, okay, well, hold on, should the job of like billionaires or like, do we need to rely on billionaires to take care of these problems for us? Like, that's really scary. I don't know if that's like a positive, but like, how do you square that away with your belief that people should maximize their existence under capitalism so that they can become those very same billionaires that are the ones like solving those problems? How do you?
Well, haven't you worked your way out of this snafu before? How do you think you're getting taxed enough? You, I mean.
Um, Probably not. It could probably be higher.
Yeah, but you're going to move to a place that has lower taxes. I think you push for institutional change while trying to maximize whatever benefits you can accrue within a system, even if you think that system is unjust. Now, I could be assigning moral weight here that's not justified, but I imagine that you probably think the low taxes on wealthy people, and we have right now, are unjust because they do not accurately reflect the necessary funding of social programs that we need. But you still take advantage of that.
Real quick, so like a lot of people have a lot of trouble with this distinction. I don't know why. I don't think that paying taxes or not paying tax. I don't think that taxes have anything to do with morality. I don't care if people pay taxes or don't pay taxes. Like what I'm focused on is, do we have the social programs that we need? Whether or not I'm living in a high tax state or a low tax state has zero bearing on whether or not any of those social programs exist. And I don't make an inherent judgment on the morality of paying high taxes versus paying medium taxes. So I can do whatever I want, and I don't think I run into any hypocritical problems there. But the problem is a socialist inherently makes moral statements related to capitalism. So I think it makes.
Depends
I think
on
the bar
what
is.
you mean by inherent. I mean, so do you think it's less moral for a civilization, for a country to not have the wealth necessary to pay out good social programs? Like, is there any moral difference?
Yeah, that would be bad.
Then wouldn't that be you making a moral statement about a society having unjustly low taxes? Because you wouldn't be able to accrue the wealth.
But whether or not you individually pay high or low taxes has no bearing on that, right? You're looking at the outcome. You're looking at like the entirety of a system, right? Your individual contribution.
I completely agree. Yeah. And likewise, I think that if a socialist makes a decent amount of money or even gets invested in Wall Street speculation or business, that their actions have nothing to do with whether or not capitalism or socialism is going to be around tomorrow, and that in the meantime, they're just doing what they can to further their own interests within that system. Okay. And the nice thing, the benefit, is if they do use that power and influence to do good for their social or economic system, obviously, I think that's a good thing.
Okay, so here's a question that I have for you. Let's say that we have two vegans, okay? Let's say that one guy is a vegan because he believes that it will bring about very positive changes in the environment. And let's say that another guy is a vegan because he thinks that like consuming like dead and tortured and murdered animals is like just ethically wrong, period. It's disgusting.
I'm sorry, wait. Could you repeat the first one?
First guy is vegan for environmental reasons. And the second guy is vegan because he thinks it's totally horribly wrong to murder sentient beings and then to consume their corpses, right? Do you think that if both of these people occasionally ate meat, do you think that it would mean the same thing to both those people? Do you think both would be equally hypocritical?
That's a pretty tough question to answer.
I think it's a super simple question to answer.
Well, I'd have to put myself in their headspaces. I imagine that both of them would feel hypocritical to some extent, but it would probably be worse for the latter, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah. So I would think that in one case, right, the environmental vegan is not placing a moral like judgment on the act of eating or not eating like an animal. Right? He's looking at the outcome related to it. Now, if occasionally he eats meat, he's not really doing much to affect a different outcome, right? If he eats meat every now and then, he's not making a substantial difference in the environment, so he could do it. I don't know if he's really hypocritical. Like, if he is vegan most of the time, that's cool, but like if he's trying to advocate for the change that would bring about the environmental change that he's looking for, him eating meat every now and then isn't really a big deal. But if the other guy is ethically vegan because he's opposed to the consumption of animals because he thinks that's murder, well, now him eating meat ever is really fucked up. That's really wrong. Like, well, hold on. You're directly engaging in something that is just ethically not permissible. This is really bad. So I think that the two of these people could have a similar...
But I'm a consequentialist. So wouldn't both of those points ultimately boil down? If both of them were consequentialists, wouldn't both of those ultimately boil down to when I eat meat, it contributes harm to the world?
I think that even if we were consequentialists, we could still look at these two actions as being like...
Sure, but at the end of the day, that would be the ultimate argument. That disgust with the act of eating meat would be because consequentially you believe that eating meat reinforces some social rule where it's okay to do harm to animals and so on and so forth. You would have to run the logic train a bit, but at the end of the day, it would be about the harm done.
Well,
Otherwise, it wouldn't be a consequentialist argument.
yeah, of course. But in the logic train, the harm done, the consequences are different for both people. So, for instance, for the first vegan, that's the consequences of his action is he contributes a trivial amount of pollution. That's the consequence. And that's a little bit bad, but it's like not really that big a deal. But for the second guy, the consequence is like he's directly partaken in like consuming part of an animal. And that consequence just right then and there is horrible. The consequences of both actions are significantly different because where they put like the moral weight of what they're doing, right? The first guy just wants to change a system. The second guy thinks that every one of those individual acts is bad. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. Then I think this would be applicable only if socialists were stupid enough to take the perspective of the latter person. You don't like the way our society operates right now in a number of ways. You obviously have political opinions. I feel the same way. Our endpoints are different. But at the end of the day, my belief that our society is unethical because it's not socialist, and your belief that our society, you wouldn't say is unethical. I believe that society could be improved with the implementation of certain policies, as do you. And while I believe the current system is flawed, I don't think that the act of flourishing within the system is necessarily a moral crime. Now, I want to be clear, though, because there are like different scales of this. If you get up to being like a mega billionaire, there are ways in which your presence and your wealth and your influence perpetuate systems that like a regular rich person wouldn't. Like Bezos is a regular millionaire is closer to me by a long shot than they are to Bezos. So there's a scale difference there. And if you're up to like Warren Buffett size, I think I could hear arguments about like, okay, well, at this point, you're so much a part of the institution that maybe you are systemically perpetuating the existence of capitalism. But for a person who's making a bunch of money off Patreon, I don't think that their engagement with the system is perpetuating it. I don't think that they're doing anything but flourishing.
Sure. So I agree with you. And you probably agree with me, and you might even agree with these next few statements. Then, you agree? Would you agree then, with based on what you've just said? Then, though, you have to completely. Now, when I say you, I mean in a general sense for a leftist, not necessarily for you. But like, you have to completely get rid of all of the rhetoric of like criticizing wealthy people or landlords or business owners in general. That all has to go because these are all people that are just participating in the system then. So somebody that owns a few businesses, somebody that owns a few pieces of property that he rents out, wealthy people in general, like if you're not like a mega billionaire or somebody like perpetuating the system on your own, you basically have to stop criticizing all of these people for being successful capitalists.
There are 2 points to that. I don't know why you would have watched it, but generally, yeah. I do think that a lot of lefties engage in criticism which is too individualist. I think that there are rhetorical benefits to phrases like ACAB, but when it gets people to thinking, oh, cops are bad people, it pulls them away from the institutional criticism. I've talked about landlords before. I despise the commodification of land and housing, but most landlords, I could be wrong in this, I'm pretty sure most landlords are just regular folk. It's not like megacorps or anything. Yeah. And a lot of those people make less money than I know my landlord makes less money than I do. And then with businesses likewise. So I think, what did Michael Brooks say? You should be kind to people and hard on institutions. I think that's a really, really good way of going about these things. That being said, there is a rhetorical benefit to aggressive and hyperbolic criticism of people in those institutions if it gets people sufficiently angry, a la ACAB. The goal then would be to get people angry while trying to direct their criticisms in a responsible way.
Do you think that okay. I'm not trying to like make you bite the bullet and everything.
Wait, did that sound weasel?
No. You're not being weasel. I'm just not sure how consistent this rhetoric is because so the rhetoric that you're giving me right now is like pretty far removed from what most leftists say publicly. Now, you're not most leftists, and I say this a lot. I don't think that you necessarily give the same takes, but like I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself. I'm not trying to like trap you or whatever, but like, because this is like very far removed from normal lefty dialogue. You've basically completely removed your ability to ever be critical of 99% of the participants of capitalism. But it feels like most leftists want to be able to say that like a business owner or a landlord is being necessarily exploitative in like a morally wrong sense.
Well, they are. Sure, a landlord is being exploitative, but the system that we live in requires the existence of landlords. If a person decided to not be a landlord out of conscientious objection, somebody else would be a landlord. And we need landlords to rent property as the system exists right now. So even if the role is an exploitative one, it's a one that one must necessarily take. Same with cops, you know? And I say this to people, they'll donate and they'll say, I want to be a cop, but then I became a lefty. Should I become a cop? And my answer has always been, yeah, go for it. We need lefty cops. And if you say no, some dipshit meathead who flunked out of high school is going to take that job instead. So I don't necessarily know if it's inconsistent with my positions. I think that a lot of lefties engage in language which is rhetorically effective but semantically inaccurate. But if you actually talk with them for a bit, you can get them to flesh out some of the nuances to these positions, you know?
Okay, well, I mean,
by the way, as an addendum, there probably have been times that I've railed against cops or landlords or very wealthy people in a way which comes off as essentialist. It's generally language that I try to avoid. But like on a principle level, I do think that the institution should be what you criticize.
You don't think that there are ways that you can exist in that institution as like a better person rather than like you should just be like the most cutthroat, try hard, sweat guy that is like trying to exploit that system to the maximum? Do you recognize, well, no, I'm not saying recognize, like it exists and you do say it. Do you think that there's a distinction between two people that exist in a system like that? Okay, hold on. So
yeah, some people are way better.
Yeah, so like let me take some statements. So something that you said earlier was that you ought to maximize your existence in capitalism to better yourself so you can do more later with your money or something, right? That was like a statement that you agree with, right?
I think it's nice when people do that. If they don't want to do that, that's fine. But I think it's good when people do that, yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't matter either way.
No. I mean, as ought to, I think that socialists should work to be educated and successful. I don't think it's a moral obligation that every single one of them become like a business major or something, but I do think it's good when they do that. I just don't want to sound like I want everyone to run down that road.
Well, gotcha. So my next question is gonna be like, let's say that you have like, let's say you get like a landlord, and like this landlord is like a lefty, and he decides that when the pandemic comes in, he's actually going to go into his savings account and he's going to raid his like 401k a little bit so that he can charge less money to his tenants. Do you think that landlord is just being an idiot? Should he be maximizing his means under capitalism rather than wasting some of his personal money?
No, not at all. I think it's good when people try to act exceptional within the purview of those systems. I would never disagree with that, no. And I have a lot of respect for those people, right? I mean, there's a pretty big difference between... I know landlords who were kind or kinder than they needed to be to their tenants. And I think that's very admirable. I think that if we get too hard on essentialist criticisms, then we preclude the possibility of those people doing good within their means.
Okay, so like that's kind of the thing that I'm looking at. So a lot of people will try to counteract every single time I bring up anything about a socialist maybe spending some money to further themselves. That comic always comes out where it's like, well, you live in a society yet you participate in it, or you criticize society yet you live in it. Haha, like, I've got you, right? But it's like, it feels like some people have the means to be a little bit more productive towards their ideological ends, even in a capitalist system. And it surprises me not to see people do that. Like, I'll get up here and I'll shout and scream about how important I think some things are. And I'd like to believe that, like, if you ever meet me in real life, you look at what I do in real life, like, well, I'm trying to live that message out as much as possible. It's not, I don't turn off the stream and then drop the messaging. But it feels like for a lot of socialists, it's like, okay, well, you guys are generating so much fucking money now. Where's it all going? There's got to be some project or something. It feels like you would I keep saying you, but I don't mean you personally. But it feels like something.
Do you have a person in mind?
Sure. So like Sean and Jen, like that guy makes a decent amount of money. Or Abigail, Philosophy Tube, she makes a decent amount of money. H Bomber guy, I think, makes a decent amount of money. I'm sure there are more channels. I don't know them all. But like those are like three. Oh, Hassan obviously on Twitch makes it. Although I don't even know if I consider him like a politics person. Mike from PA Central Committee on Twitch, like that guy makes like a decent amount of money now. I'm sure if somebody, people can that Brianna girl, but she's kind of removed from the YouTube scene. I'm trying to think of just like.
Please don't associate me with Brianna under any circumstances.
Yeah.
The
Chapo Trap House people. Yeah, were they?
Or them.
Yeah.
I can't speak to all of these people. I know that, so I'll say this.
Hmm.
If a person just wants to make lefty content online and then roll around in a pile of money at the end of the day, I don't necessarily have a problem with that
Really?
because the alternative, if the alternative was their absence from the platform entirely, I think that's preferable. I think it's, of course, infinitely preferable they do something nice with that money. I want to make a pack. I I recently the tech advisor for AOC's campaign reached out to me about getting a pack for 2022 to maybe help a progressive candidate in a purple district or something. And I thought I could throw some money in there and maybe bully some other people into throwing money in there too. I thought I could bully Hassan because that fucker makes at least seven figures a year. And I think that'd be nice. I think that I'll be real. I think that for a lot of people, they didn't really understand the ways in which they could put their money towards projects like that. I'll know, and people are saying I'm sucking up. I thought that your canvassing stuff was pretty inspiring. Maybe if we push for that, if we advocate for that more, we can get more action like that out of people like Abigail or Sean because they have enough money and influence to do real good.
Hmm.
Sorry, I rambled
Yeah,
for
I
a bit
guess.
there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just surprising to me to see like when I look at somebody like Nick Fuentes, like that's a guy that is like trying to do
Infinitely
real
more
legwork.
effective than,
Yeah, and not just effective like rhetorically. Like that guy's like out like fucking marching on that. You can I still don't know if he was at the Capitol or not, or if that picture is a meme or not. But like I'm pretty sure he was. He was at least outside, right? Like that's the guy that's marching. He's got his own fucking movement of gripers. These guys are showing up at like Charlie Kirk conventions and stuff. Like damn, like that guy's like he's actually like organizing and doing shit. And he's like banned on every platform. Leftists have like all the capital behind them. They've got all the corporate messaging behind them. Like they're in such a good position to raise money on all these platforms. Where
No,
where is it going? Like what the
Okay,
fuck?
I don't disagree with this. I mean, up until recently, this wasn't even a thing people thought they could do, you know? And the world between making content online and getting involved in IRL politics is, I think it's a wall that a lot of people don't feel they're capable of climbing. But clearly, it's a thing that can be done. Well, the only thing I'm saying, because I feel at this point we're just agreeing with each other, is that I wish you would be more willing to believe that the reason why these lefties aren't doing this is because it's unfathomable or difficult to them, more so than because they're like callous or self-centered grifters. Because I can tell you, and I'd like to think I'm a decently politically involved person, that up until your canvassing didn't even cross my mind. Honestly, didn't even cross my mind. So hopefully this is something that we can normalize. I could be wrong. They could be way more cynical than I expect, but
Okay. I mean, I hope so. I guess it makes me disappointed that like I don't know if you did this or not, but I know that like so many I know Hassan did this. So many left leaning people were tweeting out like when like other celebrities were like donating money, and they're like, "You only donated 5 million. You're worth $100 million. Like you only did this much." Blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, well, damn, geez. Like apparently donating money isn't enough. Like, but meanwhile, like you guys, I'm saying you guys, I don't mean you. Like these guys are doing
not
nothing.
gonna
Like
hurt
what
my
the fuck?
feelings.
Yeah. Well, I just want to be
I
clear that I'm not targeting at you, but I'm saying. Yeah.
I think a lot of people do that because they don't want less economically conscientious people to think too much of the celebrities for doing so. They don't want the celebrity to be able to build a personality cult around donating a thousandth of their income and being hailed as a hero for years to
Well,
come.
do you think that's any worse than building a cult of personality around preaching for leftist causes over and over again while soliciting Patreon donations and doing nothing in real life to further the cause? Is that really that much worse? In fact, couldn't you maybe even argue the celebrities doing more, arguably?
Well, the celebrities objectively doing more with the money they have. Let me think. I think they're comparable in one way. The only way in which they're not discomparable, what's the disparate? The way in which they're disparate is that there's already a culture of prioritizing charity over good social welfare programs. And I think that a lot of lefties are very allergic to the the conception that charity can solve these social problems. They get very defensive or very reactively aggressive with them. So, and I think that's justified to an extent too, because the number of libertarians that I've heard, or neocons, saying that charity is going to fix social problems, an aneurysm every time. So I think that explains why they lash out there in particular. But I do think they're comparable otherwise, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that's all I'm saying is it seems like it'd be nice to see people that talk about doing something all the time.
Do you think it would be possible for me to get you off Abigail's back just a smidge? I just feel like the degree of antagonism is unwarranted.
I legitimately think that that is one of the least, like, one of the worst people on the internet. If they were the best thing that that person could do for society is delete all of her videos and tweets and everything she's ever said. Because her takes are dog shit in every sense of the word. They're one of the least informed. They put out some of the finance and econ arguments they put out are like hilarious. They're beyond reproach.
Okay,
like,
I'm not
she's
trying
just
to put you on the spot here. But
oh yeah, no, I legitimately think she's one of the what?
Is there a video you have in mind, or like a claim?
Almost every older. I remember that her econ takes were so bad that somebody did. Is his name explaining
unlearning economics?
Oh, unlearning economics. Yeah, that guy did a video on one of her and just briefly brought up one of her prior takes, and then she was like, "This is why I don't actually bring up any real examples because people are just gonna nitpick and nitpick."
Where did she say that?
She tweeted it, didn't she? Can somebody?
If that's the case, I do think that's unfortunate. Unlearning economics videos have been pretty good.
Yeah, Abigail literally came out and tweeted. She literally came out and tweeted. She was like, "This is why I don't." Oh no! I'm wrong. She didn't tweet. It was at the end of a follow-up video or whatever, where she explicitly said, "And this is why I try to stay away from real examples because other streamers will just nitpick it apart." It was at the end of a video we watched.
So she said that he was nitpicking and biased. Bye-bye.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And
Gotcha.
That was I
haven't seen that.
And then the tweets are like, I don't know what it is about lefties and econ that is just so hilariously cringe. I think she tweeted like, can somebody remind me of the iPhone tweet? Oh my god, do you know what I'm talking about?
I know that one time she tweeted that economics is
there was one there.
Astrology?
No, that was dumb. But she tweeted like an iPhone costs $20 to make, and then we sell it for $800, and all the rest is imaginary capitalism money. Like ignoring everything that goes between the pure manufacture of an iPhone and the actual transportation, the R&D, the marketing, the like employees to man the store, blah blah blah. Like it just
it's a simplistic take. I don't deny that. Have you watched? Okay, I'm not trying to pivot. Have you watched any of her content that wasn't about economics?
No, I tried. Yes, I tried to watch one philosophy or anything, but I would have to go back and I'm uncomfortable saying that because I don't remember. But I felt like her philosophy was dog shit too.
Okay,
oh, it might have been abortion.
I don't have a strong memory of her econ takes. It wouldn't surprise me if they were inaccurate. Lefties. Like
she barely does. She barely scratches the surface of pop philosophy, and her takes on that, like I don't even think were that good. But
they're poppy videos. Yeah. Do you have a? Is there a problem with that though? Those videos are very digestible to a general audience.
The problem with ultra digestible pop philosophy is oftentimes it gets a lot of stuff wrong. For instance, Sam Harris, or Jordan Peterson.
Well,
sometimes
let's not compare to the. My problem with Sam Harris and Jordan Peterson.
Oh my God! Wait, I'm sorry. I had a brain blast real quick. I watched her video on consciousness, and the lack of understanding of almost anything she was talking about was one of the most dog shit videos. Oh my God, it was so bad. I could even go back and watch that again tonight. It was so bad. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. But yeah, sure anyway, I think all of her videos are dog shit. I think that she's legitimately like a waste of space on this platform.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, yes, I got it.
So, wait, okay. This might just be where we differ here.
Sure.
But my issues with Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris aren't so much that they're wrong. Mm-hmm. It's that they lead people in the wrong political direction. I think that pop content of all kinds, all pop content, which is 98% of what the average person will be engaging with, is going to be poppy, derivative, simplistic stuff.
Oh yeah, I don't think pop content is bad, but just
as long as it leads people in a good direction, I think it's generally pretty defensible.
I think there needs to be some adherence or conformity to truth. I don't think you can just lie and move people in the right direction, and that makes it okay.
What about a simplistic and somewhat reductive video that has the right spirit, directs people towards more substantive work? Genuinely asking.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Also, if Jackie wants to come and talk later, 100% we can do it. Okay, I guarantee that all my trans takes are better than yours. You fuck piece of shit. Okay, what were you saying? Sorry,
Jackie
this person is harassing me in your chat. One of your mods. Okay, sorry. Repeat your last thing again.
What was I saying? Oh, that's one of my mods.
I know.
Um,
Yeah.
oh,
Go ahead.
okay.
They call me a gnome. Okay. That was
Anyway.
ableist. Go ahead.
Wait, to be fair, lots of people. Okay, anyway. So let's say you've pop content and it's a little misleading, a little reductive, but the message is good. It pushes people in the right direction, and at the end they have links to resources that you could read up on to be more educated on it. Do you think that's acceptable?
So I just don't know what you mean in terms of reductive. Everything that you said doesn't sound bad. My issue right now is that I think that going forward, something that I'm trying to be very strict on is I think that it's very, very, very important to report factual stuff correctly. Because I think right now the biggest issue that we're having probably across the world, but at the very least in the United States, is we are widening this chasm of what both sides see as reality. And that widening of the chasm, even if it's for a good cause, I don't think is good. I think at the end of the day, I think that lying a little bit to sell a good message is actually hurting these good messages so much, and it makes them so difficult for anybody to buy into them.
You think that if we got rid of, so let's take the right out of this because the right doesn't care about misinformation.
Okay.
If we took
well,
every
the left doesn't either, unfortunately, right now. But yeah.
Well, I think that like principally, the right doesn't care about misinformation. Leftists, I think, just are very good at misleading themselves.
I don't know if that's true. I think the right is the same. I think a lot of them are
Okay,
very
okay,
good at
well-
misleading themselves. But go ahead.
Okay, well, we can discuss that. But that aside, if we were to get rid of all content which has any misleading elements for the advocacy of liberal or left-leaning politics, I think that would destroy almost everything. We would be left with NPR-style, incredibly empirical, fact-based, and dry commentary, high-level academia accessible only content, and maybe a couple of people left capable of threading that line.
Wait, this is a
Wait,
bad...
hold on. There are people in chat saying good. We lose if that happens.
Wait, I think that this is a bad dichotomy. You can have content that's edgy, engaging, entertaining, aesthetic, that doesn't mislead people or lie.
The expectation that even reductive content must be excised from people on our side of the political aisle.
No, I think reductive content is okay.
Well,
but
what's the line then?
The line is when you're misreporting the facts, or if you're like completely misrepresenting something, or if you're being so reductive that you're being incorrect.
Okay, but in this case, I think incorrectness is kind of a gradient.
I'm not, whatever the gradient is, we're way far away from where I would be debating the gradient. Right now, we're just like, people just report things that are just factually not true. That's my issue. Like,
sure, they do that. But, okay, I don't remember enough of these philosophy tube videos to meaningfully defend them.
We don't have to talk about Abigail shit. I don't care about her that much the whole time.
Liking the most were the idpol stuff. But that aside, okay, I'll ask you. Hypothetical, okay. You can adhere to truthfulness entirely, get rid of everything misleading and dishonest on your side of the political aisle, but it costs you the war.
I don't think so. I think it would. I think it would help. I think that what costs us the war right now is and I'm going to be totally honest. This is like anecdotal as fuck for me. So maybe I'm wrong here, but like here's one of the issues that I run into, and I notice this because I beta test some of these arguments with my mom when I'm in Florida. Okay, when I argue with my mom, I have to immediately own a whole bunch of poorly represented or misrepresented facts immediately, and then by the end of that, I have to tell my mom like, okay, hold on, listen. Okay, yeah, this was wrong, and yeah, that was a lie, and okay, that was true, but the rest of this is true. I swear to God, Mom. Okay.
Where's she getting that info from?
Sometimes from left-leaning people. Like,
is that really the case?
Yeah, so I'll go over some of the most popular ones that I hear that I've gone over a million times. You've probably heard these on stream before, right? One of the number one things, easiest misreported fact in the world. Yeah. Why do so many people say she was killed in her sleep in bed?
Does it matter?
Yes, it totally matters.
To the facts of the wrongness of her murder, does it matter whether
even
she
to the
was
facts
in
of the wrongness of her
hallway?
murder? Yeah.
How?
Now, okay, because there's a huge difference in The cops. So I'll describe what I think was reality.
Stray bullets fly into the building. I mean, depending on the position of the bedroom, a hallway could be
No.
the same distance.
Hold on. Okay. So this is the facts of the case that I believe to be true based on everything I've read, right?
Wait, can I address one quick thing from chat?
Yeah, go for it.
There are a lot of people in chat painting right now, like, why does the truth matter? Whether or not two different interpretations or two different versions of a story meaningfully affect political discourse around that story is a valid question. One of the issues that I have with your content, Destiny, is sometimes it feels like you sacrifice political efficacy for the image of correctness, even if that line between technical correctness and rhetorically or politically efficacious but somewhat misleading is ultimately meaningless.
That's because my goal isn't to get an audience of 20,000 brain dead lefties that all just want to hear me circle jerk the popular lefty take of the news. I want to be able to reach. I want to be able to reach. Yeah, and that's not happening on YouTube. Okay, my goal isn't to just get a whole bunch of people that already agree with me and then just give them our version of the facts. I want to be able to have it so that if somebody is in the middle or even on the right listening to me debate, at the very least, I want them to walk away ass mad that everything I said was correct, and at the very least, they're going to have to wrestle with that in their head.
The people you debate don't give a fuck whether or not they lost.
I don't care about the people I debate. It's about the people.
You just said you want them to leave ass mad.
The people that are fans of the people that I debate. This is more specifically what I'm talking about.
I don't care. They just care that you were loud and you talked more than them and you interrupted and you're short
true.
And
when
you have a daughter in your
debate,
basement.
No, what people care about is if they have some hero content creator and that content creator goes up and debates someone else and they sound dumb, the person that's a fan of that person will feel dumb. And that's a frustrating experience when your heroic content creator gets trumped by some other guy that makes it sound like they know more facts.
People being made to feel dumb, especially if you're arguing with conservatives, has less to do with the extent to which you adhere to factual information and much more to do with how much better you look than them. And that's a rhetoric game.
Sure, it can be, but the factual, it can be two ends of that. Sometimes they both can help, sure, but it's if you're matched with somebody else that is even somewhat rhetorically effective and you have like bad facts on your side, like it's going to be really hard for you to win that argument. So like if I were to say, because we've both been calm, if I were to say that we were like rhetorically even-footed, right? If I were just spamming this tweet over and over again on my stream, so I haven't shown this tweet on stream, but if I was spamming this one earlier, I think I would have won our earlier argument about you being hypocritical about your messaging, because this kind of Well, yeah, I linked you the tweet in your thing. You don't have to show it on stream or whatever. But like, if I were to show a tweet like this like contradicts almost everything that you said earlier, and I'd be like, aha, I won, and then I could hang up and be like, ah, see, he's a hypocrite, right?
It's from more than a year ago. Hold on. Remember, being a billionaire is a choice. Extracting surplus labor is a choice. Lobbying politicians is a choice. Not paying a living wage is a choice. Take some responsibility. You have full control of your enterprise, and then it's the smiling, blushing face. I'm pretty sure this is a word for word meme adaptation of one of those being poor is a choice, etc., things. So you're flipping the script on that. I don't know.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, this tweet, I think you believe in the messaging of this. If you say differently, I don't believe you. I think you believe in the messaging of this. But this tweet is completely and totally 180 degrees from what you said earlier, where it's like, oh, well, everybody just lives in the system. They should do what they can to live in the system and to do the best they can. This is a completely contradictory.
Hold on. Yeah. There are still bad things that you can do within the system, obviously. I mean, there are unethical things which are legal. You can legally do those things. So I didn't say everything. But
okay,
secondly,
we're hardcore equivocating.
Wait. No. That's not semantics gaming.
Well, if we want to be very clear, extracting surplus labor, that's literally every single capital owner, right? That's what all labor is surplus labor.
Yeah, hold on. So you're going to interpret this as Weasley. Do you not think there's any way that this tweet can be read other than a belief that individuals should be criticized extensively for their participation in a system?
You just said that but earlier you were telling me individuals shouldn't be criticized. You literally said we should criticize the systems, not the individuals.
You should focus on the systems. If individuals do bad things, you should criticize them for those as well.
Wait, but hold on. But to be clear, my earlier questioning to you. Okay, so now we're running back some ground because I asked you earlier. Do you think that participation in the system is bad morally? Because that's why I'm criticizing lefties.
Inherently,
yeah, and you're saying that it wasn't bad. That's what you said earlier. But in this tweet,
it's not inherently bad.
But in this tweet, you're saying
you can do.
Well, but not
hold on. Because I know I'm waiting for the Destiny threads tomorrow. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
The belief that there's nothing inherently wrong with it is different from there's nothing wrong with it, are two very different things. working within the system.
We have created.
Inherently
We're like in a
wrong.
Back to the Future time zone of like jumping
This is
around.
not
in this.
even close to being semantics. I'm really sorry if you're that desperate to prove your point. But
Okay,
I
wait,
do
hold on,
think
hold on,
there are
hold on,
things-
wait,
hold
hold on, wait, no,
I
wait,
do
hold on,
think
wait,
there are
no, wait,
things
because now
can
you
do.
just attacked me. You said I was desperate. So now I want to focus on one razor clear statement because you were wrong here,
Sure.
and I'll demonstrate because you need to change one of your statements because everything you've said right now can't exist in totality. Okay, you have contradictions. Okay, so I'm looking
Find
at the
one.
second thing. Extracting surplus labor is a choice. Now I'm asking you a question. Do you understand that all forms of labor of wage labor is extracting surplus labor to make a profit? Do you acknowledge
by
that?
definition.
Okay, so then can you tell me how, if that is a choice, how is it ever okay for there to be a business owner in capitalism?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean.
Earlier,
By
I asked you.
existing-
Wait, I can explain exactly what I mean.
existing
No, earlier I asked you:
Wait,
is it
that's
okay
the
if
case with
somebody is a
every
business owner? Is it like a morally wrong thing, or should they just maximize the system or capitalism? Now, earlier in this conversation, you said specifically to me, you said, "Well, no, I think you should maximize your existence capitalism." And remember when we pointed out the ethical vegan, and I was like, "Well, just eating meat, that's morally wrong." You're like, "Okay, well, just participating in capitalism, that's not morally wrong."
Okay.
But now
Is
in
there a
this tweet, you're
difference
saying
between
that
these
it's a
two
choice.
statements?
What?
Do you think there's a difference between these two statements? The existence of private enterprise is unethical versus it is unethical to be a business owner. Do you think there's a difference between those two statements?
Yes.
Okay. I adhere to the former. I don't have a problem with wealthy lefties owning a business. The tweet that you found here is literally a satire rewrite of somebody typing about how being poor is a choice. And technically, in this tweet that you found, nothing here even says any of these things are bad, only that their choices take some responsibility, etc. To me, I'm sorry,
Wait,
but to
hold
me,
on.
to me, this, wait,
just
hold on. To me, this would be like you saying all tenants are bastards, and me coming in and being like, "Do you seriously believe that every person who has to rent is a bastard? How can you believe that? 40% of Americans rent." Like to me, this is like a pretty.
Hold
like,
on.
reaching.
You're. I am not reaching. It is very obvious with this.
What is the hypocrisy?
The structure of your statement is on the left is a bad thing, and on the right is the implication that you can choose to do different. Being a billionaire
What's the
is
bad
bad.
thing?
Being a billionaire, extracting surplus labor, lobbying politicians, or not paying a living wage. You're saying all these
They're
things.
choices.
Yeah, they're bad choices.
It just says they're choices because it's a rewrite of a tweet where people were saying being poor is a choice. Are you really? I genuinely don't know if you believe these things are like a serious endorsement of the belief that you should criticize individuals.
Here's a question that I have for you.
stupidly.
So this tweet got.
No, I understand like you
Well,
and your
I
community
don't-
are
I don't-
going to accuse
everything
me of
you're
being
saying right
weaselly,
now-
but I
yeah,
legitimately
wait.
don't see a contradiction.
Everything you're
here.
saying right now sounds to me like a rhetorical game. So I'm trying to cut through that, okay? So I'm just going to
Sure,
ask you
try
this
to.
question.
All right, let's try it again.
Yeah, no, so I'm going to ask you this question. Of the 2,400 or so, 2,300 or so engagements that this tweet got, do you think that the majority of the people that are engaging with this believe that being a billionaire is bad, extracting surplus labor is bad, lobbying politicians is bad, and not paying a living wage is
I
bad?
want to talk about the way your Rittenhouse comments were interpreted by a broader audience. Is that the direction we're going? That not only are we responsible for what we believe in, but what every single person who follows us believes from the things we say?
If you believe that my Rittenhouse interpretation was bad, then you're conceding then that this is bad? Why did you just spend so much time defending it then? Or are you going to defend my Rittenhouse take now?
No, the argument that
Wait,
I'm making.
You have to do one or the other here. So you.
Wait,
so
no,
wait.
the
You-
point
no,
that I'm
wait.
making-
You
what-
just. This is what you just walked into. So I said this statement
But
that
I'm
you said is
calling
bad
you
because
out
of
on
how it's
hypocrisy.
been. Okay, wait. If you want to, that's fine. Okay. But we're not talking about my statements right now. Right now, you just tried to whataboutism by saying, well, hold on. If you're going to deal with the consequences of how people interpret your stuff, what about your Rittenhouse take? Now, if you
Okay,
want to say that,
so
that's fine.
do
But I
you
think it's
think-
strange that you're going to bring that up when you just tried to defend this over and over and over again, and now you're throwing yourself under the bus to come live under the bus with me.
No,
But
I'm
go
not.
ahead. Okay.
Do you think so? Yes or no? Do you think that it's okay to impugn people for saying or posting or whatever, producing content, which inspires bad interpretations in the people who consume it?
If that interpretation is widespread, yeah, for sure. I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Then you recognize that this is something that you and I have both done at times, being streamers who produce a lot of content.
It is
incapable
yeah.
of workshopping everything we say and do.
It's totally possible, yeah. My Rittenhouse
Okay.
take absolutely would not fall under that. But I mean, like, we
You
can.
don't think anybody of the millions of people who saw that take might have interpreted the wrong messaging?
There might have been a very slim minority, but the overwhelming amount of posters in my subreddit that were talking to other people coming in said over and over again that Destiny said a million times that Rittenhouse was an idiot, that the kid was stupid for showing up, that even in recent posts still say that. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people who saw that clip from the outside thought that you were endorsing.
Now, hold on. We're not talking about my clip. I didn't make a 16-second clip of me talking about Rittenhouse. That was your people. So if you want to say that the messaging on that particular clip was bad, I would agree with you. That was incredibly irresponsible. I didn't produce that content. That was somebody else. I'm not going to take responsibility for how somebody else has mishmashed my content together to sell a certain message. Nobody listening to anything that
just a segment.
It was a 16-second cutout of like a 30-minute conversation. I don't take credit for how people might interpret that any more than I would take credit for somebody thinking I'm pro pedophilia because of a 20-second clip out of my AMOC debate where I spent 2 hours arguing in the affirmative for age of consent. So no, I don't take responsibility for that, absolutely. However, I'm not looking at something that somebody else cut together of your content right now. I'm not comparing...
No, you're reading a tweet.
I'm reading your tweet. No, hold on. It's not just you're reading a tweet. I'm reading your content verbatim, and now you want to compare that against something that somebody that hates me cut up of my content? That's not a one-to-one comparison.
What I was about to say was I think that's a decent refutation. That's true. I've certainly been clipped out of context plenty of times myself. So you are of the opinion that people can be held responsible for the messaging that they engage in.
Wait, we both agree with this, of course,
which
right?
we both agree with.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So what perspectives, what irresponsible perspectives do you think I'm incurring from this?
I don't know if the interpretation of this is irresponsible or not. It just depends on what you believe. My issue right now is that, so what I'm doing right now is I have a little Vosh machine. I've got a little compiler in my head of Vosh code, okay? And you're giving me lines and lines and lines of code. And what happens is I push compile every time you say something, and now I'm running into errors because you've got two conflicting statements. What conflicting statement? Sure. So the earlier statement you gave me in this conversation is that you ought to maximize your existence in a capitalist system, and to do so is not inherently wrong.
I never said ought to maximize. That was your language. I think it's okay if people do that.
Okay, my understanding was earlier you said that like it was a good thing to maximize your existence under capitalism because you could use the extra money.
Under utilitarianism, the difference between obligatory and supererogatory behavior is not clearly defined. I think it's a thing that people should do if they want to. I don't think it's inherently unethical to do that. I don't think it's a path that people ought to do. I don't think it's a moral good inherently to do it.
I'll amend that statement then. I don't think it changes my chief criticisms, but I'll amend that statement. You said that it would be okay if people maximize their existence under capitalism, even if they were a socialist, because they could employ the money they raise later on to do good things, right?
Sure. Yeah. Not everything that they would do in the maximization of their existence would be ethical, of course.
Sure. But then it sounds like in this tweet that you're defending, I think, it sounds to me like you're saying that merely participating in this system seems to be unethical. Because it's a choice. But it's an unethical choice.
So I don't. Okay.
The reason why we talk about choice is, wait, real quick. The reason why we talk about choices and ethics is because choice is typically tied to agency, meaning you have the choice to do something or not do something. And typically the choices we make are, like in this case, are seen as good or bad when a moral statement precedes the choice, right? So murdering someone is a choice, is you're implying you have some level of agency and you're choosing to do something that is bad. That's the structure of these statements. Okay.
That this tweet was meant to mock the wording of a classist tweet has anything at all to do with the context behind its messaging. Like, again, being poor is a choice, having a kid before you're married is a choice, that kind of thing. You've seen plenty of people talking like that. Do you really think that mocking that with this tweet is tantamount to an endorsement of the belief that that all engagement within a capitalist system is unethical?
Not this on its own.
Okay. Now, I acknowledge that there are certainly people in my audience who are of the individual criticism mindset, and that there are people in my audience who probably read this and thought, yeah, fuck billionaires. But to whatever variance their interpretation of my tweet beget, I'm okay with it because I recognize that literally any criticism that I make of institutions like the police or the wealthy are going to beget and attract those people. I think I do due diligence by, on my streams, in my videos, talking at length about the necessity of criticizing institutions. I don't think these are ideologically inconsistent.
I understand.
It's much in the same way that I don't think that you're a classist because you make all tenants are bastards jokes.
No, that's not fair, though. That's not a fair comparison. Do you want me to explain why? Also, I have 2 more tweets to submit to the record. And for the record, I didn't want to bring up this initial tweet because I said that I didn't think it was necessary. You're the one that wanted to discuss this, just to be clear.
Well, you brought it up saying you could destroy my argument. I don't feel destroyed. I still believe the things I believe. The worst that I would have to bite the bullet on was that some of the earlier tweets that I engaged in were a little bit more irresponsible with messaging, which, given my history on YouTube, is not exactly surprising. But this tweet in particular, I really don't think is that irresponsible. I don't think it's
okay. Sure, I submit 2 more tweets to the record then that seem to be moving in the same direction. All
right, let's see.
So ACAB and ATAB.
Talking about something else.
So, well, sure. So ATAB. When I say ATAB, I think, I hope, and I'm pretty sure that the majority of my audience doesn't believe that all tenants are bastards. The landlords, the love for landlord subreddit, that. I hope. I don't know about the subreddit, but
there are people who unironically.
There probably are. Yeah, it's like
on the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, it's like the Donald or whatever, right? I'm sure there are some people that start to unironically believe me. So I can't speak for the subreddit, but I'm pretty sure in my community, the majority of my people, and there's probably not even a minor, there might be a few, don't believe that all tenants are actually bastards, because that's not rhetoric that I engage in constantly. Is attacking tenants. However. Most leftist channels do consistently engage in the rhetoric of attacking people that are billionaires, attacking the extraction of surplus labor. They attack the idea behind people or corporations lobbying. They constantly championing about a living wage. It's a little bit different, the jokes there. To say that your tweet is a comparison to me saying ACAB or ATAB or whatever is not really fair, because when I say ATAB, it's very clearly like a meme, tongue-in-cheek thing. But when you joke about like, oh, haha, well, you are a billionaire and that's evil, it's like, well, that's you also actually unironically.
Well, wait, I just said again. I know this comes off like I'm trying to be weaselly. It just said being a billionaire is a choice, extracting surplus labor a choice, etc., etc. It's following the format of a different type of tweet, the type of content that you've seen plenty of times before. I think in the context of Twitter, I think it was pretty obvious what I was doing, especially with the smiley, blushy face at the end. I mean, I don't tweet like that. I mean, I think that's fairly evident. But
well, what is the point of the joke then? What's the joke?
Well, the joke is that there are other people who are assigning moral culpability to the poor for their presence in a system and saying that their failures are entirely a product of their own behavior. And the joke is that also, well, not the people succeeding necessarily, but people who are doing well in the system are also doing so of their own volition. Since lefties tend to be critical of the institutions through which these people succeed, their existence in those systems also is a choice. That's the joke. It's like it's simultaneously criticizing their classism while also pointing out the idea that like being these things or the existence of these things is something worthy of criticism.
Okay, that's not, I don't think that's how the majority of people would read it, but...
Well, how do you think the majority of people would view it? I literally just saw a tweet saying being poor is a choice and a copy-paste.
Yeah, so the comparison, the reason why this joke is funny is because when people are like, oh, being poor is a choice, blah, 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 it's like, that's not true. That's not a choice. You know what is being a choice? Being a billionaire is a choice. Extracting surplus labor, that's a choice. Lobbying politicians, that's a choice. Not paying a living wage, that's a choice. Take some responsibility for your actions. That comes off more to me as that's what the joke is. The joke is, you're trying to claim that all these poor people are making choices being poor and them. Bullshit. You know what are the choices you're making? It's all this unethical shit that you do under capitalism. That's the real choice, and you need to stop. Take some responsibility. I think 99% of people are going to read the tweet that way.
Oh,
whatever
sure.
explanation you gave, I don't think anybody's even close to reading it in whatever explanation you just gave.
That's legit how I read it. I think that's a good read too. I wouldn't have an issue with that either. That seems like a fairly satirical and hyperbolic criticism. I don't think that it would necessarily lead people down an irresponsible road of engaging in individual criticism.
Like, okay, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, if so, taking
Jeff Bezos, would you say, like, you said you criticize institutions, but you don't like Jeff Bezos or something like that?
It depends. It's like in the totality. Like, I've probably said fuck Bezos at some point, probably.
Yeah, I don't.
But I'm saying, like, when I look at other tweets, like why don't landlords get a fucking job? That's got like 4,000 engagement, like 2,000 engagement, or over 1,500 engagement. Like legit seeing landlords cry and scream that they can't leech out their struggling tenants.
Well, hold on, we can go through these one at a time. So the why don't landlords just get a job thing was in response to various state and local governments implementing legislation to engage in rent freezes or to prevent. I'm sorry, not rent freeze. To prevent. Come on, you know what I'm saying. What removal of the tenant from the property, eviction.
Yeah, eviction.
Thank you. To remove eviction. And there were a bunch of landlords writing op-eds about how hard it was for them, which, and I'll say this, I think is a pretty shitty thing to do, because if you're a landlord and you're having trouble paying your mortgage because your tenant can't pay their rent because they got laid off because of COVID, you're both struggling. And I think generally speaking, we should prevent people from being evicted during a pandemic. So I said, why don't landlords just get a fucking job? Because the joke is that a lot of those landlords were saying that the people who were renting from them need to get a fucking job to pay their rent.
I mean, like, I'm sure that we could think of an explanation for every one of these tweets, but like,
no, I don't know why this is controversial. And frankly, wait, okay, I want to be real with this, okay? I feel like I was being pretty forthcoming with my perspective on like ethics within capitalism earlier. These feel like gotcha attempts.
I'm not trying to hold on. Why are you doing the break this case in the event of destiny conversation?
Do these not feel a bit? You're like pulling years old tweets to say like I could defeat your argument with this or X. That does feel pretty gotcha-y. I don't know what else it would be.
Okay, let me walk back. Okay, I need like a minute and a half to explain this without getting cut off. Okay, because okay.
That's pretty rough, but okay.
Yeah. Or I don't need that long. Okay. My problem was that when I asked you questions about leftists maximizing their existence in a capitalist system, I expected you to say that in a capitalist system, we should probably condemn people that live it to the fullest. That like maybe we can act a little bit more moral in a way that bucks the system. But instead, you went way off in the other direction where you were saying that like, well, actually, I think that everybody, even leftists, should maximize their existence in capitalist systems.
I didn't
and
say
wait,
should maximize.
Okay. Or make a choice. I don't know how you want to equivocate that, okay? But you were essentially
you were saying that
if a leftist maximizes his existence in a capitalist environment, that it wouldn't be a morally wrong thing to do. It wouldn't be an immoral thing. You were saying that would be okay. And that was interesting to me because if you truly believe that, then you basically rob yourself of the ability to criticize any individual actor or any group of people in a capitalist system, which is strange to me because
that's true.
Okay, well then we can go back and revisit that part.
There are individual actors who could do bad things, even within the purview.
Wait, stop. It's not individual actors that can do bad things like setting their tenant's house on fire. I'm saying that like you would have to never criticize anybody that acts in basically a legal manner in a capitalist system. I
never bit that bullet. I don't know why you're assigning that to me.
Because you're saying it's okay to maximize yourself in a capitalist system.
No, I'm sorry.
Wait, okay, so you're not saying that? Okay, I'm deleting this whole notepad, okay? Let's go back to the beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. I don't know how the fuck we got here. When I said maximize, I mean like it's okay to be a cop or like to get into a business, or if you could like accrue capital that you could invest in political enterprises, I think that's good. But if we're talking about like shorting people's nothing illegal. If we're talking about paying people below like a living wage or running your business in a manner which I'd consider very unethical, or being a bad cop, like the kind of cop that doesn't rat on other bad cops, that kind of stuff, then I think those things are deserving of criticism. I don't think it's possible for a person to become a billionaire without doing something that would trip my moral flag, because nobody becomes a billionaire without engaging in some pretty ruthless business practices.
Okay.
I mean,
So I'm trying to understand.
What about this is I don't understand.
No, we're not even at hypocritical. We moved
consistent, but I'm confused about what I'm saying. That's not.
We're moved. We're not even at hypocritical yet, okay? Because we backed up really far. This is all I'm curious about, okay?
Positions.
No. I don't mean backed off like I got you or anything. I'm legitimately just trying to understand, because I don't know if you're trying to figure this out in real time and then give me like a coherent point that you're still working through, or if you genuinely believe this. What I'm trying to figure out is, let's say that I am a leftist, okay? Like a full-blown, I believe in socialism, I want us to work our way towards a communist state, okay? And I'm going to enter the world, okay? Am I allowed to participate in a capitalist economy to the fullest extent the law will allow without me committing an immoral action? That's my question. And it sounded to me...
There are plenty of immoral things you can do that are legal.
Okay. Like... Okay, no, I can't ask you because we're still in philosophy. I'm not asking for data-driven answers again. What would be an example of like an immoral action that's legal?
I think that there are some business practices that I would consider like better than others. There are certainly better business owners than others. I think that if you're ruthless or cutthroat to your workers, I'll give you an example. People donate, they email, I'm a landlord. What can I do? I think charge rent maybe a little lower than what you see in your area. Be kind to the person who rents from you. Make sure to hire a property manager or to get like services over quickly if something breaks over there, stuff like that. If now they could like charge rent up as much as they legally can in that area, and even though that's legal, I think that would be bad. I think it'd be good if they did the former and bad if they did the latter. If they did neither, I guess I'm not happy about it because they would have had the potential to do better.
So in a socialist environment, how do you even determine like what the right pay of your workers, what the right rent is? Do you just like? I don't understand like what would be moral or immoral.
You mean in a socialist government? Or...
No. Like if you're a socialist living in a capitalist world and you're trying to make sure that you're not doing something immoral by Vosh's standards.
Well, I don't have like an exact wage line, like 20% above median for the industry or anything. Is that what you're looking for?
No,
I'm actually asking, are you looking for like an actual
I'm
like,
just curious,
hard...
I'm curious. So let's say that houses in an area go for $1,000 a month and somebody charges like $950 a month. I'm curious if I ask you, is that moral? What I'm trying to figure out, what your what I'm trying to get at. I'm asking you questions. I'm trying to figure out what your principles are. Like, what do you actually think makes something like good or bad? Like, what is the right or wrong? Like, that's why I'm asking questions to try to. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out. Like, I don't know how you determine that though. I'm not asking you for like a formula. I'm just curious, like because earlier it seemed to me that like
in that case, the landlord would have the market conditions would allow them to charge more, but they choose out of benevolence to charge a little less, which makes life easier for another person, maybe a person in need.
Sure. So would another socialist is just charging normal market rates then? Would that person be considered like an immoral actor?
I wish they could do better. I don't necessarily know if
okay, I'm not. Hold on, wait. I don't care what you wish. I'm not asking like for what is your opinion on Jane Doe's real estate business. I'm asking you in terms of like ethically. Do you think it'd be ethical for like a lefty that owns property in a capitalist market?
Ethically, because if that socialist was taken out, another person could replace them, and not taken out like killed. Like if they weren't there and another person replaced them, we would assume they would also charge the market rate. So their absence would beget no change. Therefore, it would be a morally neutral action. Their decision to maintain the market rate in that area would have neither a positive nor negative outcome. Right? Now, the only exception to that would be if there was a socialist who was getting involved in capitalism, but they were doing it in a way which was not only institutionally bad in the way that I think capitalism is, but also they were uniquely doing this. Like they introduce a new market or avenue that only they can do an ethical action in.
Okay, so if a landlord charges market rent, if they're a leftist, is that immoral?
No, that'd be morally neutral.
Okay.
I prefer they did a moral thing.
Gotcha.
I don't understand if you're trying to test me for consistency or if you're outraged with a thing that I've said.
Listen, I have not been outraged at any part of this argument. I'm literally just trying to figure out what you believe.
Don't you think it's good when people of means take the opportunity to make life easier for people with maybe a little less?
No, actually. I go a step farther. I think that maximizing yourself in a capitalist environment in a way that violates your principles is actually immoral. So, for instance, I'm a big capitalist and I like to make money from sponsored deals. I think that gambling is immoral. I don't like it. I legitimately don't think it should exist in society. So I do not do gambling sponsors on my stream. I'll play poker because I don't consider that gambling, but I don't do like the blackjack and the roulette stuff. I've turned down a lot of money for that. Or the CSGO skins and all of the gambling stuff. I turned down all of that because I think that that's like I don't support that stuff. I think it's immoral even in a capitalist framework. So that would be an example of me. Okay, but like I think that somebody that follows through with that is immoral. I would say that action is immoral because that violates your principles. I don't care if you're maximizing yourself in a capitalist framework. I think that there is a deeper principle there that you're violating.
What if they didn't care about gambling?
Well, if they didn't care about gambling, then that's fine. Then do whatever.
So
but if you're a leftist, if you're a leftist,
determined by a person's consistency?
No, it's determined by their whatever their first principle, whatever their like underlying principles are.
Why would you care about their first principle?
Why would
Shouldn't you only care about your own?
Well,
if anyone promoted gambling,
wait.
you would think
I
that's bad.
care about people's consistency, but when you're asking me like if I care about like a particular action, then we're talking about like what principle does that action come from? I guess I'm sorry, that sounded like a question on a different
with
level,
anyone promoting gambling, even if a person was pro gambling, would you think it's unethical for them to accept sponsorships for the CS:GO crates or whatever?
From my perspective or from their perspective?
All I care about is yours. Why
I would think
care
it's
about another
unethical,
person's?
but I wouldn't think they're being inconsistent or hypocritical. I would just think it's
Sure.
unethical. Yeah.
I don't care if a person's being inconsistent. I just care if a person's doing what I think is good. If a person is inconsistent in a way that's good, like for example, what is it? Vegetarians or whatever, you know, help the animals, but milk industry, still got to drink my milk. There is a hypocrisy there, but it's better than them eating meat too. I'm not so concerned with hypocrisy as I am making sure that whatever net behavior they're engaging in is better than what they otherwise would have been doing.
Sure. My problem with people that are inconsistent, I don't believe in inconsistencies. I don't think inconsistencies are real. I think that when somebody is inconsistent, what's actually happened is they've just misrepresented their values. So typically if somebody's inconsistent, what I'm trying to figure out is, well, what is the actual value that you're appealing to? Because it doesn't seem to be what you're saying. I'm using you a lot.
Most people in that respect are hypocritical. People say and believe lots of things, but they'll do whatever is convenient for them in the moment.
And then it also changes like how I would criticize somebody and the types of claims I would allow another person to make. So for instance, if some like crazy hedonist guy that lives his life in like a fully hedonistic manner or whatever were to tell me like, hey man, like you should just fucking like smoke dope and fucking do whatever, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, bro. I mean, like, I guess if you want to say it, that's fine. But like if somebody else were to criticize me, like let's say like a Catholic priest that had been convicted for raping 100 children or whatever, was like criticizing me, like saying, oh, like this is immoral, blah, blah. I was like, damn, dude, I don't know if you could say shit like that. Like, fuck, like you're insanely hypocritical. Like this is.
Oh, yeah. I think hypocrisy is frustrating because it's really difficult to talk to people who are hypocritical, especially people who are openly hypocritical. That's
sure.
I mean,
so then my question is,
there.
So then my question is, because when I look at your takes regarding landlords, it almost feels like
takes?
It almost feels
Not my words, but the positions that I hold.
Well, I mean, I can never know what positions you hold
based on what I've said. Do you just mean the tweets?
But yeah, no, based on things that I've heard you say and the tweets that I've read. I don't remember specific videos. I have to go back and watch. But like,
there are a lot of landlords who I don't like.
It feels to me like you're probably in favor of the decommodification of housing. And it almost feels to me like you believe that owning property is like an immoral thing, that renting property to other people is an immoral action. So if you
I don't believe that.
Okay, that's what it feels like, and I think the majority of your audience that's listening right now probably would have thought that you felt that way. If I had to guess, that would be my guess.
I've talked about this before, but if my audience is confused on that, then absolutely not. If you have a spare property and you can rent it out to other people, I mean, try to do good with it. But I don't think the problem with what you're advocating for here is it feels like you're giving us a poisoned apple. Like, socialists, wouldn't you like to be consistent? Well, make sure not to participate in any of the systems that beget political and economic power. That'll show capitalism. No, fuck that.
Okay, stop. I'm not going to let you get away with this. Okay,
sure.
So my initial criticism was never that socialists couldn't participate in any system. You're trying to weasel me into like, it feels like I'm talking to ask yourself and you're trying to get to the name of the trade argument. Wait, no, wait. I have I'm not trying to do it with you. You can say that I misrepresented you if you feel that way. I'm sorry, but I literally have a notepad in front of me. I'm trying to write down what you're saying and you are running it back in real time. Okay? Like
what if I run back?
Because like I'm trying to figure out like what type of behavior you think is permissible. At one point in this argument, you said that you would stop criticizing even Jeff Bezos. Like in terms of individual actors.
Said that I think if you want to like fix capitalism, criticizing, huh?
Do you agree that earlier you told me that you don't think it's fair to criticize Jeff Bezos, but then you also said that mega billionaires you could criticize?
Wait, okay, hold on. I don't have a problem with criticizing Jeff Bezos or any individual participant, but I don't think that you're fixing capitalism by doing that. Jeff Bezos just stepped down. He got replaced by some other CEO. Criticizing individuals doesn't fix the problem. You could criticize 1 million Amazon CEOs, and there'd be 1,000,001.
Okay, but
institutions perpetuate the existence of these rules.
I agree with you here, okay? Sometimes you say a lot of things I agree with. I agree with all of that. But then earlier, what I said in response to what you just said, and I feel like we're going to do the same argument again. I feel like if you say that, you essentially lose the ability to criticize any individual actor in capitalism ever, because they're just living their capitalist life, unless they're literally doing something like illegal.
That's not true.
If you can't criticize Bezos, who the fuck can you criticize?
It's not inherently immoral to participate in these systems, but that doesn't mean you can't criticize people who do if they do something within those systems you don't like. Now, I don't have a list
Wait,
in
if
front of me.
that's the case, then what's
I
wrong
know
with me
Bezos has done
criticizing
stuff I don't-
lefties then that don't put their money where their mouth is? In that case, why are you even talking? Then you should be totally fine with me criticizing any lefty that doesn't put their money where their mouth is.
Define putting your money where your
Like spend their money in a way that I would consider to be more ethical than just hoarding in a savings account and getting rich off of people that are poorer than them, that are being exploited by their bosses.
Wait, hold on. Is it true that you used to sponsor a loot box company? Real life loot boxes, you can win all kinds of amazing prizes, wallets, headphones, tech, games, real life loot boxes.
I might have done like one activation once where I gave one away for free, but I don't think I've ever done like loot box stuff.
Okay, I just saw this link with your code and everything.
There was a sponsor that I had once called Loots, but that was just like you like typed in a message and it showed an ad on stream, but it wasn't like loot boxes.
Okay,
That's Loots is like it's not gambling, yeah. But okay.
I can look into this later. I don't know. I don't care. I think people are complicated, and I think it's okay to wait. Hold on. What was the thing I was responding to? Jeff Bezos.
It seems like you can't criticize any individual ever. Like you just have to accept that all of them are.
Do you? Okay, hold on. I don't think you should criticize a person just because they're participating in capitalism, but I think there are things that you can do while participating in capitalism to warrant criticism. Like those landlords writing op-eds about how hard it is to make ends meet when they're trying to evict their tenants. I think that's really scummy behavior.
Why is that scummy?
Because in a pandemic, I think it's bad to evict people who can't pay their rent because they were laid off because of the pandemic.
What if you can't pay your mortgage because a tenant isn't paying their rent?
And I think the institution you should take an issue with isn't the tenant, but rather a government that's unwilling to pay you or to
You don't
freeze
have the
mortgage
ability to change the government. Why is it the responsibility of the landlord to fight the system, but it's not the responsibility of a lefty to fight the system? The landlord is just doing what he...
Wait, hold on. That equivocacy came out of nowhere. So first of all, what they were complaining about were laws passed to prevent evictions. So to begin with, they already were complaining about the government. They were complaining in the wrong direction. In both ways, they would be complaining against the government, but they were fighting to evict people rather than fighting to have the government provide for them.
Well, because it sounds like the government was changing a law specifically to make it so that you couldn't evict somebody. But I'm asking you because it sounds like the landlords are just trying to maximize their system in capitalism. They're trying to be able to evict somebody.
I don't think all types of... Wait, why do you... This is what I mean when I say I feel like you're misrepresenting me. I don't think all ways of maximizing your well-being within capitalism are equally ethical. I think there are ways to maximize your well-being which are quite unethical.
Okay, hold on, because you keep doing this thing where you ask a question in a very exasperated manner and it makes you sound rhetorically effective. So for my rhetorical effectiveness, what's happening here is you don't actually have an underlying principle that you're actually like appealing to. What you keep doing is you keep trying to make an excuse for every single thing to say like, well, here it's okay, here it's not okay, here it's okay.
Excuse for? I
on almost every single thing.
So
I have listened to every single thing you said, but when I repeat it back to you, you're getting confused because you're trying to discover these arguments in real time.
No, because you're repeating. You keep saying that I've said you can never criticize an individual for their participation under capitalism, which I have never at any point in this conversation said, but you've repeated that back to me like a dozen times.
I'm gonna write these
in and of itself, participation, in and of itself, inherently, participation is not a bad thing. You can do those things in a morally neutral or even morally beneficial way. However, you can also do it in morally negative ways.
Okay, what makes it morally negative?
I think that by my standard, a morally negative way of engaging in this behavior would be... Well, there are a million out instances, but I would say that I have in my head an image of how a lefty could be a business person or a landlord, and if there are ways in which
stop. I need you to give me an actual answer.
Threshold.
You can participate in capitalism in a morally neutral way. That's a statement that you've made. But you said there's also negative ways you can participate. Now, besides like obviously breaking the law, what is a morally negative way? Because it sounds to me like what you go on to say, because this is where you're getting caught. I don't mean calling, I'm trying to catch you, but it's like we're running in a country. Wait, real quick, because you're saying that morally negative equals bad things. You're like begging the question. And then one of the examples that you gave were landlords lobbying the government and saying, hey, you need to undo this law.
People during a pandemic, yes.
Yeah. Wait. So wait, is it just the eviction now, or was it the law? Because earlier you said it wasn't the eviction that mattered. You said it was the fact that it was a law that mattered. So which one is the important thing? Is that evicting someone is wrong? Because that's just living in a capitalist world. Is evicting someone?
Them writing op-eds to try to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict during a pandemic.
Okay.
I didn't say the thing you're saying that I said. Anyone who's watching, Destiny or Vosh side, you can clip, you can go back and watch.
Okay.
I feel like I'm being ascribed positions,
You're
but I
not.
don't actually.
Now, I understand that. But remember that tweet?
Are you listening to me?
I am listening to you
Okay,
very well. My brain is working a million times. Wait, real quick. So you're upset. You're upset. You're upset that landlords are lobbying the government. This was one of the statements that you made in that earlier tweet where you said all of those things were jokes. Yes.
It was that they were writing op-eds.
Lobbying the government. Go ahead.
That's not what lobbying means.
It's a form of lobbying, of course.
I'm sure there were some institutions that were doing that. But yes, they were pushing to regain the ability to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. I think that's bad.
Okay, which part of this is morally wrong, immoral? What part of this is immoral? So hold on. Wait. Hold on. Unemployed. We're not talking about my position. If you want, after this, we can walk through everything. I think because I'll be glad to talk about it from start to finish.
Everything. You just keep I say a thing, and then you say, "Hold up, that's not what you said," and then you say a thing I didn't said, and then we've been repeating this for an hour.
So that's why I'm writing.
I don't even remember why.
Your statement is that this is bad. Landlords wanted to evict people unemployed. Wait, sorry, shit. I put people in choice. Landlords wanted to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. Equals bad. Yes.
No, I said landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict people during a pandemic. I think it's extra nasty if you're trying to fight against the state's effort to prevent people from dying on the streets.
Okay. Which part of this is the moral wrong? So here's something I've written down for you, okay? Landlords trying to get the government to revoke laws to allow them to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. If the law wasn't there, do you think it would be morally neutral for them to evict unemployed people during a pandemic?
Let me think. If there was no law, then I think it would be morally neutral, yeah, because we have to criticize the institutions first and foremost. It's the responsibility of the state to put placeholds on stuff like this.
Okay.
Otherwise, the natural market forces would dictate that they would continue to evict people unabated.
Okay, so the problem isn't trying to evict unemployed people during a pandemic, because this is what you keep hamming up to be very rhetorical. You're saying unemployed people during a pandemic. But your problem,
I do think it's bad.
Okay, but your problem isn't the fact that they're trying to evict unemployed people during a pandemic. That action would actually be okay. Your problem is that they're trying to revoke the laws.
Well, the action would be bad, but it would be a necessary component of the way commodified land ownership works.
Hold on. So that participation in capitalism would be inherently bad.
No. That participation in capitalism would be as expected. It would be morally neutral. Everyone would be doing it. However, the action which is taking place is still bad because you're evicting unemployed people during a pandemic. So wait, hold on. Okay. So I'll give you an example. Okay. Let me try to think of something analogous here.
Okay.
When police officers go out on the beat. And
wait, I don't think we need an example. Can we just stick to the tenant? I don't think we need, because we're just going to make it more confusing.
When police officers go out on the beat.
Okay.
And they arrest a person for selling drugs, I think that the drug war is cringe and that this is doing harm to society and blah, blah. However, it is the job of the cop to do that thing. And if a lefty was in that position and they did that thing, whether or not they were there, the other person who could have been that cop also could have done that thing. The job institutionally is to fix the drug war, not to expect that cops just ignore every drug dealer on the street. Now, if they do that, if they choose to do that good thing, I think that's preferable. But the absence of a lefty there would still incur the morally neutral action, which is adhering to the existing law.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No. Can I sidestep and ask a question about that? Because I'm so confused. If you can be replaced for doing a particular action, does that mean that any action that you do is always going to be considered morally neutral? That action can't carry moral weight because someone else could just step in and do it regardless? So let's say, for instance, there was let's say there's a bounty board and they pay people to assassinate kindergartners. Now, you could go and accept that job and go kill a kindergartner. Would that be morally neutral because if you don't do it, someone else is going to step in and do it instead?
No, I don't think that's an institutional role that is obligated to be filled.
What if there's an institution of bounty hunting?
I don't know enough about it. I don't think that bounty hunting works the same way cops do.
Okay, what about the institution of slavery then? We'll go to a real life world. Do you think that owning slaves then in the South, that was necessarily a morally neutral thing because it was just part of the system, and if you were gone, another slave owner would just step up?
No, I think that it's worthwhile to criticize those institutions.
Why?
And the people who
No,
participate
not the
in them, too.
institutions. Don't.
Oh, sure.
Being,
And the
I am
people who
okay.
participate in
Just
them.
real clear. I'm being very careful to be incredibly precise with my language. I'm asking you to do the same. Okay. I'm not talking
Okay,
about
wait,
the
then
institutions, and I'm not talking about how you feel. I'm asking, do you think it is morally neutral to be a slave owner? For if you weren't a slave owner, someone else would just step up and own your slaves for you. Do you think that would be morally neutral?
No, I don't. No, I don't think slave owning was like a slot thing where like if you aren't owning the slaves, then someone else steps up to own this. I don't necessarily know if it works that way.
The reason why I'm saying, massive business in the South.
The reason why I'm saying this about landlords and cops specifically is because the way those institutions work, especially with landowning, literally require that those institutions exist.
Wait, you don't think the agricultural economic organization of the South required slavery to exist?
Not in the same way. An individual house in a commodified housing system is either owned by an individual or what? That's it. You either own it or you rent it out to or a company owns it or something. But with slavery, there wasn't institutional slots where it's required. When you're a slave owner,
wait, how was it not institutional? They literally have whole laws on the books regarding the ownership of slaves.
To a demand for slavery in a way that the housing market doesn't have. If you're a landowner and you rent a property, you can't throw your hands up in the air and say nope, I back out, and then that property disappears.
Wait, I don't think that's relevant. I'm just asking because it feels to me like you're falling back on this argument. The argument that you're appealing to figure out if something is worth condemning or not is whether or not somebody on an individual level is whether or not somebody else would step up to replace you. So I think it's fair to say in the South, slavery was a big institution, and if you aren't going to own
it was a big institution, but if you own a collection of apartment buildings, that someone has to own that. You can't, otherwise it turns into a Ranshack tenement.
Yeah, sure, but if you own slaves in the South, but if we go before the Emancipation Proclamation, if we go before slaves are allowed to be free anywhere, black people are allowed to be free anywhere, somebody has to own those slaves. It's not like you can just set them free, right?
But the only reason slaves were brought across the Atlantic was because there was a market demand for them over here. If people didn't keep buying slaves, then they wouldn't have had the transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, but if you don't buy it, someone else is.
Works literally requires those institutions.
But if you don't buy those slaves, somebody else will.
Not if there are fewer people buying slaves, they bring less slaves over the Atlantic.
Okay, if you're going to make that argument, then I'm going to say if there are fewer people evicting tenants, then there are fewer tenants being evicted. Or if there are fewer cops making drug busts, then there are fewer people getting arrested for doing drugs. That breaks your other two arguments you gave earlier.
No, it would be good to not drug bust.
No, don't do this equivocation. I'm not saying it would be good not blah, blah, blah. Earlier, you said that the action of evicting a tenant or the action of petitioning the government to evict a tenant or the action of arresting somebody for drugs would be morally neutral because if you were to stop doing it, somebody else would just step in and
petitioning the government. The whole point of the institutional critique is to get the government to implement laws that make society better. I don't think there's any justification, whether or not you're participating in the system, to fight against those laws when they're implemented.
Earlier it sounded like you were saying that if a cop arrested people for having a bunch of weed, or if a landlord wrote an op-ed criticizing the government for a law, that these things...
Those are not comparable to me.
Oh, those aren't comparable. I'm sorry. A landlord evicting somebody or a cop arresting somebody for having weed. These two things are morally neutral because if you weren't doing it, someone else in your system would step up and do it. And it seems to me that if we go back far enough, 300 years ago or whatever, if you owned slaves, if you didn't own those slaves, somebody else would buy them. Slavery was a huge part of the early U.S. economy. It was how a lot of our agriculture and shit got done, that if you didn't own them, someone else would do them. So in that case, my question is why wouldn't being a slave owner be moral if that's your way to justify what is morally neutral?
Because if you walk away from being a cop or a landowner, somebody else will own that land or somebody else will take that police slot. But you can free your slaves. Well, actually, given the laws of the South, it was actually pretty difficult to free the slave. You cannot buy slaves. You can just not do that. Slaves aren't a necessary component of the way that economic system worked.
Wait,
at all.
are you sure about that?
Absolutely, I am. And I would challenge any history PhD to come on here and argue that slavery was as necessary and intricate a component of the Southern economy as housing commodification is to our land market and cops are
Wait,
to our
why did
criminal
the
justice
South care
system.
so much about having slaves then if they didn't need
Because
them?
they wanted them, but that doesn't mean that they were institutionally mandated the way our land. Okay, hold on. You do recognize that there is literally no alternative to properties being rented. We need not everyone.
You
can
do
just buy a
realize that
house
the
and go to
South
college.
literally had a fucking civil war against
That
the
is not-
United
wait,
States
it-
to defend
I-
slavery. Why do you think this wasn't what they felt was pretty
wait,
necessary?
Wait, hold on. Do you think fighting a war for something is the same as something being institutionally necessary?
I think that it is the most institutionally necessary thing if you're willing to fight a war over it. Yeah, of course.
No, that's not what institutionally necessary means. The way
What does it mean to
commodified
you?
land markets work literally require the existence of landowners who rent properties. The fact that the South was willing to fight people fight wars over shit all the time. That doesn't mean the thing they're fighting a war over is an institutional requirement of the way their system works.
I felt like slavery was so okay, I'm sorry. I could just be totally wrong. So let me understand. So you're telling me that slavery was just a hobby or a pastime of the South? They didn't actually need it for any of their economic system?
I'm
or whatever?
legitimately asking, are you acting in bad faith right now? Because I think more of your intelligence than this. Do you really think there's no difference at all between the two things we're talking about? I'm actually not kidding. Are you laughing right now? I'm not looking at your cam. I assume you've given up on this conversation.
I
because
have
that was
not
an
given up.
extraordinarily
My
stupid
assumption is that slavery was an integral part to the South's economy, and that anybody in this... Wait, let me finish. Hold on, real quick. Anybody in the South would have said, like, we need slaves to make our fucking shit work. It's incredibly fucking important to us. It is so integral to our economy and our way of life and our way of being that we're literally going to fucking fight a war to defend our
Was
right.
there a mandated number of slaves in the South?
A mandated number?
If
not
we
by
had a certain
law. I'm
number,
sure
let's say
economically
N,
there is, but
N
not by
number
law,
of
sure.
slaves. We had N number of slaves, and then one slave owner throws up their hands and they say, I'm fucking done owning slaves. I am going to free my 100 slaves. And now the South has N minus 100 slaves. Is there a necessary economic counterbalancing effect which requires that 100 additional slaves be purchased collectively by the South?
I mean, where do you think those slaves went? Somebody else would just buy them up or kill them, no? What would happen if you
think they bought them up?
What? Wait, what?
Why do you think there were so many slaves to buy up?
Because people felt like they could put them to economic use? What do you mean?
Okay, so if people stopped buying all of the slaves, there wouldn't be a market for the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, and if people stopped renting all houses, then there would be no more
wrong.
landlords.
You have to.
No, you
That's
don't.
the thing.
What do you mean? How do you have to?
You
could just make everybody not rent a house. What do you mean? You don't have to do
Wait,
that.
then where would they live?
No. I mean, when I say rent a house or be a landlord, or maybe I'm being unclear. I mean, like, rent a house to another person. You don't have to be a landlord. You could just tell everybody to stop being landlords.
So everyone has to buy the house they live in?
Sure.
That's not possible for a wide number of reasons.
Wait, why
that I know
not?
you're familiar with.
If every person stopped like being landlords, the price of houses would fall eventually. Necessarily would have to. If there's not that many dollars chasing them, the prices would come down because people would have to sell eventually. Or
you think the way
to be clear, hold on. Wait. I have to wait. I gotta point this out. Okay, I have to point this out because I can't let you walk away. They're talking about no. Because you keep saying things like this. So you're acting like it's ridiculous. Wait. I know. No. You made this comparison. Okay, you're asking. You're like, you think that it's possible that everyone could just buy a house? You literally threw as an example of me. Well, everyone could just stop owning slaves. Okay, so no. Okay, I'm not gonna let you pretend like my comparison is so unbelievable. Okay, I'm not saying that my comparison is so unbelievable when that was your argument that you gave me. Okay, so let's be real for a second. Okay, let's be clear. Okay.
So let's be clear. If everybody just stopped owning slaves, if that was a thing that they did, if they just stopped owning slaves, the economic systems within the South, back in the antebellum South, there are ways in which they could accommodate those changes. Because at the end of the day, a slave is just labor that you're not paying or treating very well. There are ways to change that, and we know that because they did. We fought a war and they lost. And after they lost, and there were no more slaves, a different system was implemented, and it worked.
Well,
But
and there's a way. There are ways that we
a
could accommodate the
system-
absence of all landlords, though. What do you mean?
We can't accommodate the absence of all landlords in a commodified housing system because the way the modern world works does not allow for every single property a person could be living at to be purchased.
It absolutely could be. What do you mean? The government could assign these houses to people. The fucking.
Oh, well, hold on.
What?
Hold on. If that's the case, if we're talking about the government assigning houses, then I would agree. Because
How is that
would be
different
at
than the
least
government
partial.
going south and murdering, or not murdering, I should say, but fighting a fucking war with another fucking country to get them to stop
What
being
does
slave
that
owners?
have to do with war? The government.
Wait, hold on.
divvying
Just
up
to be clear,
houses
hold on.
be
I'm gonna
partial
have to talk over you if you're gonna keep talking over me. I'm sorry, because I have to get this because you're trying to do the rhetorical thing. Okay, you're trying to
not
make
doing-
it sound
wait,
like it
you
is
say
so
it's rhetorical thing. I
unbelievable.
just feel like
You're
I'm not
trying to
being
make it sound like it is
understood.
so unbelievable that the government could assign houses to people that's just unreasonable for me to ask. But the counterexample that you're holding up is that in order to make people stop being slave owners, they fucking had a war over it. So
Wait,
yeah, if
but
you're gonna
nobody's
say,
nobody's talking about
if
the
you're
willingness to fight a war over something is not a direct indicator of how institutionally necessary it was.
it's an indicator of how institutionally necessary they thought it was.
how they thought it was. Germany fought a war over Lebensraum, but they lost the war and they have their current borders. And look at that, Germany still exists.
And you know
So
what?
clearly-
I bet. You know what? I don't think it would work that well economically, but I bet we could decommodify all housing and have it assigned by the government, and that would probably work too.
if we did that, then I would adopt your position. If there was a push to decommodify housing or to allow government assignment of housing, then I would change my position and say that it would be unethical to be a landlord, period. Because in doing so, you would be fighting against an institutional move to decommodify housing.
Okay, let's assume then, because we're not going to agree on this. Let's assume that there is a country or a state mandated 1 million slave minimum, and you owned the millionth slave. Do you think at that point then that it's morally neutral for you to own that slave because if you stopped, somebody else would just step up and they would own that slave instead? If it was a mandated minimum number of slaves.
This feels like a bad faith clip moment, but yeah, I think that would be morally neutral. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to figure
If there's
out. That's
literally
fine.
a mandated amount, and
Okay.
so it has to go.
Then
to
if you're
somebody-
the one that owns the slave, it's morally neutral. Okay, that's all. Okay, that's fine. Because now that's consistent. Okay, so now going back then. Okay, so I'm going to. So you do agree with this statement? Okay. Wait, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm restating this to make sure that we
I
agree.
want you to treat the slave well. I think that would be nice.
Okay, but it would still be morally neutral, and that's all we care about. Okay, you believe that if you can be replaced in an institution, then any action that you do within that institution is necessarily morally neutral. So long as you can be replaced
within an institution, that any action, no, not any action, as long as you're acting the median, as long as you're doing what's expected, you can do worse or better. You're talking about an incredibly complicated a collection of thresholds. I don't know if you're looking for like a price line or if you're looking for an itemized list of good and bad behaviors. I don't know why you're laughing. I'm trying to answer this.
No,
to the best
because
of
you're
my
like,
ability.
because
do you think?
Here's the thing. Listen, when you're trying to figure out like a position or a stance on something, when you have to add 50 million asterisks behind it,
I'm trying to flesh
you're
out,
adding
okay?
so many different like qualifiers and exceptions and rules.
What qualifiers?
Well, you just told me that there's like a number of thresholds along which you can figure out if acting within an institution is even moral or not.
You know why? Because that way, the presence of the lefty there doesn't bolster the institution. If another person was in their place, nothing would change.
Okay, so that's
why.
fine. But even if there's a lefty there treating his slave poorly, it's not going to change anything if somebody else replaces him.
Well, it's absolutely changing something for the slave, dude.
Okay, then in that case, it's not enough to just act normal. Because if you want to say that it's not enough to do that because the slave's being treated horrible, what we should actually get is like a benevolent slave owner or a great slave owner. Okay, I could agree with that, but that means then being a normal lefty business owner is not good. You need to go above and beyond. So earlier when I gave the example of charging market rates for your rent, it's not enough to charge market rates. You need to go above and beyond and charge under market rates. Which one is it?
Assuming right now, I think. Well,
I'm not assuming anything. I'm giving you the logical
ask me,
contradictions
I say
between
that
your
you should.
statements.
Every time people have asked me this, I do say you should charge below market rates. Are you trying to ask me what percentage below or above?
I'm not
expected
asking you
behavior?
anything even remotely that specific. I'm just trying to figure out what
I don't
underlying
think I've
principle.
been inconsistent. You've spent an hour probing a set of beliefs that I haven't wavered on in the slightest. I don't know why this is so confusing or interesting to you. I don't even know why we're talking about this. We agreed on the base ideas. We agree that if you're a lefty and you have access to means, that it is good to do what you can to advocate for your political positions. If a person chooses not to do that, I think it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, at least they're making good content on YouTube, or bad content if it's you, because you don't like the same stuff that I like, I imagine. And if they do especially bad stuff with the power they accrue through their wealth, then I think that's bad. And you would think that's bad because you don't like bad things. I don't know why this is so disagreeable. If you want, if I
don't
really
think it's.
spent the time,
I don't
could think about it for a very
depending
long
on
time.
Well, so my disagreement would be that I think that if somebody has, we can forget everything we just said and move to the next stage. I still don't know what you think in the prior stage, so it might come up again.
Wait, what curiosity do you have?
I don't know what you think is good or bad in terms of how you can act in society. But maybe that's not important. The next part of the conversation.
Can I ask you a really quick question? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
can I ask
sure.
you a quick thing? Okay. Do you think... Okay, wait, hold on. Chat's going to be me. Do you think child slavery is good or bad?
Do I think child slavery is good or bad? Well, if there's so many ways that we could define this, does going to school count as a slave? In general, I think child slavery is probably bad.
I'm not trying. It's not a gotcha.
Okay, yeah, I would say child slavery is probably bad. Yeah.
Okay, I agree that child slavery is bad. I'm glad we agree on that.
That's good.
Now, there are more slaves around on Earth today than there have been at any other point in human history. They're all over the world. And the supply lines that we get our stuff from, it relies on child slavery. So I think that it's bad that those things happen. That when I buy a thing, when I buy a computer or an iPhone or something, I look at that and it's like, fuck, like this came from a sweatshop or something, or like something misfortune touched this item at some point along the line. Is that a feeling you get? Do you ever think like it would be a better world if that wasn't the case? If I could rely on fair market treatment for everything that I buy? For sure. Okay. I completely agree with that. And institutionally, you think we should push for fair labor rights all around the world to the extent that we can.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so.
But you think it's probably okay for people to like buy an iPhone?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. That's the general vibe that I get here. I think that these institutions are generally harmful and should be institutionally opposed.
Okay, I understand this. Let me ask you this question, okay? Do you agree that buying an iPhone that might have been made by a slave at some point, that's an unfortunate thing that we should try to avoid, right?
I don't.
This isn't a
know
trick
if I can
question. It's
criticize
just
a
like
person for getting an iPhone.
Sure,
I mean,
but like if we
it's
could
good if
avoid
you
it, it'd be
don't.
nice to avoid it. It's like, yeah, sure. Do you think that carries the same moral weight as locking a slave in your basement and forcing that child to build you an iPhone? Do you think these two things are the same, or do you think that it's a little bit different, that one is worse than the other?
I think those are different.
Okay, that's my issue. My issue isn't that a lefty merely exists in a system where maybe he buys something from a child slave. My issue is when they have the slave in the other room working for them. And then when you say, well, hold on, dude, isn't that kind of crazy? You're like, whoa, bro, you've bought iPhones that are touched by slaves as well. It's the same thing. That's my problem. Okay. My issue isn't that lefties just exist in a capitalist society and are just, you can't help it. My issue is that there are things that you can help. You could pay workers a lot of money. You could advocate for certain causes. You could put your money where your mouth is for some things, but you choose not to.
From my perspective, what is unethical about a lefty owning a business?
A lefty owning a business by default isn't unethical, but if they own the business and they run it like any other capitalist, why wouldn't you?
Okay, owns a business and has wage slave employees. Okay, what about that?
I think that's unethical. I think that if you own a business, it should be a co-op, and you should be using your money to prove the concept and to run it in a moral way. If you believe that exploitation of workers, that paying a wage and collecting a profit off of your employees is necessarily bad, you should have a rev share, profit share, employee stock program to negate that from happening. You shouldn't be collecting.
I agree.
A profit.
That is a thing you should do. But again,
No. Hold on. Wait. I'm not using the vocabulary here. Okay. I'm in Destiny world. I'm saying that it would be unethical. Not I wouldn't like it or I'd prefer not. I'm saying it would be unethical, in my opinion. If you're a leftist, it would be unethical to run a business where you are a capitalist extracting surplus labor. That would be unethical. Not I wouldn't like it or I would prefer not. I say it would be unethical. And I think it would be ethical. It'd be morally righteous for you to run a business in a way that complies or comports with the ethical system that you have in socialism.
Who is the recipient of the harm?
For what?
For that example.
If you run a business, the recipient of the harm would be the workers, the laborers.
Okay. And if you didn't start a business, where would they be working?
I don't know, somewhere else.
Somewhere else. And if you started a business and they had an opportunity to work at your place or another, and they chose yours when they could have had another, what would your absence have meant to them?
The absence
and
would
the
have meant
harm
that
done
you
to their
weren't the
world?
one committing the immoral action.
So there's no actual change in the harm done to the world. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But
Well,
that doesn't matter, though.
it is the only thing that matters to me.
If you
And
were out in a
because
crowded
your
area,
participation
no,
in these systems,
no, you don't even agree with this.
Stop. Just if your participation in these systems, and let's be perfectly clear here, okay? The crime of capitalism is not that there are businesses that are privately owned. The crime is that there is nothing but. Whether or not a lefty chooses to open a business has no bearing on the existence of capitalism. And it also does nothing but, and this may sound like a capitalist argument, but I do believe this, expand the opportunities for workers in the region because they have N+1 places to potentially work at now, furthering their opportunities and potentially giving them a better shot.
Okay,
The
let's say
implementation of a business only adds utility. It doesn't derive it, whether or not you're a lefty.
the problem is you committing the action that you deem immoral. You can't use the system as an
I don't think
excuse for
that's
that.
immoral.
Okay, fine. So here's a question. You enter a shady business, okay? Let's say that there is a woman, she's locked in a fucking cage, and it says not going to be freed until she's raped. You know that no matter what happens, somebody has to rape that woman in order for her to get freed. It doesn't matter if you do it or if someone else does it.
I'm not going to dignify these hypotheticals. I get
Because
clipped enough.
well, so with your moral system, whether or not you do the immoral act, oh, you know what? Just because it's you, we'll go for a toned down one. Let's say that you walk across somebody's car, and let's say that on their car seat, you see that their window's down and their wallet's laying on their car seat. If you steal that wallet, are you just as like okay to do it as anyone else because anybody else could walk by and steal the wallet? Like, is it okay for you to do it because someone else will steal it if you don't?
Do you think those are comparable?
Yes. It's the exact same thing. There is a wallet on a seat in a car. You walk by, the window's down. If you don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it. Do you think that you might as well steal it because somebody else could?
Opening a business and giving wage slaves the opportunity to work and be wage slaves at a different place, compelling no one, coercing no one, only implicitly through capitalism and market forces, to work at your place. This is the same to you as...
Wait, you're giving the most based libertarian anarcho-capitalist takes right now. When I open a business, I don't force anyone to work for me. They do it by their own volition. You know that's not true. In capitalism, you have no choice but to work or you die. What do you mean?
That's why I said, except for the implicit coercion of capitalism in a market system. What's the point of me qualifying?
Okay, maybe I missed it. I'm sorry. It feels like you're giving like ANCAP takes on like running a business.
No,
Like, well, if I don't own the business, like, do you hate the global poor? Like, don't you want to give them an opportunity to work somewhere? Like,
you acknowledge that my argument, that what I'm saying doesn't contribute harm to the world. The net utility only increases.
my problem is that if you have an actor with a specific ethical system, I think that it would be morally wrong not to act in congruence with it. So what I'm saying is, so in your world, it sounds like anybody walking by the car, you might as well take the wallet because any other person would be. But what I would say is, you shouldn't take the wallet.
Wait.
You could just what? You could just not. Wait, what?
Yeah.
You could just not take the wallet?
Took the wallet?
In that case, you could just not open the business.
Well, then where are people going to work?
And another person will open the business. You don't have to.
What difference does that make?
So then what difference does it make if you take the wallet?
People need jobs. Nobody needs their wallets.
That's not relevant here. We're not talking about the particular thing if it's needed or not.
No,
that's not what we're talking about.
Everybody refrains from stealing the wallet. Nobody steals the wallet, and everything is fine. If nobody opens a business, there are no jobs, and capitalism doesn't exist, and we all starve.
Okay, if there's $100 bill on the floor, somebody's going to take it. You're saying that if somebody else walks by and takes it, because your arguments earlier was, does the net harm or the net good in the world change? Well, if not, then it doesn't fucking matter. That's what you said.
Nobody picks up the $100 bill, everything remains fine. But if nobody opens a business, we don't have an economy, and we all go back to trading rocks.
Wait, then why don't you use the same argument then for the cop? If like the cop shouldn't arrest the person for smoking weed because maybe just no cops could arrest somebody for smoking weed.
Wait, That's not the same. You're conflating good
No,
action
I'm not
within...
conflating.
Wait,
No.
hold on. You conflated two things there. You did, and you'll recognize it if you give me a second. There's a difference between expecting everybody to act very well within an institution and abstaining from participating in that institution altogether.
Wrong.
And the analogies that we're providing, not opening a business and not taking the $100 bill off the ground, or abstaining entirely. Whereas you just said, what if every cop just did really good in their job? I think that'd be fantastic.
Okay, I'm going to give you this analogy from all three perspectives, okay?
Sure.
And it lines up with everyone, okay?
Sure.
So in World 1, I would say that all three of these actions we can say are immoral, okay? It can be 1, arresting somebody for having marijuana is immoral because you are acting in a way that I think is shitty if you're like a socialist or a moral person, even if you're in that system. I think it's bad. So 1 is arresting somebody for weed, okay? Fuck you. You have a discretion. You have discretion as a cop. You don't have to do that, okay? Number 2, stealing somebody's wallet. You don't have to steal their wallet. Even if someone else is going to steal it, fuck it. Don't do it. That's bad, okay? And then 3, opening a business and exploiting your workers by collecting wage slaves. You don't have to do that either, okay? That's wrong if you're a socialist, okay? All three of those are wrong. Now, that's on all three levels, that's wrong, morally wrong. Now, morally neutral, okay? I guess morally neutral would be the cop, I guess, meeting his quota if he has to arrest somebody because a friend like radioed it in, okay? Fine, that's morally neutral. You're existing in a way you have to exist in the system, okay? For the lefty, I can't think of a morally neutral way to open a business. I guess maybe you just don't open a business. You just don't do anything, and you let somebody else step by and open a business. Or actually, I'm sorry. We'll say the cop doesn't arrest somebody. Maybe somebody else steps by. He never becomes a cop, okay? Or for the lefty never opens a business. And then, or for the wallet guy like never steals the wallet. He never walks by, never takes the wallet. He just does nothing or whatever. But then on the ethically like high side, like these would be good things to do on all three levels. The cop could like, not only could the cop not arrest somebody or not be a cop, the cop could tell somebody like, hey, throw that away. Like there are other cops that are come by, right? He could try to help people that are drugs. Like, hey, like go check in somewhere, do something good as a cop, right? Or 2, the lefty business owner could open a co-op. He could open a business and say, hey, we're actually going to do rev sharing. If you work here during rush hour, you're going to get paid like $6 an hour more because we're making more money. Or for the guy that sees the wallet, the guy could go into the car, take the wallet, and then find the owner and say like, hey, dude, your car was open. Here's the wallet. Like this is all three levels of like moral action. So you could either act morally wrong, or you could disengage from the system completely, or you could act morally right. I think that I can encourage people to act morally righteous. I don't think it's fair to say, well, if he doesn't open a business and act in a bad way, someone else would just open the business. No, well, he could open the business and act in a good way. If these are truly what his ethics are, you could do that.
Yes, that would be good.
Yes, but the neutral or the disengagement thing, if you have principles, I don't think that's good. I think that's bad. If you walk by a car if you walk by the car,
assumption that the neutral option for a lefty opening a business would be to not open that business, which I obviously disagree with. I'm sorry, if there's some irreconcilable difference that we're not going to resolve here, then we might as well not waste an additional hour on it. If you acknowledge that when a lefty opens a business and let's say pays market rate same as everyone else and the workers are treated fine, really middle of the road, as hard as that is to abstract, all you are doing in a purely empirical sense is giving local workers an additional choice, an additional place that they could sell their labor to. An unethical institution, unfortunate, but you are not compelling or mandating or directing any direct harm. If you didn't do that, there would be no benefit to
but
the
if
world.
you have the means to not, if you have the means to act in a way that's in more accordance, if you have the means to act in harmony with your principles, then for you to do less.
I genuinely think that your perspective on this issue has been tainted or corroded in some way by the people that you've argued online.
If it's been tainted or corroded by anything, it's by the fact that I went to a Jesuit high school, and what part of what we taught, I guess, was like that you should live your principles. That maybe that's the corrosion here.
But what the difference is, you aren't accurately describing my principles.
Well, your principles is that as long as someone else is going to step up and fuck somebody over, you might as well do it yourself. It's not bad to do it.
It's done
by fucking somebody over because someone else could just do it. Yes, there is harm. It is necessarily exploitative to have wage slaves. That is harmful.
The system is exploitative. Even if they're not working at your place, they'll work at another one.
But if you are participating and encouraging and furthering that system by owning a business and exploit that interaction is necessarily...
Stop being a utilitarian.
It's not a. It's
No, all of the arguments that you've been making have rung deontological to me.
It's
If that's
not- it's not-
that's your dig, that's fine. But your understanding of what I think is hypocritical or what I think is wrong or incorrect is just not the case. Maybe a lot of other lefties would agree. Maybe a lot of other lefties would say, yeah, owning a business as a lefty is hypocritical. And if that's the case, you can roast the fuck out of them. all
if you
want.
have the means to do something more in harmony with your ethical principles,
So
then that, as a
to what-
utilitarian, that's what we should be encouraging everybody to do.
But what is the difference between the obligatory good and the supererogatory? What must one do to avoid being bad, or what is simply good to do voluntarily? Nobody
must.
donates all of their income.
No, come on! Don't fucking throw some
wait,
dog
please.
shit
With all the
argument at
uncharitability
me.
you've assigned me, please, God.
Oh my God, he's bringing out the
Everybody-
dog shit arguments.
What dog shit argument?
I never said you have to donate all of your fucking
I never
income.
said you said it. I was trying to provide an example. Everybody
he's bringing 'em out.
believes, well, not everyone. Most people believe that you should give to the needy or the poor or the homeless. And very often people give a couple of dollars to a busker outside of their work, but very few people, if any, donate everything. So somewhere between A and B, there's a line. Now, I personally think that we don't have an institutional obligation to provide any given amount to charity, but I think it's good when people decide to do that. As a lefty, I don't think you have any moral obligations apart from the expectations that I would assign other people. It is, to me, additive. It is a benefit. It is an extra good if they use their platform, their power, their voice to advocate for leftism. And it's one I advocate for quite a bit because obviously I want to win. But I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's a moral wrong for a person to believe a thing but not dedicate their life to, or even a substantial number of their resources to, advocating for that thing. I don't think that's a moral wrong, and I don't think it's hypocritical to open a business. And no matter how many times you try to cram hypocrisy down my throat, I stand by it.
I'm just trying. Okay,
You
here's
have
a question. Here's a
misrepresented my
question.
positions multiple
Dude,
times.
I'm
over this
trying to write
conversation.
down what you're saying every time, and it's fucking like morphing in front of me. Okay.
What have I morphed on?
In terms of like, we can go back in the debate. Hold on. I want to ask you a question.
Do we
okay?
need to go back?
No.
Is it forward the direction we should
I'm
be
avoiding.
going on?
I'm avoiding going back by not saying what I think you've changed on, because then it's going to cost us back. I have a simple question for you. Okay. Let's say that there are 10 people. Okay. They're gathered on the beach, and unfortunately today there is a lost soul. Okay. He's 100 meters out. This guy is fucked, and none of the people on the beach, they're not good enough swimmers to go get him. Okay. Now, let's say another guy walks by, okay? This guy is called Chad Marks, okay? Some people call him Charles Marks, okay? This guy is a fucking state champion swimmer. And he walks by and he sees that kid out there. Do you think that that guy, with his additional means, with all that he has available to him, do you think that it would be just as morally neutral for him to stand by and watch that person drown as the other 10 less capable people on that beach? Could he simply say, I mean, I don't have like an obligation. It would be good if I did, but like, I mean, I could just sit here and watch it happen. I don't think it's bad. It's just morally neutral if I sit here and watch him. If he has the means,
I don't
otherwise.
think these are analogous. but
No,
I do
okay.
think they should go out and save the person.
Okay. Why is that disanalogous?
Okay. Because if they decided not to do that thing, if they decided to abstain, it would cost a person their life. Whereas in the case of a lefty opening a business, their decision to open it would not add any negative utility to the world. So in that case, we're talking about, for a lefty, it's either you abstain and you have nothing, or you participate and you have nothing, assuming you don't do extra bad or extra
Okay,
good.
that's not
Whereas
really
in the case of
material
the
to the-
champion
that's-
Chad
that's-
Mark
that's-
swimmer. If they abstain, you have a death, and if they participate, you have a saved life.
That's not at all material to this analogy.
Participation and abstinence in these two examples meant very different outcomes.
Well, participation in a morally righteous way, in the swimming one, could result in saving somebody's life. Participation in a righteous way, in the economic sense, could be you opening a business that improves the material conditions of multiple other workers and families. I think those are comparable.
I think that'd be great.
Okay. Abstinence in one sense, is you just stand by and you watch a person drown. And abstinence, which is negative. And abstinence in the business sense is you just stand by and you watch another business open up and exploit workers.
Which would be neutral, but the death is negative.
How is that? Okay, I never, ever, ever want you to say again that like capitalism is negative or business owners are bad because
I don't
you
think
have
you
bit.
understand my argument enough to.
I guess
criticize
not
it,
because
doesn't
you've
it?
bit the neutral bullet on basically every single actor in a capitalist system. So wait, let me just clarify this. You believe that any person that opens a business and pays market wages to somebody, all of that capitalist that opens a business, that person is morally neutral. They're not committing a wrong at all, even if they have the means to do otherwise.
What do you mean the means to do otherwise?
Like, say they're very wealthy, or they could run their business in another way. But let's say they choose the most exploitative option, where they're just paying wages, no stock options, something like that. But it's like normal, what other like shitty fucking companies
if they're so, I don't know what you mean by most exploitative. If they just open up like a regular like place, then I think that would be preferable to them hoarding their wealth. If anything, at least that would give other people jobs.
Okay.
I mean, still think the system would be negative, of course, but. Now, if they were especially exploitative with how they managed that business, like they paid like below market wages, or they union busted, that's a big no-no, or they corroborated with other industries in the area to try to funnel labor towards them, but then drove down the price, like that kind of stuff, then that would be bad. I would not like that.
Okay, I don't know.
Why are you so obsessed with so this isn't even about what's good or bad for society.
It is about what's good or bad for society.
Well,
I think that people
you're
should
not a
live.
socialist, so you don't care what I think is good for society.
No, but I still think I'm a better capitalist than most fucking at least ANCAPs or libertarians.
Yeah, you are
or
a better
conservatives.
capitalist than
so
most guys.
I think, and I tried to live
with socialists and a lot of criticisms.
I tried to
about wealth
live,
inequality.
but I tried to live my principles. And I think that it would be unethical for me to maximize my existence in a capitalist society. I've turned down a lot of money for stuff that would maximize my existence in a capitalist because I think it's unethical to do so. I don't agree that like
how
because it doesn't further what I believe in, and it doesn't further
what you turned down.
I've turned down a ton of fucking gambling sponsorships. There was
Okay,
so much money flying around
gambling.
in the CSGO skin days. There was so much of that shit that I fucking turned down.
So you've turned good, and you've turned down, and I, for my part, have turned down every sponsorship because
why?
It's not a part of my aesthetic. I don't want to.
Okay, wait. Then don't make those things the
I
same.
want to.
Don't wait. Don't compare that to me. Okay, you're on a lower level there. Okay, I intentionally no. Hold on. I intentionally have foregone money that I could use otherwise because it is in accordance with my principles, okay? You're not doing it because it doesn't fit the aesthetic that you sell on your YouTube channel. Don't compare those two things. Those two things are very different from each other.
That I'm not a cuck and I don't want to...
No. Stop. Don't walk back what you said earlier, okay? Whatever aesthetic that you sell, that's called a brand, okay? So if you're doing something to help your brand, that's different than me making an ethical choice about which companies I engage with.
I wouldn't
okay?
like lose money or followers by accepting sponsorships.
Okay, I'm just saying,
don't like doing it.
That's fine that you don't like doing it.
But very hard on the language here. The fact
No.
of the matter is
I'm not fixating on the language.
Do it.
I'm not fixating on the language. I'm talking about the ideas right now, okay?
You're literally dick measuring with me.
I'm not
dick. Stop. And I said like,
Hold
I turned down
Hey,
sponsorships.
we're having a conversation about ethical behavior in a particular system, and I'm talking about behaviors that I think I exhibit that are ethical. If you want to call that dick measuring, that's fine, but this is the conversation that you showed up to.
That wasn't dick measuring. It was dick measuring when I said like, I don't accept sponsorships because I think they're cucked or whatever, and then you got mad at me for equivocating.
Yeah, because you're trying to say that these two things are similar. Then they're not. If I
was okay. Wait, I understand.
Holy fuck, you're being bad faith now. Just as an FYI.
Do you think that if we were having a calmer conversation and that interaction had taken place, that you would have responded the way that you just did?
Yes. Because I'm trying to be more careful, especially with you, because you've done the rhetoric thing way better than me in the past. So 2021, like you almost just did it. I don't know if you realize you're doing it like intentionally or not. It might be subconscious, but you almost just did it there. What are you talking about? To try to imply that what I just said was so crazy. You go for you. Wait, no, I am defensive because I have to be.
I don't know what you mean.
So okay. I can explain it to you if you give me 1 second.
How do I non-rhetorically talk to you? You engage in rhetoric.
I intentionally have not engaged with rhetoric for the majority of my career. I'm trying to do it more.
I've seen you say this before. You don't know what rhetoric means. Rhetoric doesn't mean that you engage in superfluous language or hyperbolic.
No, stop. Wait, hold on. Rhetoric is just the art of persuasion. That's all it means. Is persuading somebody for something. That's what rhetoric is.
You're arguing with me. That's an act of
persuasion.
No,
it is absolutely not.
When I argue, you genuinely believe this is like
dude. Most of my argument is literally like propositional and like analytical logic. Okay, that is not rhetorical.
That's rhetoric.
No, you're dead wrong.
Do you or do you not sell an aesthetic of logical argumentation?
To some extent, sure, yeah.
Okay, rhetoric, the way you phrase things, the way you decide to make arguments, that's not, it isn't rhetoric or logic. Rhetoric is just the way you deliver your information. And I have at no point during this conversation sacrificed the sincerity of my argument for the benefit of getting cheap points over you. In fact, if anything, I would say that you laughing and then busting out arguments about raping women in cages or owning slaves is a much more effective rhetorical tactic.
Yes,
where you're
I
trying
agree.
To
I agree.
my argument by
I am
reducing
trying.
it to moral
I am
depravity
yes, because
than
I'm
anything
explicitly
that I've
trying
done
to be
during this
more
time.
rhetorically effective.
By the
Rhetorically
way,
effective.
when I gave examples,
Stop.
I had the
Okay.
decency to lay out examples that I thought were reasonable, pragmatic, and something we could all relate
That's
to.
great, but you
were the
still
one who
play.
went straight
You
to the
play
rape
a
cage.
rhetorical game incredibly effectively, and I'm trying to
That
play
is
on
your
that
rape
level
cage
now.
destiny.
I am trying to play on that level now, so I'm not going to let you walk over with these
I'm not
crazy examples where I
playing
just
on any level.
Okay, stop. The disagreement that we had earlier is you asked me, because you said this in a very insulting way. I don't know if you realize that or not, okay? But you were like, what have you actually turned down? You said that. And then I gave an example, okay? I've turned down gambling sponsorships. I also pay exorbitant wages, better than anyone else in the industry. I pay way better than any other person here, okay? So those two things. And then you said, oh, well, I don't take sponsorships either. And I'm like, wait, really? And you're like, yeah, it's part of my aesthetic. Do you understand that is an insult? Wait, no, stop. Can I please fucking finish? Stop calling it dick measuring. You're trying to demean, okay, with the comparison, okay? That comparison to me was insulting because I don't not take certain sponsorships because of my aesthetic. I do it because of my principles. Those two things are very different. That's what upset me. Do you understand?
When I said aesthetic, I suppose you wouldn't buy me saying, as a lefty, I don't like the idea of doing legwork for corporations to advertise products that I don't give a fuck about. But you would say that's walking back, because what I actually believe is that it's purely an aesthetic flourish, and me fleshing it out now that I realize you've been made upset by my language is an attempt.
The thing is what I would say is I wouldn't believe you. Because
that's
the fact,
right. That's
yes,
what I just.
because
yeah,
the problem is you're giving
I don't care.
okay, that's great that you don't care. But when you had the opportunity to say it initially, like, it's my aesthetic, and I think that's probably closer to the reality. I think that it's two things. One, it's your aesthetic, and two, it's because you don't want to have to deal with fucking sponsor bullshit telling you what you can say. That's probably what it is. Those two things.
The latter thing is definitely part of it.
But now when you're trying to come out with like, well, actually, it's because I don't want to do the legwork for major corporations. I don't believe that. I don't buy that.
Okay, I know you don't.
But that's
because
fine.
You've assigned me so little charitability.
No, it's because the first response is the most likely to be the honest one.
Time during this conversation where I've said that I don't believe something that you've told me. The entire conversation, by the way, has been about you trying to assign hypocrisy to my beliefs. You realize
the majority
that, right?
of this conversation, and you know what, fucking bookfucker will go over. You know what, I look forward to bookfucker going over this. I have tried so fucking hard to understand your positions in this.
Said that's confusing.
I've tried to write down. How many times have you said like, you're smarter than this? Are you acting in bad faith?
I legitimately am disappointed. Yes.
Okay.
You can say that's a rhetorical flourish if you like, but I watched your content for long enough to remember when you were better than this. I honestly think that your engagement with the online left has made you, the fact that you've abandoned what brings about good or bad utility in favor of like holding lefties to some assigned degree.
I don't know how you turned into such an absurd consequentialist that you became a fucking ANCAP that thinks that like opening businesses and exploiting fucking. That's what you're saying. 100%. You're like, yeah, fuck it. If I don't do this business, someone else is going to do it. I have way higher ethical standards than that. You're the one that's coming, and then you're literally using the like, what about the global poor? You're literally using the what about the global poor argument. Do you understand that? When you say, like, if I don't open a business, well, someone else... Like, if I open a business, I'm giving those people somewhere to work. That's what people use as excuses for sweatshops, for slave shops in fucking China. It's like, well, at least we're getting them someplace to work.
So do you think institutionally there might have been an alternative to the way that the global north uses the global south?
I don't understand this question.
Okay, so if you're a megacorp or if you're a government... Do you think there might have been an institutional alternative to the current relationship that we have with the global poor? Like right now we have this, sweatshops are better than subsistence farming, but do you think there might have been maybe a more stringent advocacy for labor rights or like
Western course, yeah, I think so, yeah, for sure.
Okay, so the problem that I have with sweatshops aren't guys who are working at the sweatshops or managers at the sweatshops who are counting fat stacks of yuan while smoking a cigarette. What I care about are the people in power who allowed that set of institutional forces to take place there. I feel like I've been incredibly consistent on this point, like on every example given, but we're not even arguing over what you believe or what you think is good or bad. You just keep telling me what it's hypocritical for a lefty.
I'm not first of all, the majority of this conversation has been me just asking you questions and then pointing out when I'm perceiving
which I have answered
contradictions.
For 2 hours.
All I'm saying is that I don't think it's enough to simply exist when the system is unethical. I think that we can.
Fine. If you disagree with me on that, that's fine. Just stop trying to poke holes in my argument. If your belief is that lefties should do better, that's fine. I could be wrong on this. I don't feel like I've ever impugned your argument on that a single time. I'm only trying to explain how I think. Okay. If you think they should be held to a higher standard, then sure.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. And I think that if you're a lefty and you make a fuck ton of money in this society, you should do something with it. Act better than a capitalist would. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, what do you mean by should? Because you're apparently not a utilitarian anymore. So
normative ethics has nothing to do with this conversation. Okay, I think that you ought to. I think that
ethics don't have anything to do with what's good or bad in the context of real world behavior.
It's because we're not even at the level of discussing normative systems of ethics right now. It's not relevant to what we're talking about. Okay, what I'm saying is that.
I'm sorry. Am I misremembering what normative ethics means? Hold on.
Because if we really wanted to write this down, we could get to both of our answers using some form of consequentialism or some form of deontology if we wanted to. That's what I'm saying. It's not really relative to what we're talking about.
You just keep trying to tell me, not that you disagree with mine, by the way. If you just disagreed with me, that'd be fine. You keep trying to say that I'm inconsistent, which bothers me because I try to put a lot of time into the things that I believe, and I've tried to, in good faith, explain them to you. I don't know why.
If we were to even take, because if we were to take a consequential, if we were to take,
okay, a person ever in any instance in my life.
Okay, if you really want to talk about consequentialism that bad, okay? If we were to take a consequentialist point of view
I want to talk about why this matters to you, dude.
Why it matters to me is because I think that people that have the means to do so have a higher calling to do so. And I think it is ethically wrong for you to float through life and act like every other person if you have...
everyone do it then?
What?
Why shouldn't everyone do
Everyone should. Everyone should act in accordance with their ethical principles to the greatest degree that they have the ability to.
Who cares with the people? Wait, hold on.
I care.
So do you hold on. So for like chauvinists or misogynists, do you think it's ethical for them to like rape people because it's a part of their like internally consistent misogynistic worldview that women are property?
Sure, if that's part of their worldview, then yeah. Then they're why? That's why. Wait. You realize that I got banned from Twitter. I got banned from Twitter because I made fun of alt-righters for being fucking like half Persian or half Serbian or fucking half Indian, because that's stupid. It's hypocritical.
Wait, hold on. There's a difference between making fun of a person for being hypocritical, which is fine and always okay, and saying it's good if a person is consistent, even if their consistent values would lead to a lot more harm in the world. So I just want to be really clear because I don't want to misrepresent you. You think it's good if people are consistent, even if that consistency has them following up and doing things which are unethical.
I mean, I think it's good to be consistent, but I don't think it's good to do unethical things. I don't know how I'm supposed to answer this.
Okay, so consistency is good, but unethical things are bad. I mean, I guess that's kind of tautological. So you think that lefties should, if they open a business, it should be like a co-op, revenue share, that kind of thing, because that's a more ethical... Okay, do you think that would be more ethical for anyone to do?
Not necessarily, because I actually don't think that co-ops are like I don't think that's like the best thing to do. Not necessarily.
I can't imagine what would drive you to be so insistent on advocating that a group of people with a different set of political ideologies be consistent in a way that I don't think you fully understand to achieve an end that you don't even agree with. I actually can't fathom what roads we've walked. I look behind me and I see a maze.
Because
why can't we just talk about what's
so simple? Because if you're advocating for something and you don't live what you advocate for, it makes it feel like you don't actually care about what you're advocating for.
Saying that every single person who owns a business should turn that business into a worker co-op?
Yeah. How many people? Wait. Any lefty that has talked for the mass decommodification of housing and has shit on landlords relentlessly?
You can't decommodify housing by being a nice landlord. That's an institution.
No, but you could sell up. You could just refuse to take part in that institution.
How?
By not owning property and renting it to other people.
Then somebody else, there's a finite amount of land. Somebody else buys it. You don't dictate how construction companies set up suburbs.
That doesn't, just because somebody else would do something doesn't make it moral for you to do it.
Well, it means you're not adding to harm in the world.
It doesn't matter. It is. Well, actually, because now you're like taking part of and furthering a system. You're driving up prices in that system. You're creating more competition. I mean, like
if somebody else buys it, then they further prices.
Yeah, but that's one less person chasing that real estate market. Prices are going to fall.
Okay, I don't necessarily think that's how that works.
Well, I wouldn't understand you to understand that because this is Finance 101, and it's apparently lefties don't understand. If every single left-leaning
patronization,
dude, how many times have you asked me? I thought you were smarter than this.
Because
you're literally saying you don't believe in supply and demand right now. What do you mean? You literally are telling me I don't believe in supply and demand. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not telling you that I don't believe in supply and demand. I'm telling you that an individual actor deciding to not purchase a plot
of
land.
It's not an individual actor, though. It would be all lefty people.
We're only talking about individuals. You're only responsible for what you do.
Sure, and you probably, if you believe that an action is inherently immoral, that particular action, okay?
I never said it, but I don't. You keep saying but I don't.
And you don't. That's fine if you don't. But I'm saying that if
argue with other lefties, why are you saying I'm a hypocrite?
Because you attacked my tweet attacking other lefties. That's why we're having this conversation, Vosh. My tweet was not aimed at you. I didn't mention you in that tweet. You came here and you attacked my tweet.
Me of being hypocritical.
What I'm saying,
other lefties. Hey, Destiny. Next time, just say other lefties are inconsistent and are willing to further their own interests in a system that they would otherwise individually condemn people for. To which I will say, yes, online leftists are fucking stupid. I get more of their shit than you do now because you don't participate in politics anywhere near as much. Well, you do in real life, actually, more than ever before. But online, I get their shit now more than anyone else.
Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back then and let's reread my tweets after we've had this whole conversation. I'm curious what you disagree with.
Where are your tweets?
Tweet the ones that you were going over on stream. Number 1, online socialists. So I'm specifically talking about online socialists, by the way. I even say in the tweet, online socialists.
I don't have a good enough. Hold on.
I was reading it. Here, I'll link it to you. Here you go.
I just have it. Yeah, okay.
There it is. Okay, right there. Okay. Online socialists don't want you to know how much money they make because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on your side. Their rhetoric is much more effective when they can start their calls to action with "we need to" instead of "you need to." Do you disagree with any part of this? Okay, the next tweet is...
No, wait, sorry, I don't have a problem with them doing that. I do have a problem with your tweet.
Okay, what's your problem with my tweet?
Yeah, saying "we need to do X" is way more rhetorically effective than "you need to." Can you imagine if Bernie Sanders was like, you all need affordable health care, I'm fine, I'm wealthy? Like, no. If you're a populist, then naturally your statement should ring with the interests of the people. I don't think it's dishonest to do that.
Do you think that it might come off as a bit disingenuous when you present yourself as a working man that's rallying alongside your viewers when you're extorting them from...
If you present yourself as a working man, then yes. But if you're forthcoming with your income, as I try to be, and you say stuff like, we need a higher wage in this country...
Okay, stop where you're at right now. Why are you talking about somebody being forthcoming with your income when I literally at the top say socialists that don't want you to know how much money they make? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people...
I think that your tweet gives the impression that, like, hold on. Online socialists don't want you to know how much money they make because they constantly trick you and think they're on your side. Okay, we can go on this point by point, okay?
Okay.
First of all, yeah, okay. So first, let's do this. So... because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on your side. Mm-hmm. I think this is a completely inaccurate reading of the reason why they hide their incomes to the point of being, like, delusional. The reason why they hide it is because they're a bunch of dumbfuck online lefty 14-year-old Tumblr exile dipshits who will attack anyone who they say making more than $50,000 a year off of Patreon and accuse them of being traitors to the revolution. Now, I do still think that online leftists should show their income. I've been very clear about that. I've talked about that even to people who hide their income in private. But I don't think it's because they're trying to constantly trick you. I think they're just trying to avoid drama. This assigns a lot of malice and a lot of duplicity that I don't think is present.
Okay, hold on one quick. Okay. Do you think that this is like... Do you think that this reads a little bit disingenuously? Looking at the right. My flatmates and I are writing to our landlord to tell him we won't be paying rent in April due to the pandemic. Here's a template you can use if you need to do the same, and a list of things to bear in mind. Good luck. You don't think that this person is, like, making it sound like they need to get, like, out of paying rent due to the pandemic Ignoring the fact that they're literally doing this to somebody that is probably making far less money than they do?
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language and doing
Stop.
so. I do think,
That's not what we're talking about. Oh my
I do
God.
think that it's bad that they hide their income, though. I think that's the big definer here. I think that if you show your income, then I think that's totally
This is
fine.
not the... What I'm saying is she is making it sound like she literally won't be paying rent due to the pandemic, ignoring the fact that the landlord makes less than them. I would say that this is a trick into making somebody think that they're on their side. This is what I'm referring to. I think that my first statement is fair.
Side?
What?
Wouldn't she be on their side? I mean, she's a lefty. What do you mean is she not?
As in, has the same struggles, has the same class problems, has the same problem affording rent, when that's not the case.
There is definitely an implication here that they can't afford their rent that I do find a bit unsavory. This is why I really wish they would show their income. But the general, we should do X language, I think is perfectly acceptable.
Stop. I don't think you made a compare. Hold on. I have to do this because I can't let you get the rhetorical wins. I'm sorry because you're.
Why do you keep accusing me of rhetorical wins?
Because you are. Because you're doing. No. You might not realize you're doing it, but I'm listening for it now and I'm hearing it more. Okay. Earlier, you used the comparison of Bernie Sanders. When Bernie says something like "We need free healthcare," "We need free blah blah blah," Bernie Sanders is not presenting himself as a fellow poor. In fact, I'm almost positive that I've heard Bernie Sanders say, I think word for word, the average American should have the same healthcare that I have in the Senate. I'm pretty sure he said that word for word. I think I've heard Bernie say that. So you're comparing. So stop. Yes. So this is why I'm calling this a rhetorical win, because it's a disingenuous comparison. When Bernie Sanders says we need to do this, that's different. I don't think Bernie Sanders would come out and say we need to go on strike and stop paying our mortgage. I'm writing a letter to my landlord saying I'm not going to pay the mortgage. I don't think Bernie Sanders would fucking say that. That's what That's what I'm talking about. You can try to divert, okay? But Abigail's tweet here.
Come on,
Abigail's
man, really?
tweet here. Abigail's tweet here is not comparable to Bernie Sanders' statement. Abigail's tweet here is a trick into thinking that she is on your side. That is my first statement. I think it has been sufficiently justified.
I don't like the use of the term "your side" because it implies that she has malicious intent or politically disagrees. If you wanted to say the language of this tweet gives the mistaken impression that she's struggling more financially than she probably actually is, then I think I would agree with that. Would you mind this tweet if she had her income publicly known and it was something that she referred to in her videos? Like, I'm quite privileged, but she does it in a British voice, you know?
No. If she made her income publicly known and she wasn't ultra privileged, then I could be more understanding. But if she made her income,
she was privileged, but she talks she's forthcoming with the information.
Oh, I'd be a little bit better with it, but this would still be really irritating to me. But I'd be slightly moved, but sure.
That would make it fine by me. I actually, reading over this specifically, I'll agree that I think this language is a little bit irresponsible. I don't really think much harm is being done here because I'm fine with the idea of collective rent strikes, or I was back at the beginning of the pandemic.
Okay, so going through on the next statement. Their rhetoric is much more effective when they can start their calls to action with "we need to" instead of "you need to," despite them never actually doing anything to further anyone's material conditions but their own. I have a problem.
This tweet?
What?
Where's this tweet?
It's just the next
here
one
it is.
down.
I see. It was the next one. Okay.
So I think it's a little bit strange if you call yourself a lefty and you present yourself as being poor, and the way that you sustain yourself is with donations from exploited workers that are in a lower material condition.
I don't think that she portrayed herself as being poor. I don't think
couple of tweets. Do you want to read through her breakdown of the money that she makes and how she tries to lead people into thinking that she? I can give you two examples.
I saw that. I saw that.
Okay, so then she does kind of lead people into thinking she spends. Also, remember when she was literally tweeting out "Oh no, I can't afford to pay for closed captioning anymore. This is horrible."
Well, that was probably just her saying, "I no longer feel it's worth the monetary investment."
That you are being so unbelievably charitable. I'm just running with what I think are fair interpretations. You're running the distance right now in charitability.
Wait, I'm not. Wait. Hold on. What I'm saying is that's probably the reason she tweeted that. I sincerely doubt that she literally couldn't afford to do that. I agree she should be more responsible with her wording.
She made it sound like it was literally business impossible. We can go find the exact tweets if somebody wants to link them.
I don't care enough to dig through that. But
okay, well, they're important to justify my argument. So if you cared enough to criticize my tweet, so I care enough to justify my tweet.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten through these tweets. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. All right. because they want to constantly trick you into thinking they're on their side. I think this is incredibly uncharitable, and based on somebody who's in BreadTube, by some people's accounts, and who talks to the BreadTubers, I just don't think this is an accurate description of why they do what they do. You assign a lot of malice here. Their rhetoric is much more effective when they can start their calls with action to "we need to" rather than "you need to." That is completely true. That's populism 101. Despite them never actually doing anything to further anyone's material conditions but their own. This is pretty dumb to me. I don't know what furthering other people's material conditions has to do with calls to action. Like this just seems like a limp gotcha.
You don't think it's strange that somebody might say over and over again, we need to do something to improve people, we need to do something to help, blah, 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 and then meanwhile they just collect hundreds of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of pounds.
We need to do a rent strike, and she was advocating for a rent strike, so that seems like the thing to do in that situation.
Well, so like, here's an example of something. Here's an example of something you could do, right? If you're a top 1% earner in the UK, like Abigail is, maybe you could cover your flatmate's rent. That's something you could do instead of going on strike.
Whether or not she does that, I don't even. Does she even have a flatmate?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and guess the fact that she said my flatmates and I means she probably has flatmates, and the fact that she's saying that they're not going to pay their rent due to the pandemic makes it sound like she's not covering the rent. But that's one thing she could do theoretically. Yeah.
Okay. What is this? So we're falling back on the original argument here, where you can't make calls to action for a rent strike unless you're also spending money on the proletariat?
No, you can do whatever you want. I just think it's strange to be making all these calls to improve conditions and all these calls to do things, but you don't do anything with your own.
I don't think it's strange to say we should do a rent strike, but then not. Again, I don't even know what this means. Like, donate to a charity.
I understand you don't mean, you know what it means. I'm being very, very, very gentle with you, but like, it's pretty disgusting. Like, your whole point is that like, I don't think you should have to do anything ethical or in harmony with your principles at all. Like, I think you should just hoard infinite amounts of money and be a fucking wealth dragon if you want. I don't think anything's wrong with it. Because you're making it sound so
angry. No.
I have not. No.
Because you don't know what I believe.
I haven't even gotten angry at you. I'm just saying that like, it is unreal to me how much you are bending over backwards when my whole argument. I am making a decent human. You're making
a thing.
Yeah, to try to justify why these people shouldn't have to lift a fucking finger to do anything outside of what would be expected of a normal capitalist.
It's good if they do it.
No, yeah, you weasel. You're weaseling. You're weaseling.
How is it weaseling?
It is a weasel.
It's good if they do something.
Because you're trying to make it sound like you think that people ought to, when in reality you think it's just perfectly fine if people do nothing. Do you think it's fine? Do you think it's fine if people do nothing though, and they just live normally? You do, because you said it was morally neutral. Yes. So stop saying you think it's good if they go above and beyond. That's not what I'm talking about.
That is good.
But I'm not saying that.
Unironically, do you recognize the difference between an obligatory and a supererogatory action? I can't believe I feel like I have to explain ethics to you. Wait, hold on.
Why are you trying to just? Why do you keep trying to make this an ethics argument?
Please. Does utilitarianism as a system designate which actions a person must do? No, it designates which actions are good. What a person must do is an entirely subjective process that we have to arrive at through a lot of really complicated thinking.
Oh wait, none of this makes any sense. We don't. Whatever this ethics argument is, we don't even need to talk about this. Whatever you just said doesn't make sense.
That's essential. You keep using language like they must or they ought, but these aren't. I don't use language like this.
Sure, but I am. That's what I'm saying. The difference is, I think that there is an imperative that you ought to act.
You think that if you're a leftist, you must adhere to a set of principles that leftists conveniently don't engage in, which gives you an excuse to be mad at them. We know. It's been the subject of 2 hours of discussion. Nobody has learned anything, and nobody has arrived at a further understanding of
and then
any
you're
of the issues
weaseling around of this. It's like, well, I think it would be good if they did it, but I think that's okay. Well, then wait. Then what do we disagree on?
I keep telling you we don't. You're the one obsessed with this. I thought we were going to have a chill conversation. I'm just trying to do my Twitch ban.
The only reason you're saying that we don't disagree on it, but when I opened your video, I think I only got like 30 seconds through it. It's you saying, this is the stupidest fucking tweet I've ever had. These are the dumbest fucking tweets.
Yeah. You are incredibly blinded by spite when it comes to your.
I don't think I've said anything spiteful. If I'm spiteful, I'm spiteful because of the number of people that exist on this earth that don't live their principles, but instead just talk the talk. That's what makes me spiteful.
Whether people live their principles,
I do.
People's net actions contribute to positive utility.
Well, I think that people living their principles, I think will probably contribute to better net actions or net outcomes.
Spectacular.
Okay, cool.
Destiny.
Awesome. Thank you.
So anyway. That's why people like PhilosophyTube will brag about not paying rent. She never bragged. She said that she wouldn't in solidarity with the rent strike. You have to express solidarity. You can't do a rent strike saying, I'll pay rent because I'm rich, but you all don't. Ignoring that they're the top
Wait,
1%
hold on.
of
You absolutely could give a template for doing a rent strike without saying that you yourself are doing a rent strike.
It is undeniably more rhetorically effective to say that you are doing it in solidarity with others.
Oh,
and
cool. Well, they can do that, but
rhetorical
then I'm going to call them
effectiveness
out
is
for being a piece
necessary
of
for the
shit.
organization of a rent strike
Yeah,
'cause
that's
you're trying
fine.
to get a bunch of people in it.
Okay, I'll call them out for being a piece of shit then if they want to. Sometimes I give advice for people in chat for like, hey, like these are ways that you could like, you know, negotiate down debt and stuff like that. But I'm not going to say I'm going to sit there and do it or whatever. Like that's
What?
I'm saying that I can give advice for how people can improve their conditions without pretending that I need to do the same thing, even if it's rhetorically effective.
I already acknowledge that I think that the language of the tweet that you linked me could have been more responsible and
Cool.
that she should show her income.
Awesome.
However, I don't think she bragged about not paying rent. And then we go on, ignoring that they're part of the top 1% of UK earners and likely out-earning the person they're paying rent to. They probably are likely out-earning the person they're paying rent to. I don't know why you're saying she's ignoring that. Again, this is...
Ignoring that because she makes an attempt to obfuscate how much money she makes.
I don't think that. I think the language of your tweet is exceptionally uncharitable, and considering how specific you've been with your language with me, I think that you know that. You know that this
I'm
language
sorry.
comes off spiteful.
You are being charitable to an unbelievable amount. When somebody does an expo, or when somebody does like a transparency report on how much money they make, and they don't use a single fucking number, I'm sorry, dog. I'm coming down real harsh on that one. That's
Sure,
great if you want to
come
put
down
on
on
the if you want to put on the kid gloves for that. That's fine. But I'm seeing a lot of bad faith there. If somebody who does a transparency report and doesn't list a single fucking fact or figure while constantly complaining that like, oh, sub captions are making my business unprofitable, or oh, I'm going on rent strike with my fucking flatmates or whatever, then nah, I'm not going. What? Yes.
Top 1% in London is £300,000 a year. I guess it's possible that.
Oh, I didn't put London earners. I put UK earners. I don't know what the top 1% in London is.
Probably a pretty big difference, but
the good thing I put UK earners instead of London earners. Then she might be in the top 1% of London earners, though. It's possible.
she lives in. I think the city kind of matters, but it doesn't matter.
No, wait. So if somebody was like, "Are you the top 1% in America?" You're like, "Hold on, I might be the top 1% in America, but I'm not the top 1% in LA." Okay, what are you doing right now? Are you serious?
Not necessarily cutting lines with the top 1%, but the difference in America between making $100K a year in like Wisconsin versus making it in like New York, I think that's a pretty significant difference. Yeah. Like if somebody was like, you make 6 figures, and somebody was like, yeah, it's $100K, and I live in fucking Long Island. Okay, I'm just trying to live. I think that's a pretty significant difference.
If you're a top 1% earner in the United States, you're doing really well, literally no matter where you live. And
yeah, I'm clarifying that there is a 3 times difference between top 1% of UK earners and London earners. I think that's worth like pointing out. Let me get in the way of your hate train. No, that's fine. It's okay if you want to be non-specific to allow your audience to assume the worst possible thing. That's totally okay.
If I would have put London, would I need to find out what fucking neighborhood she lives in next? Like, what the fuck?
I think you could average out to a city, and that would probably be okay. But I think that's pretty different from.
I don't even know if she lives in London. I don't even know if that's true.
All right. And it's why online creators will hide their revenue from you while pretending they can't afford rent, or why lefties who graduated from Harvard will pretend they're like you because they're unemployed. And then you link Brianna Joy Gray, who I think is a piece of shit, so I'm not going to defend anything that she's done or said. It's not altogether much different from conservative billionaires who pretend they're quote-unquote just like you, claiming they're fighting on your behalf while they laugh it up all the way to the bank. I think this is pretty insane. To say that a bread tuber who doesn't display income on Patreon is like a conservative billionaire who lies to the people while laughing it up to the bank. I understand the underlying logic, but this is a ridiculous.
It is absolutely apt. When you are selling lies to your people and you're pretending that you're some poor person,
what lies?
And basically any fucking thing having to do with economics or finance that any lefty post ever. If you
wait,
hold
on. What is the content of the videos that are being made have to do with this argument?
Because conservatives tell lies to get people to believe some ideological basis, and they make a fuck ton of money.
They're not lying. When people like PhilosophyTube make inaccurate... Trust me, as a person who's recently made inaccurate takes, they're not done because, at least not with these people, they're not done because they're deliberately trying to make a cheap buck off of misinformation. They're usually doing it because they're just wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm sure there's a ton of conservatives who feel the same way. They're not really intentionally lying. They're just like doing it because they're just wrong.
Yeah, there are conservatives like that, and you know that. I've listened to... I'm sorry, I feel like every time
I know. I think that there are a lot of people that go out of their way to like blatantly misrepresent something because it's ideologically convenient for them.
There absolutely are, but do you really... Wait, do you think that Brianna Joy Gray and Abigail Thorne are in the same basic ballpark when it comes to misinformation?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, that's unbelievable to me. I think that if you
unbelievable would be the adjective I would use to describe both of them. I wouldn't believe a single thing either of them says. I think both of their content is wholly worthless. Yes.
I honestly think that if you can't tell the difference between those two people, then you've lost the plot and you can't meaningfully.
Okay,
comment
well, you
on
know
any
what? I don't have a fucking girlfriend living here. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I can stay awake. Link me one good philosophy tube video right now, and I'll watch it on fucking stream when we're done talking. Find me one decent thing.
Wait, I have to like sit here while you watch it?
No. I'll do it after we're done talking. I'm super curious. Find me one video because I have suffered through the garbage tier content that is philosophy tube, and I've suffered permanent brain damage as a result of it. But I'll do it one more time. I'll jump back into the abyss.
Okay, so while there are videos from philosophy tube that I really, really like, and I'm happy to recommend them to you, I have a feeling that your audience probably isn't going to like them very much either. I just want to say that doesn't really have anything to do with what I was just saying. So I'll recommend some to you if you want. But first of all, the reason why I think that Brianna Joy Gray is a grifter and a general piece of shit is because if you look through her content, if you look through the shit she says, tweets, videos, panels, whatever, we reveal not only being wrong, but a persistent and motive-driven dishonesty, a hypocrisy which underlies almost everything they do and say, a categorical indifference to criticism or to growing as an individual. Whereas with philosophy...
Hold on, wait, are you describing... Oh, you were describing Brianna, because that sounded like Abigail to me. Sorry, go ahead.
I know.
Because Abigail literally said... I don't even like gentle criticisms of my content. I'm so irritated by the other lefty guy that was making, like the Unlearning Economics guy. She was upset about his video, okay?
I genuinely don't trust your interpretation of this event. Do you have a link to a tweet or a video?
Sure. Can somebody give me, you guys were linking it earlier, can you guys give me the link to her video where she is, I'm saying upset, but where she's like irritated that somebody... the Unlearning Economics guy.
Oh, this would be from a live stream segment, wouldn't it?
Here you go.
If it's
here you go. We can just watch this. This is a 20. Now it might be clipped, but
the details.
Let me know when you're ready, and we'll start it at the same time. Okay.
Okay. All
right. Ready?
Okay. Oh, this was posted from Unlearning Economics. Well, I trust them. Hold on. It's 22 seconds. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
I won't get into the details of how UBI might work today, because I've found that when I discuss an actual policy idea in a video, people tend to think the video is essentially about arguing for that policy. And then a bunch of earnest, well-meaning people make reply videos to me that I'm afraid I don't watch, in which they presumably own me with facts and logic. But I'm not trying to write policy. I won't get into the...
Gotcha.
Tell me this doesn't sound salty as fuck about incredibly gentle videos that Unlearning Economics has made.
I don't think it sounds salty as fuck. I think it sounds salty. I think this is bad. But I don't think this comes anywhere near like Brianna Joy Gray. There are people in your audience omega-lolling, but like I've said the same thing. I get a lot of response videos too, and I don't have time to watch them all. Well, most of them are made by Nazis, so they're probably not worth watching.
Why are you doing this comparison? Do you think that response videos made to you by Nazis are the same as Unlearning Economics? No, hold on. You just did the rhetorical thing again. You don't notice that you're doing this. Maybe you've just like assumed this as part of your character subconsciously.
It's just how I talk.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. It's just subconscious.
Strategize.
But you literally just say like, oh yeah, I mean, I don't watch reply videos to me anyway. You know, a lot of them are Nazis. Unlearning Economics is a fellow lefty, a fellow bread tuber.
I will be
that's
fully
fine.
transparent in the future.
I just want you to understand what you're doing, and I need to point it out for my own responsibility. Okay.
Debate tactic.
Okay.
It was an attempt at lightening the mood slightly. I'll say this: I don't like it. I don't think you're charitable enough to tell the difference between this and the type of stuff that Brianna Joy Gray does.
Okay.
I mean, wait, I need to be real, man. I watched you watch this. I didn't watch it on my own. You watched the Bad Faith podcast where Brianna Joy Gray and Virgil Texas talked to Chomsky. There's a right answer to this. Have you ever watched anything from Abigail that even came close? That was even in the same universe as the degeneracy on display with those two dumb fucks besmirching the name of Noam Chomsky?
Probably not, no.
Okay. I was kind of expecting you to say they were the same, but
Abigail's content is generally non-confrontational. She's not going to bring on somebody to like, because in order to get to that level of degeneracy, you need to like demean somebody like else, and I don't think Abigail generally engages in that
That's
content.
beyond. I don't think she could do that. I don't think she's.
Yeah, probably
capable.
not. But all I'm saying is, I don't know if I'm saying like one is necessarily worse than the other. They're on the
She
same
had, like,
level.
heart
What I'm saying is that
palpitations after that.
Abigail contributes nothing meaningful whatsoever to public discourse, and if she deleted all of her videos, the world would be better for it. Now, maybe Brianna's takes are like more infuriating or whatever, but Abigail offers nothing of value to the world of online
Based
content or
on
political
what?
discourse. Based on everything I've ever seen and how horrendously incorrect her takes are on almost everything she talks about.
Okay, so I've seen the unlearning economics video on the video that she did on the housing market, and I agree that video never seemed that good to me. There are some other videos that she's seen. You said you didn't like the one about consciousness. I remember there was a video of hers that I saw where I felt there were some issues. I just don't remember the specifics. But to this to you, those instances, this is contributing nothing of value. This
Or
is
anti-value, like they mislead people or, yeah. Hey,
do
you know
you
what?
like on
And
the
you know
left?
what? I will fully admit, maybe there is something of value that I've just missed, and maybe only every video I've seen has been fucking horrible, atrocious trash. And that's why I'm excited for you to link me a video after this, and
What
we'll
about
watch it
the
on stream.
work
And you know what?
video?
And I might, what?
the work video. I saw your stream watch it. I thought it was a pretty fine video. That's the video from which we just saw that clip. I saw chat being absurdly.
Oh my God,
chat.
I remember jumping around near my Tinker's furnace. Was this the one where she was complaining about like doing data entry and shit?
She was dressed like Scrooge, right? I think, or it was like a Christmas. thing or something?
I've blacked parts of this video from my mind. I don't know if this
It
video
really
gave
wasn't as
like
bad
yeah,
as
I don't
you
think it
remember.
gave like bad information. It was just like a fucking just a horrible, worthless fucking video.
How?
'Cause it was
Horrible,
just
worthless.
fucking-
Why the emotional investment?
No, I don't
Horrible,
have that
worthless.
much of an emotional investment. It was just like,
You
did
care enough to call it horrible.
Oh
and
God,
worthless
where
to
was
say
the
she should
one?
delete her channel.
Fuck, what was it? I'm trying to think. She made like an analogy to like a bar owner, like not doing any work or not having any value. Just everything. Anytime any
Well,
lefty on
an
BreadTube talks
owner-
about like,
well, by definition, an owner doesn't do work. They can manage, and that's work. But the act of owning in and of itself isn't work.
okay,
I mean, you buy, like, you leverage the capital. There's like some back end stuff, but the actual act of ownership is not labor.
a lot of the time that's
Your
not the
chat
case.
is question
though.
marking, but this is an incredibly straightforward.
Wait, okay. Just this is a class thing from my background. Maybe in Beverly Hills they're all franchise, but in the place where I came from, a lot of owners that own small businesses are full-time workers. They have to
Then
be.
they, yeah, then they're workers.
Okay.
I said the act of owning.
Gotcha. I
in
understand. Sure.
itself.
I'm saying, but
Yeah.
I would be really careful to like clarify that. But also, the act of owning, I guess it depends on if you're literally just like a capital owner versus like an owner slash like CEO versus.
Well, no,
because,
but
like,
that's what I mean. Yeah, just an owner. The act of owning is not labor. But most owners, especially small businesses,
I remember
like,
her saying a bunch of incredibly stupid things. Like somebody's bringing this up, like the fact that she thought that she like poured like a $10 like beer means that she should have gotten paid $10. Like every
Okay,
it was just
okay. I
oh, God.
recognize. I know even a lot of Marxists misunderstand. That's even in Marx's calculations of surplus labor, he took into account the factors that upkeep on the industry would have. That the surplus value is not literally exclusively just what you're paid, and then
Okay,
the
fine.
total
So we
value
agree then that
generated.
this is a dog shit video. Okay, so what?
No, it's a video which misrepresents some issues, but I think ultimately has a compelling story to tell on alienation from labor. But you can't see that.
Okay.
I have yet to find a single content creator who has never produced something I found objectionable.
I'm not saying that the problem is I find some of the videos. I'm saying that most of what they post is just ideological drivel that is just not rooted in reality. That anytime it has to do with econ or finance, it's cringe and horrible and bad. And that even some of their philosophy takes are mind-numbingly fucking stupid. So like their video on consciousness. Yeah.
With the specific videos, I can't say. Just charitability dictates everything here, because something that I would say is like, oh, that was a mistake, but overall the video is good, is something that you might lead you to say, this video is indefensible, it's bad. We'll never
You know
release it
somebody
again.
that I disagreed a lot with their last video, but you know what I liked with some of their presentation? Cuck philosophy. That guy is based, or they are.
Cuck philosophy is
yeah,
pretty based,
his
yeah.
stuff, and I totally disagree with his last video. And you know what? I actually think some of the stuff in his last video was wrong and bad. I think so. But for the most part, I would watch his videos and I would enjoy them. I like his content. I think that he does a really good job. And I've picked up some really fucking interesting concepts and I've learned stuff. I think that that's like a valuable channel. I'd recommend it to people.
You like Unlearning Economics? Who I think Unlearning Economics is a socialist. I forget, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he is, but he seems like he understands at least like basic econ. I don't like hate socialists if they understand
Socialists
like
were the
basic
original people to understand. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with socialists that like understand econ. We might disagree sometimes on perception, but like
a lot of socialists don't understand econ very well.
I'm aware of that, but then they try to explain it.
Well, yes, of course, but the internet is full of people who explain things poorly. But sometimes I feel like I see a different degree of charitability from you with regards to the types of information that people present.
Is that
now,
am I charitable to
memory.
Nazis? Am I charitable to Trump? Please tell me which people I'm charitable with.
I generally think, yeah, actually, I think that's what made you different. You were charitable to the Nazis. You didn't just like name call or anything. You actually listened to their arguments long enough to realize how dumb they were. And then you took apart their arguments. Yeah. Charitability doesn't mean you have to like them. Charitability in the sense that you assess their... Why is your chat question marking me?
Because because the frustrating thing, Vosh, is just how wrong you are. When I set out on the lefty arc, I have never been more gentle with people in my entire fucking life, and people lost their fucking minds despite how gentle I was. And you're saying that
I felt about the lefty arc to begin with.
Sure, but I'm just saying that like I was so gentle. And now you know what? And towards the end, if anybody would watch our last debate with Alsup and Stryker or whatever, I don't think anybody would say that like we were making a big effort to understand. Like we just destroyed them. It was just a demolishment.
Well, at that point, I feel like the structure of that debate necessitated.
Sure, and most of my debates with lefties have basically devolved to that point. There's not anything. There's not anything. Sure, but there's not anything left for me to discuss like in a gentleman with lefties. Most of it.
I understand that. So I feel like you moved off my point a little bit. First of all, I'm still genuinely curious why chat question marked me when I said that you opened by being charitable to the far right. Because that's literally how you understand the arguments well enough to be able to confront them. If you're uncharitable, then you don't know if what you're criticizing is legitimate. That's the problem that I have. And I'm not charitable to everyone I argue with, and you've long stopped being charitable to lefties. And sometimes I think
I'm
that's
charitable
justified.
to every person that comes on and wants to have a reasonable discussion. Every time.
Well...
Look at my two conversations with the. Look at my two
conversations about everyone you talk to except me.
Look at the conversations that I had with the two. Big Joel, fucking both of those were. I was incredibly gentle, even though he's a fucking piece of shit both times.
He's not a piece of shit.
He is. He's a worthless piece of shit. Fuck him.
On Twitter. That doesn't make a person. This is what I mean. It doesn't make a person a piece of shit to ramble post on Twitter afterwards.
When you walk away on Twitter and you act like some fucking inbred, degenerate dipshit who couldn't understand a single thing I said, but you didn't have the fucking gall to say anything when you were talking to me, that makes you a subhuman piece of shit to me. Fuck you.
Okay, so let's pull back on a couple of the adjectives there, okay?
Which
so
ones?
What he actually did is he ramble posts. He posts like a drunken person talking.
No,
and then,
he trivialized the fuck out of all of my positions.
He initiated that, and then he came on to you, and he talked with you, and you debated better than him, of course, because you're good at that, and he doesn't do that. And then he went off, and clearly he wasn't happy with how it went, or he just pontificated afterwards. What he did was essentially the Twitter equivalent of ending a call, and then like shit-talking the person that you just talked to. I don't think that
publicly
makes a person a scumfuck, subhuman, degenerate. Like, why?
Oh, I understand, not for you. Because I have a higher. This is why I don't have any friends. I guess I have a really high standard for what I consider to be a good person. If you listen, you know what? I would never call you a scumfuck, degenerate, subhuman, because at least when you disagree with me, you say it right now, and I am okay with that. I respect that if you say it right now. But if you would have pretended to agree with everything I said and then immediately ran to Twitter and talk shit afterwards, nah, fuck that shit. That's like.
Do you think there might be reasons why people do that?
Yeah. Because they're subhuman, inbred, dipshit, fucking degenerate piece of shit.
Maybe they're a little bit intimidated by you?
Well, then don't talk to me at all. Fuck off.
Well, if you don't want people who are intimidated by you to talk to you, then you lose out on a lot of content. Don't you think it would be better? The issue that I have is that... Okay, I'm sorry. The issue I have is it feels like you and I have two different standards by which we measure the worth of a person. For me, I measure the worth of a person, generally speaking, if they're sufficiently progressive, good, they bring about good politics. And you measure the worth of a person by a set of principles and consistencies. And I think that's fine. But what bothers me is when it seems like you lump together fairly good people with bad elements to their behavior with genuinely fucking bad people. And it feels like when you're unwilling to distinguish between them, like I think Brianna Joy Gray in Philosophy 2 being an excellent example of this, that you distort the perception of these people in the minds of your audience.
Good.
I saw that
I'm
work
glad.
video.
I want that to happen. I think that
You
a
want
lot of the
distortion?
people.
I thought you
no,
liked honesty.
not distortion. Reality. I think that people get away with way too much irresponsible shit online, and I think way more people need to be called the fuck out for it. And I think it is disgusting. The level of misinformation. People can post videos to millions of subscribers, and it's just blatantly incorrect, and everybody's okay with it. That blows my fucking mind into smithereens. And I don't think that it should be some kind like we need to be nicer. I honest to God, I think half the YouTube channels that exist right now should be forcibly fucking deleted, and they should have to start over. And if they keep posting misinformation, they're just banned from the whole internet forever, and they have to go fucking work in the gulags.
That decision. If I looked over your content for long enough, I'm sure I'll find enough things that would trip my moral flags to be willing to assign.
I'm not talking about moral flags right now. I'm talking about people that are just posting blatantly, grossly misrepresented, horrible misinformation.
It's a moral judgment how harmful misinformation is.
I'm not even talking about the harm. I'm just saying if somebody gets some shit wrong over and over and over and over again, that's my big issue. It's not even necessarily the morality.
Wait. Do you think there's any difference then between people who post misinformation about COVID-19 and people who post misinformation about Super Smash Bros. Cheat codes that would allow you to play as Sonic in Melee? Obviously, we have to make moral judgments about what types of misinformation are worthy of condemnation.
Sure, but the types of misinformation that I would want to be deleted wouldn't depend on just, only the misinformation that's bad, but the other misinformation can stay. Because the misinformation that stays rots us to the fucking core. And that's what makes the misinformation that's bad later on permissible.
Do you think that the far right online and the online left engage in comparable degrees of misinformation?
Absolutely, at this point. And I fucking am embarrassed to say it. Yeah, 100% I believe so at this point, yes.
What could move you off of that position?
If I could talk to any bread tuber and I could just have a 2-minute conversation with them and feel like they understand like basic things like so here's something that would blow my fucking mind. It would blow my fucking mind. If I could ask a bread tuber, hey, what do you think might be an advantage to renting property from a landlord versus buying it? And I could have like a 5-minute conversation and they actually understood the pros and cons of the buying side and the pros and cons of the renting side. It would blow my fucking mind. I would legitimately be impressed.
Think that they wouldn't? I feel like Joel, if you would.
I don't think he would. I think he would flumble and I think he'd be like, and I don't think he would understand it all.
Okay. Do you think if I talked to some people in BreadTube that I could procure that type of answer out of them?
I think that you could massage their answer so that it's barely passable because you're being so charitable to them, yes.
Why do you think they might respond differently to you and me?
No, they would respond similarly, but you would baby them into their crib and you would help put together. Yeah, you would slowly kind of, you mean this?
I've been pretty hard on the left myself. I get in a lot of trouble. I'm not exactly friends with the online left. All I care about at the end of the day is trying to make sure. I don't know why your chat's like. I should stop responding to your chat. They're only going to do it more if I say that. I don't know how much, if they know how much shit that I get in with the online left, if they have any idea, but I've long since surpassed you in that regard because you don't debate lefties anymore because you're too busy angering them. But with regards to charitability, I don't baby these people.
I'm not saying you baby. I'm saying that would be the reason why you could get another answer out of them.
I think they're smarter than you give them credit for.
Absolutely not. And you know what? I'm working on it now, and hopefully I'm done by Wednesday. That's why I'm putting together this whole GME thing, because I think I have never been so fucking black hole pilled on all alternative media. You're not even one of the worst offenders. But I think that after the GME thing, there are so many people that I can't listen to anybody ever online anymore, like say anything.
Even people like David Pacman and Sam Cedar contributed to misinformation.
Horrible misinformation, yeah.
So wait, hold on. We had a lot of that back during the Iraq War as well. I remember that. Or at least I remember my parents talking about that. And I know that sometimes these things have devastating social consequences. But do you think there might be a problem with your system if it's leading you to be black-pilled when essentially a bipartisan misinformation takes place? People on the right, everyone was wrong about this, except for a couple of select actors. Credit to them.
Yeah, but the question is, why are people wrong about it?
That's an interesting question.
No, it's not. It's a boring question, and it's a super easy answer.
No, it's no. It's not.
It's so
the spread
easy.
of misinformation and the separation of good and bad information is the most interesting question.
It's not interesting. It's so boring. The answer is that we have our ideological drives. We look for the information that supports that, and then that's the information we pass on. It's as simple as
David
that.
Pacman isn't even a populist, but
It doesn't matter. He probably has a certain ideology that corporations and stock markets and exchanges and brokerages are all bad because they're evil corporations. And he probably passes it on without being too critical of it. 100%.
Really?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't you be willing to sell out in this conversation? I think Deepak is a pretty smart guy. I've talked with him, and of the liberals that I have spoken to, I hold him in high regard.
Sure. I think that because I think that generally I think he gets things right. But I think that he also has like his ideological biases that he falls into that he'll report over fact if it.
We all do. You do as well.
Sure. I try to be aware of it. Stop. Hold on. Wait. That is a false equivocation, okay? To say we all have this problem. Of course we do. But obviously there are people that have it in varying degrees.
Of course. So I'm never going to be able to move you on this. I think that your lefty black-pilled spite pit is worse misinformation-wise, or it betrays more of a character flaw on your part than anything that you're going to find from Deepak or Sam Cedar, but probably not as bad as what you're going to see from like the stock
Deepak is literally made like, he's like fucking pro-circumcision, okay? Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I think that there are some ideological pitfalls that are worth like being critical of, okay?
Isn't he Jewish? I mean, that's kind of part of the...
If you were a Muslim from Africa, is it okay to be pro-female genital mutilation?
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm
oh my God, the fucking weasel, you're doing so much. I'm not saying it's okay, I was just providing a justification for it. Okay, what's the next part you want to talk about?
How is that a weasel? Okay.
The way that I can explain it to you how it's a weasel, okay? You've done this.
Sure,
this is a rhetorical trick you do over and over and over again. So what you do is, I bring up a thing and you're like, oh, well, can't that justification for that be this and this? And I go like, okay. When you justify something like that, the impression that you leave in a listener's mind is that you're saying that it's an okay thing.
This is what I mean by the uncharitability.
Oh my God.
I know that
it's not about uncharitability. I'm just telling you how you sell an argument.
I understand where you're coming from in this because I recognize that is the sort of thing that people could do intentionally to procure some kind of effect. I just said it because I was asking if he was Jewish. But you were very defensive in your response, which makes me feel like you're being uncharitable to me.
This is okay. This is going to sound patronizing. I understand. Something that I realized in this conversation with you, I thought that you like put a lot of explicit work into like improving your rhetoric or whatever, but I think a lot of it is actually just like a byproduct of your conversation. You don't actually explicitly think about your rhetoric at all. You're just effective at it as like a byproduct of what you do. But you don't realize a lot of the things that you do sometimes. It's just you. I'm not going to say you're lucky, but like you do things that are incredibly rhetorically effective. You don't actually realize you're doing them, which is surprising.
Natural instinct.
Yeah, I thought it was a much more like conscious choice, like more deliberate in terms of how you do it.
There are things that I do consciously, but I haven't been trying to.
Sure, but a lot of the things that I've been like quote unquote calling you out on, you're like, what? I'm not trying to do this. So either you're lying to me. I don't think you are. I think you legitimately don't realize what you're doing.
They're legitimate. I think you're seeing ghosts where none exist. Sometimes.
No.
Maybe some of these.
It's not. I'm not. No. You think I'm saying ghosts because you think I'm ascribing like intention to you. I kind of am, but not really. I'm only focused on like the effect in the chat. So when you say something like...
so wait, hold on. Yeah. So with the Deepak thing, with me asking if he is Jewish, in what world is me asking if he is Jewish a retort to the idea that you put forward that David Pacman occasionally has bad takes? I feel like this can't even be interpreted as like an attempt to
Sure, I can break it down in an English way, I give you a rhetorical way. So I said, he has a particular belief, and then you responded with a challenge to that. Well, is he not X? When you say it that way, the impression you give is like, oh shit. Yeah, he is. Like, yeah, he is. You're like almost disagreeing with a statement I've given, or you've provided a justification, and you've given something that's almost contrary to something I've said.
Do you think it would be preferable if you to just ask me to clarify? If you would just say,
no.
Do you think that's okay?
In a one-on-one conversation, I can, but rhetorically, this is how it sounds to an audience. But I don't think you're aware of that.
If you just ask, okay, I'm begging you on hand and leg. If you think I'm saying something weaselly that you want to clear up with option A, some kind of rhetoric I be asking a question.
I am clearing it up. But every time we do it, you get upset. So for instance, earlier
you did it in a way. No, it wasn't that you did it that upset me. The way you did it was.
Well, this time it was. But so like example, an earlier way that I did this, where I clarified it, was earlier. I criticized Abigail for being upset when people made response videos to her, and then you said, "Oh yeah, well, I don't even watch response videos to me. You know, a lot of them are from Nazis." And I called you out on that.
There are plenty of things like you doing the rape cage shit, but I just let that go because I'm not constantly attempting to fucking scan every line of your argument for some sort of rhetorical trick. You're unironically treating me the way all the dipshits who used to accuse you of debate tactics treated you.
Nope, not at all. The rape cage thing was because the rape cage thing that I'm giving you is because after talking to you for so long, you're giving me this moral position that I still don't believe you really think this way. I can't believe.
I know you don't, even though you asked for 2 hours and I was consistent on every single single point. You still don't believe me
because
you never
no,
wanted to.
because I,
You
no, because
want
the
me to be
problem,
inconsistent
because I
you're
think
mad at
no,
lefties.
no. What's happening is that you've given a position that you want to defend, and now you're trying to post hoc give these. It's kind of like when you said that like a black guy should submit himself to a mob of white racists to defend the Rittenhouse shit, right? It's the same thing. You're trying when you try to say that like any action is morally permissible so long as someone else in a system could theoretically replace you in that system, like that. No fucking way do you believe it. I don't believe you actually believe that.
I was very specific.
No
with the
way do you
criteria by
believe
which
that.
I was incredibly specific, clear, and consistent with all the criteria that I set there. What's the point? I have to ask you. What's the point in talking to you about any of the shit that I believe in if you divert these conversations down an attempt to gotcha me, and then after 2 hours of explaining, you don't believe me at the end? Do you not think that you might be approaching this conversation in a strange or perhaps spiteful way?
Yeah,
this might
no,
be
not
symptomatic
spiteful.
a little bit of your engagement, where you say shit like, after seeing people talk about the Breonna Taylor thing, saying that she was shot in her sleep, that the left engages in the same level of misinformation as the online right. The right, by the way, Marjorie Taylor Greene in office, Jewish space lasers, etc., etc. And what do we have in the left? AOC didn't understand stock buybacks, but these are comparable.
Excuse me, what do we have on the left? Obama was making secret phone calls behind the scenes to fucking get everybody together and get Bernie thrown out. That the fucking shadow app paid for by Pete Buttigieg's campaign was being what?
Wait, first of all, I just compared elected representatives. Second of all, didn't Obama have a call at some point, or am I misremembering?
Do you think that the call that he had was a secret call to rally everybody together to fuck over Bernie Sanders?
So what straw man are we constructing today?
I'm not constructing a straw man. I'm saying implying
the Democratic Party. It's not surprising to me that he would have
shit.
some
I forgot.
over...
I picked a conspiracy that you believe in. I fucked up. I'm sorry.
Wait, what conspiracy? I'm sorry. Did I say something? That
what
was
about the
inaccurate?
shadow app thing? Do you believe that the shadow app was funded by because Pete's fucking wife is like friends with the chair or whatever of that company?
I'm going to be honest with you. It's been long enough that I don't remember shit. I remember the shadow app being like a massive fuck up. I don't think any evidence was found of it being a deliberate. I don't think any evidence was found of it being like a deliberate sabotage, but I could misremember that. I think it was all pretty convenient. And in instances like that, and this is generally the position that I tend to take on conspiracy, I think that people should be skeptical if it feels like institutions have the ability to do bad shit and can get away with it. Because, lefties have to believe that.
I think that
they were literally killing our people.
I think that in the real world, generally, I would say that I think that people on the left have a better view of reality than people on the right. Online, the dog shit takes that spread misinformation are totally equal on left and right. They're just as insane on both sides. Both sides of the conversation are at this point completely removed from the reality of any conversation topic about literally fucking anything. It's unbelievable.
How? If you go on all the bread tubers right now, they're usually talking about their videos. They talk about social issues and economic inequality. If you go to the big right-leaning YouTubers, they're talking about Jews eating baby blood, Trump secretly winning the election, and the COVID-19 Wukong protocols to hide the true numbers.
I don't think that every single conservative in media right now is talking about that. Maybe some of the crazy channels were, but I'm pretty sure if we go visit like Ben Shapiro's channel or Steven Crowder's channel, that they're talking about more than just that.
No, Steven Crowder's channel is 100% behind the Trump actually secretly won conspiracy. In fact, he's doing a massive bus tour across America to interview Trump supporters to reinforce the belief that actually
is every single video he does now just that? There's no way. I haven't watched them all, but I know that you're wrong. There's no way that every single video he's doing right now.
I say every video. I'm just saying what he believes, the thing that he's going to do.
Sure, he might believe that particular thing, but I'm saying the lion's share.
Why did you say every video? Why did
because
you
you're countering saying that I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm saying that
Yes, you did. Your fucking legs are.
I'm saying that most of the content... Okay, then I misspoke. I'm sorry. Most of the content that people like Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder are doing are not constant, like, coronavirus conspiracy theory videos or fucking election-stealing conspiracy theory videos.
Those are the two most legitimate and party-backed ones. But if you go to other channels, like Tim Pool or The Salty Cracker or any of the other massive fucking 500,000+ sub-channels that aren't, like, kind of sort of backed by the Republican Party, then yeah, you'll find... about that level. The big left channels, their misinformation is getting economic issues wrong and occasionally misrepresenting like big historical events. The right-leaning channels are 24/7. Every video they produce is dishonest.
Okay, I'll start keeping track of it more, but I've become incredibly... You actually did believe this was...
Do you think that's wrong?
What? No. Almost everything that I read from lefty Twitter or lefty YouTube videos or whatever...
Twitter? Okay, videos? What are we...
Yeah, like Twitter and YouTube videos. Yes, the two things that you were talking about on the right. Yes.
These can't even be equivocated. This is what I mean.
Wait, what were you just talking about on the right? What are Steven Crowder and fucking Ben Shapiro?
YouTubers? You mentioned Twitter.
I just said Twitter and videos. Twitter and videos. Yes, people tweet and then they write videos.
Because everyone's stupid on Twitter,
Sure.
including you.
Okay, we can write videos. Sure. All right. And if I've said any Twitter takes you disagree with, oh, and you did give a take on the shadow app thing. You did think it was a fucking conspiracy. People are fucking linking the tweets on that as well.
Did I? Link it. I'll own it or disown it. Link it.
There you go. I don't know, because you're gonna say like, oh, well, actually, I was just trying to say that it was that it was just an unfortunate coincidence that these two things.
Okay. Just so we're clear, even if this from February 3rd, just so we're clear, even if the final Iowa results favor Bernie, this unbelievable incompetence from the DNC hurts his campaign. I agree with that. The confusion and indecisive narratives halt campaign momentum and let worms like Pete Buttigieg steal attention to chaos. I do agree with that. And no, there was nothing conspiratorial about pointing out the fact that the Shadow app, the failure of which gave Pete Buttigieg time in the limelight, was paid for in part by Buttigieg's campaign and made by a company whose CEO is a Buttigieg fan. So before we get into the implications there, was anything there technically incorrect?
Yes.
What was?
I don't think that Pete Buttigieg paid for the Shadow app. I just think they've made contributions to the company because they've done work for them in the past.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that is a meaningful difference. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty dumb tweet then.
Okay, it's all right. Almost any lefty video that I see related to almost anything having to do with econ or finance is absolute fucking dog shit. Should never be published on the internet.
As opposed to the conservative videos about finance.
That are also absolute dog shit that should never be published on the internet.
Okay, but like, if I look at PhilosophyTube, I'm sorry, this is like weird. I'm not even that big of a PhilosophyTube fan. I'm a conference
Find another channel, defend them. Maybe there's some good lefty channels out there I'm missing.
Well, you wouldn't attack. I assume you're mostly fine with Contra's content, right?
Yes,
I think Contra's
Contra is a queen, but she doesn't count as lefty. You don't get to own her. She's her own beautiful butterfly.
Okay, all right. That's some no true Scotsmanship, but okay, fine. So if we take a look at the past 10 videos from PhilosophyTube, I'm sorry, like I need to do this.
Sure.
We have a video about her coming out. That's obviously fine. We have the work video, which I think was fine, with maybe some simplistic representation.
Work video was cringe as fuck. Shitty takes about the owner not being the worker, even though that bar owner literally was a worker. Cringe takes about how they should be getting paid $10.
Do you know the owner was a worker?
Yeah, she literally describes it in the fucking video.
So she said the bar owner wasn't a worker, but also they worked at the bar? I don't believe you.
She mentioned him being on site and doing stuff. Like literally. Otherwise, how the fuck would the owner be there? But go ahead. What's the next video?
There to crack the whip? I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to rewatch it. I don't trust you. Then we have the Amy Coney Barrett video, which was a video on constitutional originalism. I watched that. I'm not a lawyer. It seemed pretty good to me. We have a video on Confucius, what to do when elites break the rules. I thought that video was fine. Who's Afraid of the Experts, which was a interview with Adam Conover.
The guy from the show.
The
Everyone hates Adam, or everything's so Adam.
That guy. And it's a video about technocracy. You have Logic by PhilosophyTube, which is a big rhetorical breakdown of a speech given by Julius Caesar. You have Charles Darwin versus Karl Marx, which I haven't watched because it's an minute long. You have Anti-Semitism, which I thought was pretty good.
Are you just reading? Can I do this too? Can I read the next one? You have Beauty and Ugly Times by PhilosophyTube.
I haven't watched that one.
Okay, and then what's the next one?
Artists and Fandoms, which was anti-parasocial relationship. I thought that was quite
And then you
nice.
got one called Data by PhilosophyTube. And then what's the next one?
Well, I was just doing 10, but yes, we have the Data one.
Okay.
I don't remember being a big fan of that one. The Trouble with the Video Game Industry, that's an econ one, so that's probably one you wouldn't like.
Okay.
And I don't remember being very fond of it myself.
Okay. Then we
econ
have
is
Queer.
I think that video's fine.
Okay.
HBO's Chernobyl and Personal Responsibility. I think that one was really great, actually.
That's a really great one. Can I watch that? I don't have to do it now, but I'll do that later because I watched Chernobyl, and then oh man, this could be a good. Maybe, and you know what? Hey, maybe this will be a good video. I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll take it back. Abigail has at least one good video on her channel.
Yeah, I really liked this one, Queer, and I really liked the Stephen Bannon one. The men abuse trauma one was really good, which honestly was good enough that I don't even want to spoil it. I know your feelings about spoilers. Anyway, I'm sorry. The reason I'm going through all of this is because there are some misses here. I think for the most part, these are informative and instructive videos that have a few problems. But if we go to like, what's his name? Crowder. If we go to like Crowder's channel, I just don't think the level of misinformation here is comparable, ignoring the fact that Crowder has 5.2 million subs. I mean, he's in another ballpark of relevance, but
Well, that's true. I don't know if I would say it's fair to do a one-to-one comparison with Crowder and Philosophy Tube, because Abigail obviously engages in a lot more social / art commentary, whereas Crowder is like covering the news constantly. If I had a YouTube channel
for misinfo.
Sure. If I had a YouTube channel of Abigail covering the news constantly, it would probably be as bad as Crowder's. But if she's doing like random stuff on social,
RedTube is video essays, right?
a lot of them are. But I also haven't seen a lot of these, unfortunately, so I can't tell you if they're dog shit or not.
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Like the
It's not
work
about us
video
looking
is
at
dog shit. The data video
can't
is.
I can't believe your take that the online right and the online left are in the same level of disinformation. I feel like Q apologia or Q signaling is basically like a mainstream conservative position now. Certainly amongst their commentators, if not necessarily amongst the people who watch them. But on the online left, it's like you're bad at econ, and every once in a while you have shitty input takes, and you all infight constantly. And
Okay. Well, you know what? I will watch the Chernobyl video, and maybe I'll be made a Abigail fan. Okay.
Okay. You know, this was a massive waste of time. All right. Well,
how do you feel? Are you duo streaming yet?
I think that I have to drop my affiliate contract before I can duo stream, or I'm going to get banned again, which I would really rather not. I miss.
Wait, you got an affiliate contract with Twitch?
It's from 2 years ago. It's the same one, which they didn't get rid of for some reason.
Wait. Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
That's fucked. You
know,
the affiliate contracts, the last I check, I would have to check, but I think those set to auto renew every 2 years, or it might be every 1 year if the newer ones are different. You should check for the auto renewal period, because if you give it's either 30 or 60-day written notice, they'll like leave. Yeah, you can exit the contract or whatever. You should look at the day for that, and then you should dual stream. It's better than single streaming.
All right, well, gotta get those Prime subs. All right, well, thanks for the conversation. Godspeed with the online left or whatever. And in all seriousness, if there's any positive note that this has to end on, wait, I'm sorry. This feels like it's out of nowhere, but you've been a victim of domestic abuse in the past, right? Is that a weird thing to just ask?
Sure. Why? What about it?
The video on men abuse trauma, philosophy tube star emoji, I thought was really, really good.
Okay, maybe I'll throw this one up there and we'll see. Okay. All right.
All right. Well, Godspeed. Roast them with your chat. All right. Good luck. Get some sleep.
Have fun. Peace out.
All right. Peace.
Bye. All right. Now listen, I have not watched a lot of Abigail's videos. I've seen a lot of garbage fucking Twitter takes, and the few videos I have watched have been in line with all the other lefty garbage I've seen. Now, maybe she has good videos that are out there that I just haven't seen yet. So we're going to watch this one. And you know what? Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good. Wait, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, okay? could have made progress in Dyson Sphere program. I could have made progress in my manifesto, and instead.
In 1987, Margaret Thatcher said, "There is no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families." This short phrase proved to be one of the most infamous quotes of her career. To Thatcher's critics, it was an expression of the callousness and cold-heartedness that typified her time as Prime Minister, and this view became so closely entwined with her image and the image of the Conservative Party generally that when David Cameron became party leader almost 20 years later, he felt compelled to revise it, saying, "There is such a thing as society. It's just not the same thing as the state." The quote itself, however, is often taken out of context. It was actually an off-the-cuff remark that Thatcher gave during an interview to Women's Own magazine. The full extract reads,
"I think we have gone through a period when too many children and people have been given to understand, I have a problem, it is the government's job to cope with it. Or, I have a problem, I will go and get a grant to cope with it. I am homeless, the government must house me. And so they are casting their problems on society. And who is society? There is no such thing. There are individual men and women, and there are families, and no government can do anything except through people, and people look to themselves first. It is our duty to look after ourselves, and then also to help look after our neighbor. And life is a reciprocal business, and people have got the entitlements too much in mind without the obligations, because there is no such thing as an entitlement unless someone has first met an obligation. There is no such thing as society. There is a living tapestry of men and women and people, and the beauty of that tapestry and the quality of our lives will depend on how much each of us is prepared to take responsibility for ourselves, and each of us is prepared to turn around and help by our own efforts those who are unfortunate."
So just as a quick explanation, so that you understand this from like the right and the left side. Actually, even for all of society, I can only speak for America. I can't speak for the UK. Prior to like the 60s, the general feeling was that like individual, like small scale institutions kind of took care of their people. So like your local unions were important in ensuring your like local area ran well. Your local churches were very important in ensuring your local area ran well. That like the kind of smaller scale focus on smaller scale government and your smaller scale communities was like an integral part of how society ran. And the idea of the federal government like stepping in, whether it was with civil rights or whether it was with the New Deal or whatever, and taking care of people, there was a lot of pushback from certain groups in society at the time because they felt like that this is our job to take care of our communities, not the federal government's. Now, I'm not saying whether or not that's right or wrong. I'm just explaining like that idea of that pushback. It's not inherently like a horrible, evil thing. It's just people viewed like varying roles in society for different institutions. Yeah.
Chernobyl was a TV
Wait, stop. Hold on. Just to clear this up, okay? This is a take only a privileged motherfucker could concoct. It's easy to do things for yourself when you're born into a good family, yikers. It's not about doing things for yourself. It's not about, do you still want to chat with Vosh's YouTube mod? Oh, that Jackie dipshit? Yeah, if she wants to, sure. She can message me. I think I accepted her friend ad. This isn't about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps or anything like that. It's the idea that your church and your union, these people were responsible, and the families on the block, they were responsible for taking care of your neighborhood, not like a large external federal government. That's all I'm saying. That was the belief. It's not to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's just a more smaller, localized, community-driven effort to take care of yourselves rather than the spooky federal government doing it. Okay.
miniseries produced by HBO and Sky and created by Craig Mazin. It aired in the first half of 2019 and was really good. It starred Jared Harris, Emily Watson, and Stellan Skarsgård, and was nominated for several Emmys, which I think is some kind of award for old media. The show dramatizes a set of real-life events from 1986, which happened in Germany? I think it was Germany. I wasn't really paying attention. And it was some kind of accident at a factory. I don't really remember, but based on the way they were dressed, I think they were all supposed to be bakers. Yeah, bakers. And they had to bake some very important cookies or something. So the oven where these German bakers are baking the cookies explodes, and that's very bad because the cookie dough goes everywhere, and eating raw cookie dough can make you sick. So if it spreads across Europe, everybody could get food poisoning, and all the German scientists and bakers have to figure out what they're going to do about it. And a lot of the people who are in a position to do something deny the problem. You'd think that a nuclear reactor exploding would be pretty hard to miss, but they say no, it was just a hydrogen tank going pop. The radiation levels are safe, it's nothing to worry about. They don't want to face the facts because that might mean that they are responsible. The Soviets kind of had their own version of fake news. They called it alarmism. And a lot of the people who say, no, look, the reactor has clearly exploded, there's radiation spewing out, if we don't do something about it, all of Europe is going to end up uninhabitable, they get dismissed as alarmists.
Look, that's graphite on the roof. The whole building's been blown open. The core's exposed.
I can't see how you can tell that from here.
For God's sakes. Look at that glow. That's radiation ionizing the air.
Well, if we can't see, we don't know.
Seymour, the house is on fire!
No, Mother, it's just the Northern Lights.
The protagonist of the series, Professor Valery Legazov, is portrayed as being the one sane man trying to contain the disaster before it's too late. As the old saying goes, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is called a virtue signaler and a sight cuck. In terms of who gets the most bad guy-coded screen time, the show seems to be leading us towards suspecting this dude, Anatoly Dyatlov, as being the main culprit. He was in charge on the night and he made a bunch of very dangerous decisions which created the conditions for the accident. And according to both the show and several distinguished historians, he was also a massive fucking dickhead.
Shut the fuck up and do your job.
What did you do?
How the fuck did you get this job?
Then this chick comes up to me and she's all like, hey, aren't you that dude? I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I apologize.
Although, the show also demonstrates that it's not entirely Dyatlov's fault. In real life, they were running a safety test when Chernobyl exploded. So a lot of the usual fail-safes had been turned off as part of it. And Dyatlov was under pressure from his bosses to just get it done so they could all get promoted. But it had to be delayed, and then there was a shift change, so the new guys coming in didn't really know what they were doing. There was also a crucial design flaw with the reactor that caused it to explode when they pushed the emergency shutdown button. And even though a lot of scientists actually knew about that design flaw for years beforehand, it had been covered up by the government. Depending on how you read it, you could also say that the show blames socialism a little bit. Creator Craig Mazin has said that he wanted to tell a story about lies, which he says is relevant to contemporary America as much as it is Soviet Russia. But some commentators have jumped at the chance to read a more partisan message into it, especially since, usually about once per episode, some character all but turns to camera and goes, "Did you know the Soviet Union was bad?"
I'm a nuclear physicist. Before you were deputy secretary, you worked in a shoe factory.
Yes, I worked in a shoe factory. And now I'm in charge. To the workers of the world.
And that is the outlook espoused by Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn.
So Chernobyl poses some interesting philosophical questions about responsibility.
Chernobyl was a really good show, but it definitely had like an anti-communist bent to it. That's a 100% fair criticism. You don't have to read that into it. It definitely did at points.
And people's relationships to the societies they live in. And in case you think this is just like a one-time event that can't teach us much now, there are a lot of parallels between the Chernobyl nuclear disaster and, say, the American AIDS crisis of the 1980s. It's another scenario where scientists were fighting against an invisible enemy and the government didn't want to listen, so people died. Or, kind of an obvious parallel, I guess, climate change. Something a little closer to home for me, though. The Grenfell fire. In 2017, a tower block in Kensington caught fire and 72 people died. Kensington's a pretty posh bit of London, but the tower was mainly social housing, so there's a lot of people from low-income families and a lot of people of colour. It was later discovered that the outside of the tower was covered in flammable cladding that allowed the flames to spread way beyond what the interior was designed to cope with. That cladding had been installed the year before, and the reason they went with the flammable one is the local council had outsourced management of its social housing to another body who decided that the flammable stuff was cheaper. Despite being warned that it was dangerous, and despite the residents of the tower saying for years that the fire safety measures were inadequate. All of that occurred against the background of Conservative and Liberal Democrat governments cutting public spending in response to the 2008 financial crash, a group of policies known as austerity. Some of the survivors were reluctant to speak up for fear of being deported, which exists against the background of my country having gotten very hostile to migrants in the last few years. And as of April this year, some survivors still hadn't been rehoused, and some towers still have that flammable cladding on. Just like the Chernobyl disaster was in the minds of some people a symbol of the late Soviet Union, the Grenfell fire became a kind of symbol of contemporary Britain.
Is this really the way it all works? An uninformed, arbitrary decision that will cost who knows how many lives made by some apparatchik, some career party man?
Also, just as a side note, this doesn't really have anything to do with the philosophy, but the acting in this show is really good, especially the physical acting. A lot of people think acting for camera just happens in shots like this, from the shoulders up, or sometimes close-up and extreme close-up, because that shows you what we in the acting industry call the face, technical term. But really, acting takes your whole body. Look at this scene here. Even with the audio removed, you can tell so much about the characters just from their body language. And this great, cute little moment where Professor Legazov doesn't know where to stand. The actress had a dedicated movement coach, Imogen Knight, and she did so f***ing good. Oh, you know what else is excellent? The casting. Look at this quick scene where Legazov is buying cigarettes and he meets a character who we've never seen before and who we never see again. This guy right here, he's only in the series for like 4 seconds. He has no lines, just this one shot, but you only have to look at him and you know he's a KGB agent. He has the most KGB-ass face of any motherfucker I've ever seen. I looked him up. His name is Simonos Davidovskas. Simonos, mate, you f***ing nailed it. Also, one last thing, I promise. The direction. There are a lot of shots in this where it looks like they didn't use a tripod. Like, I think these shots are handheld. You can see how the frame moves around. In this scene, Emily Watson's character, Ulana Komyuk, is trying to convince Professor Legazov to do something dangerous where they don't know.
Isn't there like I could be wrong, I don't know what it's called, but isn't there a technique where you have like a camera, but you put it on like kind of not a stick, but something, and you just like put it on the ground and you get like a natural kind of shakiness of it, but like it ends up like not being too something. I don't know how you... A monopod? Oh, monopod maybe. Yeah, maybe that. I don't know. Or there might be fancier ways to do this. I'm not sure.
Will be. The characters are emotionally unsteady. And
oh, actually, it could be something done in post too. Maybe. I don't know.
Visually unsteady within the frame. Whereas here, at the end, when Legazov and Sherbina are more secure in their friendship and at peace with what's going to happen to them, the shots are locked off. It's the little details like this that really make the show worth watching.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Does it make sense to say that the Chernobyl disaster was the fault of Soviet society? Or that the Grenfell fire was the fault of this one? One of the potential problems with saying that is that it might let people who are more guilty off the hook. Like, isn't Dyatlov obviously more responsible for Chernobyl than society? If we start believing in collective responsibility, then how can we ever say that one person is better or worse than anybody else? We've lost the whole basis of moral judgment. That's actually the question posed by a very famous scene in the film Judgment at Nuremberg.
Germany alone is not guilty. The whole world is as responsible for Hitler's Germany. It is an easy thing to condemn one man in the dark. It is easy to condemn the German people, to speak of the basic flaw in the German character that allowed Hitler to rise to power. But at the same time, comfortably ignore the basic flaw of character that made the Reich sign pacts with him, Winston Churchill praise him, American despots profit by him. Ernst Janning said, he is guilty. If he is, Ernst Janning's guilt is the world's guilt.
And so isn't the only answer to keep the blame with individuals? Yes, Dyatlov was under pressure, but isn't he an adult with free will, not just a cog in a machine? Just 1 year after the real Nuremberg trials, the philosopher H.D. Lewis wrote, "If there are no such distinctions, if the questions we ask about them are without substance, then the greater part of ethical controversy has been a peculiarly vain pursuit of a will-o'-the-wisp." I love the flair for the dramatic that a lot of those early 20th century British philosophers had in their writing. That's just such a will-o'-the-wisp. It's such a nice little sentence. Although, maybe collective responsibility isn't as weird as it seems. The philosopher Farid Abdel-Nur points out that people say stuff like, "We won the war," "We put a man on the moon," "We beat Tottenham 1-0, when actually as individuals we didn't have anything to do with it. And if we can take pride in our nation or our team's accomplishments, why not also take responsibility for their failures? The psychologist Daniel Kahneman pointed out that we do something kind of similar with companies as well. If you have a bad experience where a representative of, say, Ryanair is rude to you, people will often say, "Ryanair was really rude to me." We hold the whole collective responsible. But is that the same thing? Just because we can feel proud or ashamed of a group doesn't mean that we take on their moral responsibility. Lewis says, even if you practically agree to answer for somebody else's actions, like a parent might take responsibility for their child, you can't actually take on somebody else's moral guilt. Unless you're Jesus. And even then, it's a massive pain in the ass. Although we may be proud or ashamed of others, we add not a cubit to our stature. Neither do we shrink through our association with them, except in the measure that we ourselves change under their influence. You can almost smell the pipe smoke and tweed on that one.
Dark academia.
That said, there are some more modern examples where being strictly individualist about responsibility gets kind of tricky, like with so-called self-driving cars.
Oh, fuck. He's posing so many questions, or... I don't know what the correct way to refer to them here is. When you're watching a video of a trans person who goes by new pronouns, but it's a prior video, you still use correct pronouns for the past? I see she and he. I don't know. I'll just use they. I don't care. They're posing a ton of questions that I wish they would explore these topics a little bit more. So, for instance, assuming responsibility for your country is a lot different than like assuming responsibility or assigning blame to like these things have different levels to them. So for instance, assuming responsibility for your job or something bad your company does is one thing because you have no influence over that. But assuming responsibility over something your country does is a bit different because, like, say, like you vote, right? Or people vote. There's a difference there. Rather than having like one leader, it's like a democratic, democratically. Oh, here's a very interesting argument that I've heard before, is like under authoritarian regimes, killing those soldiers is always immoral, but under democratic regimes with volunteer armies, killing those soldiers is more moral because they necessarily are out there because they choose to be, whereas in an authoritarian regime, those soldiers have less autonomy, so the moral weight of what they're doing is more assigned to their leader than like these. I don't know if they're actually going to explore any of this or if they're just going to throw in a bunch of quotes from philosophers, but okay.
To avoid them, and you hit somebody else. You can be taken to court to answer for that decision. Being strictly individualist about responsibility gets kind of tricky, like with so-called self-driving cars. Let's say that you are driving along and a kid runs out in front of you and you swerve to avoid them and you hit somebody else. You can be taken to court to answer for that decision. It might turn out that you haven't done anything wrong, but you can still be held accountable. But now let's say you weren't driving. Let's say that it was a self-driving car. In that case, the decision to swerve wasn't made in a moment. It was made months ago by whoever programmed it to perceive objects and have goals in the way that it does. So-called autonomous systems still do what they are told to do. They aren't really autonomous, they're just unsupervised. A person still has to tell it what its goal is and how to gather and interpret the data that they use to achieve it. So if you get hit by a self-driving car, can you take the car company to court? Because if not, then that company has just been given the unaccountable power of life and death over everybody who encounters their product. So we're sort of stuck, because it isn't clear that there is an individual responsible there. But at the same time, saying that seems to let somebody somewhere off the hook. Elaine Herzberg was hit and killed by one of Uber's unsupervised vehicles in 2018. Some human being is responsible for this woman's death. Whether that amounts to criminal responsibility, we now can't know because her family settled with Uber out of court. But the companies that make these systems, whether for cars, military, whatever, have a very strong incentive to tell you that they're autonomous, because that conceals the fact that really they are responsible for what their machines do. And there are some other scenarios where being strictly individualist about responsibility gets tricky as well. Something that comes up a lot.
That idea needs to be explored more, I think, but okay.
A lot in the philosophical literature is, do people alive now have any kind of responsibility for historical crimes? Like, do white people owe reparations for slavery? The official woke SJW party line on this is that if you are benefiting from a historical injustice, you have a responsibility.
Now, no one person can be blamed, right? Well, there's multiple levels of blame you could assign there. For instance, if there is an autonomous system that's been programmed in a way to minimize damage or whatever, but you purchase that system, aren't you kind of like implicitly agreeing to take on that decision? I don't know. There's like a lot more that could be explored there, but
He just said it.
I know. This is something that I feel like I remember this from their prior videos. They'll pose a lot of questions and then throw a lot of quotes in, but they don't actually explore anything. I think I remember because I watched the data video, and she does this thing where she poses like a ton of questions on hypothetical, but then it seems like she wants to, but then she never actually like goes anywhere, but we'll see. Maybe this is different.
SJW party line on this is that if you are benefiting from a historical injustice, you have a responsibility to set it right, even if you didn't personally do the bad thing. But the philosopher Jana Thompson asks, why? Why does benefiting from it make me responsible? Liable? What? For a crime that I didn't commit? Something I notice reading more conservative philosophers is a lot of them worry about punishment. Jan Narveson is an anarcho-capitalist who says that any talking about group benefit or oppression is going to wind up with somebody getting punished for a crime they didn't commit. I've seen people in my comment section get quite heated if they suspect that they're being blamed or told to feel guilty for being white. One of the things about being white in a country like mine is you don't often have to think about it, because race isn't usually made a problem for us. So when we do get invited to think about it, a lot of us jump to that very defensive position of trying to avoid blame first and fix the problem second.
Don't worry, we did everything right. Something strange is happening. I have a list of individuals who we believe are accountable.
This phenomenon even has a name, white fragility, a name seemingly designed to annoy the very people most in need of understanding it. But Thompson points out that a lot of the time, when people talk about historical crimes and the responsibility for setting them right, it's not really about individual blame and punishment. It's about the redistribution of resources. So no wonder so many people are suspicious of the question. Not only is there a high potential for misinterpreting it as a personal attack, but the real issue is actually deeply political.
So everything's my fault then? Is that what this is?
I'm not here to blame you. I'm here to find out what happened.
This is bound up with what she calls intergenerational collective responsibility. Sounds really complicated. Don't worry, it isn't. You know the so-called golden rule of morality? Do unto others as you would have them do to you? This is kind of like that, but it's stretched out over time. Someday, I will be an old man who can't take care of himself anymore, and I expect that future people will help me. So I work now, and I pay my taxes, for instance, to do the same thing for people who need help now, because I recognize that their needs and my future needs come from the same place. And personally, I quite like this approach. It comes from a place not of patriotic strength and duty to the nation, but a recognition that we all get sick, we all need education, if we are wronged, we all need justice, if not now, then definitely someday. These intergenerational responsibilities, she says, continue even if the state itself totally changes or collapses. Whether there's a United Kingdom in 2073 or not, and frankly at the moment who the hell knows, I will be an 80-year-old man and I will need some help because we live in a society. And I think she's hit on something quite interesting here, because it sounds like we're not even talking about moral responsibility anymore. It sounds like we're talking about... Conservatives, like Margaret Thatcher, will sometimes talk about personal responsibility. Like in that interview we opened with, she says she wants more people to be able to buy property. Because you buy a house, you get invested in it, you come to respect other people's property rights, and you become a responsible citizen. She's actually not saying that people should just be thrown to the wolves, even if that was the effect of a lot of her policies. She's saying that if you are freeloading off society, you're really freeloading off other people. So you need to work hard and pull your weight. And there are some big problems with this view, some of which we will get to, but it does have a kind of internal harmony to it, and I can see why some people like it. Canadian author and psychologist Jordan Peterson also talks about the importance of personal responsibility, saying that it gives life meaning, and that we shouldn't languish in our own victimhood, a theme that content creator Stefan Molyneux also explores. Stefan hates talking about things like racism and sexism because he thinks they make you a victim. People who fail at life blame the system, they get stuck in the narrative of their own victimization, and they tell you there's no way you can succeed, it's impossible, because they resent the people that do. When really, if you take responsibility for your own life, there's nothing standing in your way. And, to give the devil his due, I think that Stefan kind of has a point when he says that sometimes some people can get a little bit stuck in the victim role. Certainly the abusers I've known have. They refuse to take responsibility for their actions. The real Anatoly Dyatlov maintained to his dying day that he was the victim of a conspiracy and that what happened at Chernobyl was not his fault. I've also been in some online leftist spaces where people are hurting, and in the absence of somewhere to work through that pain, will pour it out into any available container. That's not a uniquely leftist thing, of course, it's just a human thing. So it seems like these thinkers are saying that we should be individualist because it's motivating. And maybe that's why so many people find their work useful. Self-confidence can be massively helpful. If I put on a suit and do a Jordan Peterson stand up straight with the shoulders back thing, it works. Or at least it changes how people respond to me. But I do have a big question about all this. And in order to tease it out, I want to give just one more example. Fred Hess works for a right-wing think tank called the American Enterprise Institute, and he wrote this article about education, saying that students need to take some personal responsibility for their learning. You can't expect the school to do everything for you. And he's surprised that people sometimes push back at him on that. And yeah, I can kind of see where it's coming from. Like if you're running a school, it doesn't seem unreasonable to expect the students to take responsibility for turning up on time and doing the homework with allowances for extenuating circumstances. But yeah, where I get curious though is, what about expecting them to take responsibility for behaving professionally, or dressing professionally, or being a team player? These are all things that sound like reasonable expectations, but who gets to decide what those mean? And how do they decide?
Fuck. This isn't like a horrible video, but it's kind of pointless. I feel like this is just... Are they gonna like posit any answers for any of this, or how many more questions are we gonna get?
If a black woman puts on a suit and does the Jordan Peterson dance, she might get read as bossy or uppity in a way that I simply never would. And that's the kicker. You think that individual responsibility is how we motivate people to succeed and find meaning? Okay, cool. Succeed at what though? Meaningful how? Responsible for what exactly? What are your criteria? Who gets to decide them? And are they just?
I guess you could argue maybe the purpose is, if we're being very charitable, the purpose is just to get you thinking about things.
Thatcher's criterion for responsibility was owning property. And the problem there is that is a thing that is mathematically impossible for everyone to do at the same time. You cannot have a housing market and no homeless people. Because if everybody has secure housing, you cannot sell them housing. So even if everybody is maximally personally responsible and aspirational and striving and all the other Instagram Tory buzzwords, in a competitive system, some of us still have to fail through no fault of our own.
Oh god, why did... This video was so good. Well, kind of. There wasn't anything like highly objectionable, but and then we start, then when we dip into econ, it just gets so fucking bad. Let's just pretend they never said that, okay?
Which again is the exact problem that individual responsibility is supposed to solve. It might also be worth noting that individualism isn't the only motivating force. During the Chernobyl disaster, a lot of people did incredibly brave and dangerous things to fight the radiation, often knowingly shortening their own lives, out of a sense of what Craig Mazin calls Soviet civic duty.
The reactor fuel is going to sink into the ground and poison the water from Kiev to the Black Sea. All of it. Forever, they say. They want you to stop that from happening.
How are we supposed to do that?
They didn't tell me, because I don't need to know. Do you need to know, or have you heard enough?
You'll do it, because nobody else can. But if you don't, millions will die. If you tell me that's not enough, I won't believe you.
So I sort of stuck again. But it's the interesting kind of stuck this time, rather than the frustrating kind. The philosopher Deborah Tollefson says that what it means to hold somebody morally responsible is just to have certain feelings about them, like resentment and pride or disappointment and so on. It's not really about the logical relations of responsibility and personhood. It's more like telling a story about our feelings and our demands about how other people should be treated. Philosophers call this expressivism. Tollefson says that moral responsibility talk isn't really trying to be rigorous philosophy. It's a kind of storytelling. When people say that Chernobyl or Grenfell is society's fault, what they're really saying is, I think we should change society. And the opposite, when people say we should focus on individuals and personal responsibility only, is kind of like saying, no, I don't think we should change society. So maybe the main lesson of Chernobyl is that you should always be nice to people, because if things do go south, they'll find it a lot easier to blame you if they already think you're a twat.
Absolutely, where it comes up, he's like, yeah, I told you, give it up.
That would explain why discussions about historical reparations can get so fraught. It would explain why Jordan Peterson's and Stefan Molyneux talk about personal responsibility without really digging into the philosophical depth. It would explain how the Daily Express somehow managed to blame the Chernobyl disaster on Jeremy Corbyn.
Marxist ideologue.
The true death toll of Chernobyl is not only unknown, but unknowable. The radiation spread across Europe, and of everybody who's died of cancer since 1986, there's no answer to the question how many might have lived had the reactor not exploded. If we can't even calculate the damage, how can we assign responsibility? All we have is the story. And insofar as Grenfell is a symbol of austerity in my country, there's no way of knowing how many people were killed by those policies. How many thousands died after having their disability benefits withdrawn? How many people killed themselves through poverty and desperation, or whose lives were shortened by stress? Many of us now know what some experts warned at the time, that austerity was harmful and ultimately pointless, but many of the policies are still in place, and many of the people who designed and implemented them are walking around freely at time of recording. And it's even harder to tell stories about that because it's so spread out. The stories that we have told about austerity tend to focus on individuals and make them the symbol for us all, like in the incredible 2016 film I, Daniel Blake. But will there ever be a memorial for the victims of austerity, the way that there is for Chernobyl? Whether you think somebody responsible or whether there's anything to be responsible for, it depends on what sort of story you want to tell. Interestingly, Chernobyl reflects on storytelling and responsibility in the ways it departs from history. Unlike most of the other people depicted, Emily Watson's character, Ulana Komyuk, was not a real historical figure. She was written to represent the dozens of other scientists that helped contain the disaster, because having one person to praise makes for a more understandable story. And the ending reflects it too. In the final episode, Legazov has to decide whether to reveal to the scientific community that the fault in the reactor design was covered up. There are multiple other reactors in the Soviet Union, all with the same flaw, each another potential Chernobyl. But embarrassing the government could be even worse for his health than the radiation.
What you're proposing is that Legazov humiliate a nation that is obsessed with not being humiliated.
In a dramatic final speech, Legazov tells the story of what happened at Chernobyl and unveils the conspiracy. And then, as punishment, the KGB cancels him and forces him to delete his Twitter account.
Your testimony today will not be accepted by the state. It will not be disseminated in the press. It never happened. No one will talk to you. No one will listen to you. No friends. Other men, lesser men, will receive credit for the things you have done.
This also never happened. Legazov wasn't even at the trial. And contrary to the show's portrayal of a scientific community hungry for the truth and the KGB trying to repress it, in reality, Legazov's fellow scientists ostracized him and knowingly participated in the cover-up. But having a clearly identifiable hero, villain, and timeline of events helps tell a better story, and better motivates people to learn the lessons the show's creators.
So this is a small ideological quip. My understanding is that the state scientists, or the scientists that exist in a given state, sometimes can be like very ideologically driven to the state, because the state will kill or get rid of all scientists that disagree with the given narrative. So I think it's a little bit not fair to say like, oh, well, actually the other scientists at the time disagreed. It's like, well, are we talking about like real scientists, or are we talking about like the scientists that the state said you guys are allowed to say because we're not going to kill you, or we're going to get rid of all the, like, it's something to
want us to learn.
What is the cost of lies? It's not that we'll mistake them for the truth. The real danger is that if we hear enough lies, then we no longer recognize the truth at all. What can we do then? What else is left but to abandon even the hope of truth and content ourselves instead with stories? In these stories, it doesn't matter who the heroes are. All we want to know is, who is to blame?
Okay. I mean, this wasn't like a QAnon, like, it wasn't like that level horrible. I don't know what I got out of watching this. I guess if you've never thought about any of these questions before, maybe this can give you something to think about, I guess. Okay. 5 out of 10. All right, I'm going to sleep. Jesus. Melina. Got Fractal. We got John Zerka. Step and play with Moot. I gotta sleep. It's way too late. What about that Vosh mod? They never messaged me. I don't even know if they're still awake. They probably went to sleep. Oh, smaller streamer. Where am I? Fuck. Browse. Just chatting. Okay, 100 or less. Did I host a guy or a girl last time? Do you remember? I think I hosted a girl last time. Okay, so it's a guy this time. Jesus Christ, what is going on up there? Oh my god. Okay, they have to speak English. I don't know what this is. Oh my god, what is this? Is that Dwarf Fortress? What game is this?
Alright, this will be our last battle for tonight.
No!
We'll pick up in less than 16 hours for our first battle of the next stream.
Oh my god, I've had donuts muted all night. Okay, I'm playing these. We might be here for a little bit. Sorry, fuck.
Hero 670, $5. Hey, love you, buddy.
Wait, how many subs did this guy just gift? Oh, Lev gifted 100 subs. Holy shit.
This is the Destiny poem. Love you and social security benefits change if you're collect at a higher age. Maximum benefits at 70. Yo D.
You gnome fuck!
Oh. Fuck.
Tomfoolery Show, $5. I tried to be like you. I debated a race realist on my channel but I lost. So now I'm a Nazi.
Good one.
Ryan Muldoon, $9.99.
Good one.
I think we have to get rid of private healthcare totally, or else rich people will always get better healthcare even with niche expensive surgeries. Couldn't we just make those have really high copay? Peace, love you, buddy. You've changed my life, TBH.
Good one.
You gnome fuck!
Based and dog-pilled.
Hey buddy, how long you on for tonight? Was your trip okay?
Yeah, my trip was fun. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. I wasn't even supposed to stream that much tonight.
Ryan Muldoon, $4.99. What is your position on gambling in the United States? Should it be universal?
You gnome fuck!
Wait, Shrooms Tinny.
If people want to gamble, they should have the right to. I think it's really bad.
Wyatech, $4.99. The 300 are paying for themselves. You were wrong.
Good one.
Concerned Boy, $5. Destiny, the poor people pay only 4K in taxes and the rich people cover the other 3K and pay
they're
for
going
their
over
own at
the
point of service.
spreadsheet thing we were doing earlier.
Here you go, August editing. Gustavo Garcia, $5. We all know you keep August locked up in a basement watching your streams for meager shekels.
True.
You gnome fuck!
I'm just subscribing to be called buddy. Sad face, right pointing finger, left
Aw.
pointing finger.
Alright, buddy.
Hey buddy, I'm trying to get into music composition but I have no music experience. Any tips on where to begin learning?
You gnome fuck!
Get a book? Start
Financial
writing? I don't know.
transparency should be the lockstep left standard online.
You gnome fuck!
Jonas Derpstiny read the room Derpstiny.
Why don't you, dude? Got him.
Henrik Bjork, 59 Swedish krona. Just like the 15 million merit CP. On Black Mirror hashtag fake outrage hashtag grifting.
What?
Pepe laugh.
You gnome fuck!
Wait, how the fuck did I have this set up?
Scott Bradley, $4.99.
Oh god, not Scott
Why
Bradley.
streamer man's schedule change? 3. Scott Bradley, $4.99. Joe Faps, $5. Chad's in. Speaking of living your principles, can I please get fucking unbanned from DGG now?
DGG.
Most of your chatters are genuinely so fucking bad I can't stand looking at their shit opinions and parroting of all your views uncontested. Also fuck RTB8, he's a rogue mod.
You gnome fuck!
Whoa, do we have a rogue mod out here?
BC.
Is this true?
You gnome fuck!
My streamer feels okay, man. Most of these lefties tweet about how Destiny is the devil and shit but won't do basic common niceties when it won't take any effort at all. Pretty cringe TBH.
Dude, true. Wait, what am I doing?
Perspective philosophy, £5. Let me come on and explain why Vorsh is a pseudo-socialist
Oh my
or at
God.
least bad faith. Have proof, will call him out to his face.
Go talk to him.
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Vouch.
Good tweet.
Leftists
I
should
mean,
raise
don't know,
money
fuck
for
them.
strike funds. There's already a couple on GoFundMe right now. They raise thousands for mutual aid but not a dime for unions.
You gnome fuck!
Fuck white names duckers.
Whoa, not cool, dude.
You gnome fuck!
Yump Destiny Miano hype. I love Yump as Miano hype.
Whoa!
Hey man. I still owe you for parking from this weekend. Thanks for covering. Lessons learned to always have cash just in case. Where
Oh,
did
shit.
you and Mark go for dinner Saturday night?
The Jaipur, whatever Indian restaurant. Super good.
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Socialist influencers' arguments boil down to socialism for thee but not for me.
You gnome fuck!
Maybe. Wait, why isn't this getting...
So if landlords vote for Bernie and livestream socialist opinions, they are the moral good.
True.
Vorsh showed up to advocate for milking capitalism until it's dry and political dishonesty. Based. Extreme Dad, $4.99.
Oh god, no.
Vorsh, do the right thing, tell everybody the truth, you're a liar. You lie. You don't care as long as you make the other person look as bad as Porse.
You gnome fuck!
Cool. Story, bro.
The master is still the master, DGG.
DGG.
You gnome fuck!
If there is a mandated amount of children who needed to be slaves at a given time, Vorsh would say earning one is morally excused.
Fucking dubstep.
Vorsh became a capitalist apologist in this debate. Destiny, when Bookfucker goes over this convo, please watch it. When you become upset, you are more dismissive and your rhetoric becomes worse, even though I see your efforts. Love you, buddy.
Why do you guys call him Bookfucker?
Scott Bradley, $4.99. Remember when you had the idea for a device that would delete people off the internet for posting misinformation and then stab them? Patent that.
Jeez.
Adam Garlington, $5. Destiny, you should watch the Shapiro AOC Capitol building vid next short. I was shocked at how reasonable it was.
You gnome fuck!
3.6 Röntgen. Not great, not terrible. Corey Ahern, $10. Dude, thank you for opening my eyes about GameStop mania. Kept me from losing a lot of money.
You gnome fuck!
Oh, well, damn. Thank you, my dude.
You gnome fuck!
What am I looking for? Oh, no, wait.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
The sound is going to play 100 times, by the way. Good. That's what I want.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
I don't know if I can actually listen to this play 100 times.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Yeah, what if it was Weasley Little Liars instead? That'd be sick. 100 Weasley Little Liars.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Well, how are you guys doing
You
tonight?
gnome fuck!
Are we having fun? Gnome fucking?
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Me too, guys. Me too.
You gnome fuck!
True.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Fuck. I made $40,000 by selling my GME stock after your conversation with Rage Pope instead of holding till Monday. So thanks to that. Oh, that guy donated $50. Damn. Well, thanks, dude. You made 40 grand off my advice? My non-financial advice? You only donated 50 bucks?
You gnome fuck!
Disgusting. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you. That's good. Wow.
You gnome fuck!
As a lefty, I find Vosh's stance on running a business like any other capitalist would to be really strange. It makes me wonder if he believes in any socialist ideas. Yeah, I don't know. If you feel like that's like intrinsically like good or bad, it feels like, yeah, you would do that, but I don't know. It seems like he has like the perfect system to never have to do anything, I guess. But yeah, bro, give 10% to the big man Steve. Thanks, Lev, for the $50 donation. I'm reading these ahead because it's gonna take like 5 minutes for these to. Didn't someone donate $4.50 a while ago? Fuck, did they? And did I miss it?
You gnome fuck!
Oh, well, love, thank you, my dude. I love you, buddy.
You gnome fuck!
Love is oiling. What is an oiler? I imagine an oiler starts because, like, when in the World of Warcraft days, it was people from like the UAE and Qatar and shit that would like donate a lot of money, right? So.
You gnome fuck!
Yeah, oiler. Okay.
You gnome fuck!
The frustrating part is he has no clear metric. If he's presenting or arguing for a better society, what are the morals, prescriptions, principles he believes is transparent? You know, it seemed like he had like an out for every single thing he talked about. It was like, oh, well, here it's important. Well, here it's not important. Well, here it's important. Like, there was always like a reason for why. Yeah, I don't know. It was really frustrating. But I don't know. Whatever. And he can't. I wanted to find like the thing is that like we never actually got to have a real conversation because I was curious like what his like moral principles were. Like, how should a person act? But I don't actually know at the end of the day. Like, I still don't know what the fuck the answer to that question is.
You gnome.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I think that if you believe in something that's like really important to you,
you gnome.
I feel like that should be reflected somewhat in your lifestyle, I think. Depending on the thing we're talking about. I think that should be reflected in your lifestyle.
You gnome.
Do you think the conversation got unnecessarily derailed by Vosh's old tweets since you brought them up as an example? I didn't want to. The ironic part, I don't remember. I'd have to go back in the conversation, but I think I was trying to bring that up as an example of like, I don't try to like nail you in old tweets. And then I linked it, was like, look, like this is like pretty clearly hypocritical from what you said before. Like, and I'm not like bringing this stuff up at all. But then he wanted to talk about them because I didn't want to talk about those tweets at all. That's why I linked it to him in private. And I didn't show it on stream, but whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You gnome fuck!
Wait, what is happening? We've got that going to there and that going to there. Wait.
You gnome fuck!
Vosh making the argument after the debate that being consistent with your principles is useless. The only thing that matters is if your actions bring good to the world thoughts. Well, I guess it just depends on how you look at things. Without consistency, you have no logic. And without logic, you descend into absurdity. You need consistency.
You gnome fuck!
If you have no consistency, then any system like just necessarily falls in on itself. You have to be consistent. Like you need it.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
How is this game? I don't know. It was like an easier version of Factorio. Or so far it's easier. But no one is truly consistent? No, you don't have to, like, your whole life doesn't have to be consistent. Like, no one is, like, perfect, obviously. But I'm saying, like, your arguments, at least, your logic has to be consistent. Well, there might be inconsistent logics. I don't know. But I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any, like, inconsistent logics. But maybe there are, and I'm not that advanced.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Fuck, I'm bringing in stone, I thought, from somewhere. Or maybe I'm not. God damn it.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
If someone is consistent, how can we predict if they will have good or bad impact on society in the future? Yeah, that's the problem.
You gnome
A lack of consistency means a lack of predictability, and a lack of predictability means what's the point of anything? Because you could do one thing one day, and then you could do an opposite thing the next day. So what's the point of, yeah.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Oh, fuck, I'm so tired. Why are you doing this to me?
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Bringing up the tweets totally fucked the whole conversation up. Once he brought it up, he has to address it. Otherwise, it was a good comment. I don't think he has to, or maybe I guess I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe I guess that feels like ambushing if he doesn't address it, or it feels like I'm ambushing him. I guess I don't know. I didn't really want to fixate on the tweets, but.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
If he doesn't address it, he accepts it. It destroys his argument. He says, well, I mean, I think it did destroy his argument. I didn't know that he was gonna like try to use some fucking like paraconsistent logic to fucking or some crazy shit to say like, well, actually, everything I said here was a joke and it doesn't reflect my true beliefs at all. And what about what you said about Rittenhouse? I don't know, dude. That whole section was crazy to me. I didn't actually think. I thought he would just like be like, oh yeah, I guess this kind of looks bad based on what I've said before. I didn't think that he would like try to fucking. Jesus Christ, like hand wave away in the most like insane ways. I don't know, but
you gnome fuck.
Oh yeah, what about your loot boxes? I'm racking my brain. I'm sure it might have happened at some point in the past. I'm sure I've done, but like, have I ever sold loot boxes? I remember that I did one sponsor once from Mega Box or something. I think there was one time I did. But I thought it was like, but I thought the way that it worked was I was giving one away, and I thought the box was like guaranteed to have some like one of three like decent things or whatever. But it's like, this is like the one thing I've done in like 10 years of fucking.
You gnome fuck.
Yeah, I wonder how, damn, I sold 200 of these? I wonder how long ago this was.
You gnome fuck.
I think this was guaranteed to have one of each rare product in it, right? But yeah, I don't remember. I don't even remember some of this. I kind of remember this, but it was from 2019 of August. Wait, was it? This feels like so long ago.
You gnome fuck. You gnome fuck.
Wait, can you see a year on this anywhere? Why do I feel like I was at like my mom's apartment or something?
Fuck. You gnome fuck.
Was in LA in the first apartment? Oh, maybe.
You gnome fuck.
Is there ever going to be restock? That guy's mad as fuck.
You gnome fuck.
These are all like in late 2019, so that's what I'm guessing.
gnome fuck!
Wait, did Lev just donate more things? Please stop. 20 more subs. I'm just gonna go to sleep and I'm gonna cut you off at some point, okay?
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Wait, what? I don't know.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
You what? Wait, what'd you call me?
You gnome fuck!
Oh, okay, gotcha. Just checking. Wait, what was it again?
You gnome fuck!
Haha, there it is. Okay, just checking. Wait, fuck, one more time.
You gnome fuck!
That's what it was, okay.
You gnome fuck!
Okay, let's...
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Oh god, I'm so tired. I'm ready to sleep.
You gnome fuck!
What?
Didn't Irish laddie high road you on the rape cage analogy, then propose an analogy of chauvinists raping people afterward?
Yeah, but he would probably say it because I had started the rape analogies first.
So cyberpunk with VTube avatar soon? Pog?
Listen, I think rape analogies are fun. Anyway, get to the point real quick if you believe in something
Destiny.
or not. 100%. You'll figure out real quick what we're believing in.
My friend is starting to become a bit of a white nationalist.
Nice.
Any idea how I can stop him from getting sucked down that rabbit hole?
Get him some non-white friends.
After a year of listening to you, I realized that you better study piano rather than study economics, finance, psychology, sociology, etc. for years. The takes are better and you can change keys too.
You gnome fuck!
Good one. I think? I'm not actually sure. I don't understand that. I can't tell if he was calling me bad at piano or bad at economics.
Can I get unbanned? I hate Vosh. He moonwalks like fucking Michael Jackson.
I don't know what that means either, but okay.
Still waiting for you to call me buddy. Bonus meme, ooh wins.
Thanks, buddy.
Stuart Keating, 10 Australian dollars. Should have asked Vosh what universal meant to him.
Oh god, no, please stop.
Stee.
Moonwalking is backpedaling?
Stee?
Okay.
I made $40,000 by selling my GME stock after your conversation with Rage Pope instead of hodling till Monday, so thanks for that.
Yeah, nice. That's what I call a good one, Mike.
Let's keep Steven awake for a little longer so his sleep schedule gets even more fucked up. Ye laugh. Glad to have you back though. Short question, anything scheduled streams in the coming days? Love you, buddy.
So. I need to finish
PS,
my manifesto.
August editing does a fucking good job.
I'm gonna end up taking tomorrow off.
Yeah bro, give 10% to the big man Steven. Oh yeah, Destiny is back with no nagging woman grug W bonus meme.
You gnome fuck!
Thanks for making me depressed AF. Love you, bud.
Love you too, bud.
You gnome fuck!
Okay, I built all of this machinery here. This whole island literally exists just to automate
You gnome fuck!
fucking blue track. How stupid is that? Fuck me, dude. Oh my god, wait, why did I go through this trouble of making this shit over here?
You gnome fuck!
When I just made it over there. Oh no. What is this even used for? I fucked up.
You gnome fuck!
Oh fuck, I fucked this up.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Nice me.
Nice me, dude.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Oh fuck off. Oh wait, I think I can do this.
You gnome fuck!
And then I can open that. Yeah, just dump it. Dump it, dump it, dump it, dump it. Are you guys almost done? Oh my god.
You gnome fuck!
We had a back and forth earlier.
You gnome fuck!
It's assumed that within socialism, every. Okay, cool.
You gnome fuck!
Please let me the fuck out of here.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
True, Melina.
You
Holy
gnome
shit. That is some real truth.
You gnome fuck!
Okay.
You gnome fuck! 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 You gnome fuck!
Yeah, you stream? I was waiting for these downloads to finish so I can go to sleep.
You gnome fuck!
Well, thanks for the 20 gifted subs.
You gnome fuck!
Oh.
Hold the gnome boys, it's going to the moon.
Wow, good one.
No, we are not done. Bonus meme.
Now that is what I call fascinating. My goodness.
Okay. Time for our morning routine.
Yeah?
Repeat after me, chat. A12. A123. Ooh.
You gnome fuck!
2, 2, 2, 2, 2. No, okay.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
We're almost hold strong, troops. We've almost
You
made it.
gnome fuck!
We're almost out of this.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
Angle too
You
wide. No
gnome
way. Oh, there it is. Okay.
You gnome fuck! You
Gonna be a lot of
gnome
takes
fuck!
about your convo tomorrow. I don't even think I have a controversial position.
You gnome fuck!
Like, I can't believe it's so controversial to say that, like, you should live your principles.
You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck! You gnome fuck!
True. And?
You gnome fuck!
True.
You gnome fuck!
Okay, I'm sleeping. Okay, it's too much. I'm fucking tired. I love you guys. It's been fun.
You gnome fuck!
Oh, this guy's still going.
Work up.
Oh, but he's playing some weird shit now. He still looks cool. All right, have this guy, okay?
You gnome fuck!
All right, I love you guys. It's been fun. Reparano, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, mappuccino, cappuccino, 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 alpuccino, my deuterinos.
You gnome fuck!
I will catch you guys. I think I'm streaming tomorrow. But we'll see.
I'm here to spread the good word of the L_the L_.
No.
You gnome fuck!
Oh, wait, there's like 2 donuts left.
Psych you.
No.
I don't know if the other dono talking about IRL interactions with you is weird or if it makes me jealous. Hot face, sad face. You gnome fuck.
Okay. Yeah, we might be late tomorrow in the morning call, guys. Wait, where'd the one guy go? Oh, I'm rating him. Okay, rip on, guys.